The past. The spark. It is believed that the name Rising World was bestowed on the first formal meeting of the coalition in Genocide, but the true first meeting, to be pedantic, actually took place in the Hierarchs' summer halls, which was rapidly filling with water at the time. The truth, as always, is more complicated. Alliance war councils sprung up in many places, sparked by the Hierarchs' defeat at the summer halls and the return of the hostages. These councils eventually coalesced around the strong Analanaric force to the northeast, with what was left of the population of the Archai, the Sana Sarkopha, and the growing unified resistance in Palm and Belith, allied with the Grail and Elver and other survivors of the southern region and the western coast. Rising World is a mistranslation of a term for cooperation among many all originating in the mountainous western borderlands, or the Witchlands, as they were called in the east, carried by survivors of the Hierarchs' attacks as they moved east to join the war. The History of the Hierarch War, Volume 4, Gathering the Storm of Victory, by an interested yet unbiased party. The sun was high and bright when Kai rode into Genocide in Bashasa's rake, their cadres on horseback around them. Kai was dressed in embroidered silk with only a few bloodstains on it, disguised as one of the Hierarch's servant nobles who had followed the usurper Karanis to the Kagala fort. Bashasa wore Karanis' elaborately decorated coat, and the rest of the cadre had taken up the clothes of the usurper's entourage. The large body of Auric soldiers with them came as themselves. They were the garrison conscripts that Karanis had brought with him. Fortunately, the sun was a good excuse for the broad-brimmed silk hats that the entourage wore. It was hard to make out the all-black of Kai's eyes from a distance, but he kept his hat tilted down and his dark curling hair was tied and stuffed up under it. Talamine's borrowed skin prickled with nerves, and he didn't trust himself to control his expression. The city outskirts were sporadic copses of trees, clusters of houses or ruins where houses had stood, and farm fields and gardens. The people working there were all Auric, who kept their own heads down or looked nervously askance at the large party of soldiers. Genocide had no wall to protect it, apparently having never needed one before the Hierarchs. The legionaries could have built one of their earthworks around it, encased it in dirt and rock like they had the summer halls, but either they didn't value it enough or hadn't thought there was any chance of an attack. They would think differently now. Bashasa led the way down a broad stone-paved road and through the city gate, which was more a symbolic barrier than a strategic one. It stood alone across the road, 4 tall columns wreathed with carved flowers and vines, crowned by multiple pointed arches. It had been brightly painted once, the colors now faded and weathered. The legionaries who guarded it didn't salute or acknowledge Karanis passing. The avenue beyond the gate was broad too, lined with rambling buildings of stone or sandy brick with tile rooftops, some with low walls protecting garden courts, a few 2 or 3 stories tall with balconies. It was oddly quiet, and they saw more bored legionaries than ordinary people. Narrow alleys allowed passage between some of the structures, but the tension didn't ease out of Kai's shoulders until they passed the first sizable cross street. It had felt too much like being herded into a canyon to be trapped. As the avenue widened further, the carving and paint on the houses was richer. There were more balconies and unshuttered windows, and bright-colored awnings shaded walkways for passers-by. They only saw a few legionaries, who seemed to be guarding particular houses, probably those where Hierarch functionaries or Auric traders lived. Kai had seen a map of the city, but he wasn't sure how far they were from the plaza where they meant to meet the others. Disguised as merchants and laborers, Prince Hiranan should be leading her cadre in from the south, as Lahashar led hers in from the west canal side. The other prince heirs and their soldiers split between them. There were 2 different prisons for Auric dissenters in the city, and each group would make for the nearest, ready to liberate it as soon as they saw Bashasa's signal. Kai wanted to lean over to ask Salatel, who rode next to him, how far they had to go, but it might risk betraying their deception. Others in the disguised cadres spoke casually among themselves, probably to take attention away from those like Kai who were not good at acting and were knotted up with pre-battle tension. He was terrified someone would strike at Bashasa while he was out of reach, but everyone had been very clear on the fact that there was no way Karanis and a hierarch servant noble would share a horse. Speaking in Imperial, a voice called out, "Stop!" Kai clenched his jaw to keep from swearing aloud. This was his worst nightmare about to happen. Bashasa reined in, and his cadre leader Arava held up a hand to signal the rest of the troop. Kai didn't look back to see if there was any disorder as the group halted. Bashasa kept his hat tilted down. Kai hadn't had a close look at Karanis until after he was a blood-soaked corpse, but Bashasa was about the same size, broad-shouldered with dark curling hair and warm brown skin. But they didn't look at all alike in the face. A person, a man in an elaborate white and gold auric coat and skirt, strode from the covered walkway towards Bashasa. A server hurried to keep pace, just behind him, holding a sunshade over his head, and he was followed by 4 legionaries and a trailing group of well-dressed people. Kai threw a worried glance at Salatel, who grimaced under the brim of her hat. This was obviously some kind of high official, to be shouting an order at the man he thought was Karanis, the hierarch-anointed ruler of the city-state of Beni Sarik, in public of all places. And the man didn't look Auric, with skin pale and reddened from the sun, his hair light brown and straight. Which Kai had learned didn't necessarily mean he wasn't Auric, but it was a more common look for the archipelagos or the south, where so many of the hierarch servant nobles came from. The man stopped a few steps from Bashasa's horse and said, "Where are you going, Karanis?" He sounded confident and amused. "To the palace? You should report to the garrison commander. You know what will happen if you haven't dealt with that escaped dross." Dross was what the legionaries called the Arik and the other eastern peoples. From the low noise Salatel made in her throat, it was clearly worse than it sounded. Her head lowered, Arava said, "Great one, you are correct, but Prince Heir Karanis has something he must." "Answer me, Karanis," the man snapped. Everything went still, even the breeze dropping away, and the silence of the watching mortals sank into Kai's bones. He felt the breath huff out of his lungs, and one of the horses nearby stamped. There had been so many times where everything could go wrong, where their world could end, where the one painful, pitiful spark of hope would die. But those other moments had all gone by so fast they were hard to recall clearly. This one seemed to hang in the air, dangling all of them over the edge of a cliff for an eternity. Well. Bashasa lifted his head slowly and tipped his hat back. He said pleasantly, "I suppose we should start now, as we mean to go on." The man stared. "Who are you?" The server dropped the sunshade. She backed away, incredulous, and said, "Prince Heir, run," Bashasa told her, and drew his sword. She bolted. Others on the street scattered and ran. The hierarch servant noble stepped back, but Kai saw the flash of a blade as Bashasa's sword sliced the air. The man fell. Arava shouted a command, and the soldiers behind them roared their reply.
Kai snarled in relief and surged forward with the others. He caught a glimpse of the servant noble on the ground as the clawed feet of his horse pounded over him. The streets blurred past as Kai concentrated on staying close behind Bashasha. The Arike were almost as good riders as the Sareti, and their aggressive horses were fast and nimble. They broke formation for an abandoned cart and dodged to avoid fleeing mortals. A legionary appeared out of nowhere and raised a spear at Salatel. Her horse swerved away, and Kai's beast lunged in and crunched the man's shoulder in its fangs before Kai could even reach for him. They left the crumpled body behind and raced onward. Loud pops from somewhere nearby told Kai the signals were going off. The archers among the conscripts were firing arrows with burning fire powder sticks into the air. High overhead, the sticks exploded in bursts of light and noise. Hopefully Haranen and Lashar and the others would see them, but now that the action had started, Kai felt all worry slip away. If they fell, they would fall fighting, and that was all he could ask. Around the next corner, they plunged into more legionaries gathered to block the way, and suddenly the fighting was all around. Kai speared two through their helmets, staying in the circle of riders around Bashasa. Someone shouted in alarm, and barely paces away, a soldier went down with an arrow in her chest. "Kai!" Bashasa shouted. He pointed up. A 3-story tower loomed above, figures with bows on the balcony. "Stop them!" Kai grimaced. He wanted to stay and make sure Bashasa got through this alive. But his Sareti scout training took over, and he sheathed his spear and turned his horse toward the tower, even as every nerve in his body protested. This would be easier if Ziede was here, but she had entered the city by stealth last night with Tahren. They meant to make their way to the tower where the Immortal Blessed well source, the connection to the well of Tahren. Their goal was to take control of the well source so no messages for help could be sent to the Hierarchs through it. They had thought first to destroy it, but Tahren had pointed out that answering any messages that came in would buy them more time. Kai wouldn't know if they had succeeded or not until he saw them again, or if Blessed Ascension rafts arrived to destroy them from the air. He reached the wall and reined in, and stood up in the stirrups. His horse snorted and danced, but he grabbed on to the carved lintel of a window. He pulled himself up and rammed his shoulder into the wood lattice and rolled right through it, and landed on the floor in a pile of splinters. Mortals screamed and fled. He ignored them, scrambling upright and throwing himself through the nearest door into a stairwell. He raced up past walls painted with dancing figures. At the next landing, he heard light steps behind him and looked back, but it was Talara, Sorella, and Narana. They should have stayed with Bashasa and his cadre, but it was a little late to give that order now. Kai rounded the corner and almost ran into the sword of a richly dressed mortal. He ducked back from the blade and caught the man's wrist. Kai didn't have enough time to draw out all his life, just enough to make him fall down. Every breath of delay might mean another dead ally, might mean Bashasa's life. He shoved the collapsing body aside and plunged up the last short flight into the top floor of the tower. Several mortals huddled against the back wall, their fear telling Kai they were non-combatants. Some were children, some adults already bruised and battered. The wide landing was in disarray, cushions flung around, a table broken into splintered pieces. 2 legionaries stood near the trapped mortals, guarding a half-open door into a sunlit room. Through that room would be the balcony, and the legionaries armed with bows. Not a problem necessarily for Kai, but he didn't want his cadre hurt. He had to make this quick and quiet. The gesture shielded by his body, he motioned for his cadre to wait. Their footsteps halted on the stairs behind him. The 2 legionaries turned and stared, confused by Kai's appearance. He had moved almost silently, and he was dressed like a servant noble. In that heartbeat of hesitation, Kai strode across the landing. He reached the first legionary and grabbed the lower half of the man's face. Before he could react, Kai took his breath, then his life. The second legionary should have cried out for help, or in warning, but he stabbed Kai in the side with a short spear instead. The blow romped Kai, but he wrapped an arm around the spear and held it in place as Talara and Talare rushed up onto the landing. Talara drove her sword into a gap in the armor over the legionary's gut, and Sorella cut his throat before he could do more than gurgle. Kai let his desiccated legionary drop and wrenched the spear out of his side. Narana had gone ahead to the half-open doorway. She used a pocket mirror to take a quick look inside, then signaled to Kai that it was clear. He slipped silently past her. It was another room with tumbled couches and bedding, with open doors leading out to the broad balcony. Half a dozen legionaries stood out there with 2 servant nobles. All the legionaries had bows, aiming down at the fighting below. There was no help for it. They all had to go at once. Kai was close enough, barely 2 paces away, and he had the pain from the already closing spear wound to power the intention. He crouched and sketched the design on the wooden floor of the balcony. Someone swore an imperial. As Kai set the intention free, he looked up to see an arrow pointed directly at his head. He had never been shot in the head before, and he didn't want to find out what would happen if he was. He shoved himself back through the doorway just as flames leapt up from the intention. The arrow thudded into the spot where Kai had been and immediately burst into ash. The fire rolled across the wooden balcony like red glowing liquid. The men were caught almost too fast to scream, their bows snapping from the heat before their clothes caught. Making the fire, limited in its scope, creating it quickly, without having to pore over the design for hours, and stopping it at will had been hard to achieve, but it made the intention more usable. Kai had practiced it with Ziede's help. She had some success putting out uncontrolled blazes with a sharp gust of air, though it didn't always work as it should, with nerve-wracking results. Being close to the target and having enough pain to control the result was a necessity. The water intention that he had accidentally destroyed the summer halls with was a warning he wasn't likely to forget. Though he had no idea yet how to create an intention that powerful, it was easier to steal already completed designs from dead expositors. The railing dissolved in flames, and Kai closed his fist to shatter the intention. The fire winked out like a candle, leaving a wash of heat and a few charred beams that were all that was left of the balcony. Kai stood and caught hold of the singed doorframe and leaned out far enough to see below. With their archers dead and the frightening burst of fire above them, the legionary line had broken. Bashasa and the others pushed forward out of the trap. Kai breathed in relief and turned away. He passed back through to the stair landing where Sorella spoke rapidly and reassuringly to the unarmed mortals. They watched Kai sweep past with wide eyes. From the crashing and outcries from the lower floors, Nirana and Talare had rejoined Salatel, Arsha, and Hardel to finish killing the rest of the legionaries in the house. Kai reached the lower floor and saw bedraggled civilians helping the soldiers, pointing out hiding places and going after the legionaries with broken pieces of furniture and cooking knives.
Kai stopped in the central room near the entrance hall, where cushioned couches lined the walls and spilled food and broken dishes had ruined brightly colored carpets. He admitted to himself that there had been more legionaries in here than he had expected and that it could have gone badly for both him and his cadre. But so many of the dead were without weapons or armor, with their clothing open or missing entirely. Kai didn't think Salatel and the others had the time or inclination to strip the bodies, so the legionaries must have been like that when the cadre arrived. And the place smelled like distilled liquor and rancid wine. He stepped over a half-naked legionary corpse and demanded, what the shit was going on here? Nirana prodded a body with her spear to make sure it was dead and told Hartel, it's your turn. Hartel explained, it's an entertainment house. You pay money to attend, mostly it's just parties and conversations, music, stories, sometimes sex too. It's meant to be fun. She waved at the dead littering the central hall. The legionaries take the houses over and won't let the hosts leave and make them do whatever the legionaries want. Kai snarled, wishing he hadn't asked. The civilians checking the dead bodies and picking through the remains of their home looked more battered than any of the cadre soldiers. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have made the fire so quick. He started for the door. We need to go. They found the horses a little way down the street, nosing at a dead legionary. As they mounted and started away, other stragglers who had gotten separated in the fighting fell in behind them. Further up the street, civilians had come out on the covered walkways and balconies, all shouting, but none tried to throw things or block their way. Kai was still learning the Hierarch language, and he could only pick out a few words, the emotion and the echo off the stone walls not helping. 2 legionaries burst out of a house, but they were fleeing, chased by a scatter of civilians with sticks and other makeshift weapons. Talare reined in long enough to block the legionaries' escape, then hurried to catch up. The clash of weapons sounded ahead. The walls on either side of the road abruptly fell away, and they were in an open plaza, riding up on legionaries on foot who had surrounded the Hierarch troop. Bashasa wasn't visible, but Kai could see the banner of the dead city of Sunai Arik waving wildly from a pole held high over someone's head. They're going to have to stop doing that, Kai thought, signaling to Salatel and driving his horse forward. It marked Bashasa's position, and that was not a good idea. This time it was necessary for the Hierarch in the city to know who was here, that this was a rescue, not another conqueror. Kai had 2 short spears sheathed on his saddle like the other Hierarch, but his Sereti family had taught him to take advantage of his abilities as a demon, that he was wasted trying to fight like a mortal. He moved forward with the cadre, and as they engaged legionaries, he reached out to touch a bare wrist, a neck, brush a cheek. The men had shields to hold off the vicious horses and were quick to block jabs from a bladed weapon, but Kai was fast, taking just enough of their lives to make them collapse or stagger and letting the soldiers finish them off. More armed Hierarch civilians flooded into the plaza from the far side, and Kai caught sight of Prince Heir Hiranen and her cadre among them. The legionary formation started to break. Bodies on the ground made it hard for them to maneuver, while the Hierarch horses had absolutely no fear of treading on living or dead flesh. Bashasa had told Kai that the Hierarch had stopped settling disagreements with warfare generations ago because they were too good at fighting, that they would have slaughtered each other out of existence. Kai had thought it was bragging, but maybe there was some truth to it. The legionaries broke, and the fight went from a roiling mass of blood and confusion to scattered groups fleeing toward the surrounding streets. Kai and his cadre cut through a last pocket of resistance and reached Bashasa. He was near the outer edge of the plaza, where the main force of the legionaries had been cut off from retreating into the city assembly hall that they had taken for their headquarters. Hierarch soldiers pushed prisoners to their knees on the stepped terrace near the richly carved pillars. Bashasa shouted, "If they surrender, they will be shown mercy. Lashar, you heard me." Lashar made an irritated snort and wheeled her horse away, her cadre turning after her. Kai started toward him, and Salatel hissed, "Fourth Prince, wait." She drew even with him and frowned at the broken spear that was lodged about his hip. "Should I?" "Go ahead," he told her. He had various slashes and a stab wound in the right leg from where he had shifted to stop an enterprising legionary from killing his horse. The rest of his cadre were still upright and on horseback, spread out around them in case any legionary still had the will to attack. "Anyone hurt?" "No more than you are." Salatel grimaced and yanked the javelin out. Kai bent forward over his saddlebow, gritting his teeth through the wave of pain. Just because it healed quickly didn't mean it didn't hurt. He was glad Sorella, who was tall and bulky, blocked Bashasa's view of him. He tried to channel as much pain as he could for the next intention, but it was hard, and much of it seemed to scatter like sand grains when there was no immediate use for it. Another thing he would need to practice. He took a deep breath and sat up and nudged his horse forward again. "Fourth Prince," Bashasa called out when he saw him. "All is well?" He had lost his hat, too, and his face was streaked with sweat and grime. His right coat sleeve was slashed and bloody, but he didn't appear to notice. "So far," Kai answered. He knew what the plan was, but he wanted the civilians who had poured into the plaza and gathered nearby to hear it. What now? Bashasa needed no prompting. He pitched his voice to carry. "Now we drive the Hierarch servants from our city." Dusk had settled over the day by the time Kai returned to the plaza. Big hanging lamps were lit on the terrace of the assembly hall, and he picked out the familiar figures of Arava and Transinal, who was easier to spot now since she was using a crutch after her injury at the Gagala. Garrison officers and others from the cadres gathered near the doors or stood in guard positions. Kai had only split from them on Bashasa's orders, again to check on Ziede and Tahren. It was annoying and a little confusing. Kai had expected to be Bashasa's bodyguard, to literally put his body between Bashasa and the enemy. But Bashasa kept ordering him to go and do other things. Granted, they were urgent things he was well suited for, but still. Ziede rode behind Kai, having finally admitted that she was too exhausted to call more wind devils to carry her. The soldiers who had been working hard all day had at least had the opportunity to sleep last night, but she had been awake and using her craft since she and Tahren slipped into the city yesterday morning. She leaned against Kai's back, her head drooping onto his shoulder, wearing Tahren's unadorned gray coat. Tahren still guarded the well source with Dahin and several of the most trusted members of Bashasa and Hiranen's cadres. The well source was in a tower attached to the house of the Hierarch servant noble Ilikaret, who had been charged with supervising the late usurper Karanis. He was apparently the person who had stopped their troop in the street and exposed their deception. As far as Kai knew, what was left of him was still there. Most of Kai's cadre trailed him, though Arsha and Talare had been wounded and sent to the physician's tent that had been pitched in the grounds in front of the Prince Heir's palace. There were dozens of lanterns around it now, and several more makeshift tents.
That meant the rest of their supply train from the abandoned Kagala had arrived. Many Hierarch soldiers and civilians stood or sat around the tents in mostly orderly groups. Kai reined in near the edge of the grounds, where the garrison had set up temporary pickets with feed and water buckets. Salatel swung down and set Hartel to taking care of their beasts. Kai carefully elbowed Ziede, who snorted awake and sat up, demanding, "What? Do you want to stay out here or come in with us?" Kai asked her. The air was mild, and it would be safe enough for her to curl up under a blanket near the horse pickets, like a lot of other soldiers were, as long as Hartel was here to keep watch. "No, I'll come with you," she said through a yawn. "I need to report to Bashasa." Tahren had told Kai the gist of how their mission had gone, but he wasn't going to argue with her. The sooner Ziede saw Bashasa, the sooner he could find her a safe place to rest. Kai waited until she slid down, Narana now hovering nearby to offer an arm to steady her. Sarala sighed and rolled her eyes. Apparently Narana's developing crush was obvious. They crossed the plaza and went up the steps to the assembly's terrace. The doors in the pointed arch were easily twice Kai's height, and the wall they were set in was carved with hundreds of small figures of people. In a few scenes they were fighting in armies, but in most they were picking fruit, sailing canal boats, stacking stones, hammering wood, carrying giant vases, hauling fish nets, driving oxen, and a myriad of other things Kai had no time to note. Higher above the tall doors, the carving continued, but it was pierced to allow air to flow in. Everyone turned to stare at Kai and Ziede and the cadre as they crossed the terrace under the lamps, but Kai was used to that. He was still dressed as a hierarch servant noble, though the hat and fancy coat were gone, and the long shirt and skirt were torn and blood-stained, and a little charred at the hems. Ziede they might not even have recognized if Kai wasn't towing her along behind him. Under Taren's coat, she wore an Eric woman's simple tunic and pants, her long braids tied back. "It's an important meeting," an Eric guard said, moving to block the door. "Cadres are to stay out. These are Prince Herr Bashasa's advisors," Arava said while Salatel was still drawing breath to react. She pulled the guard aside and moved to hold open the big door for Kai and Ziede. "Well, wait here, Fourth Prince," Salatel said, waving Kai on pointedly. Arake politics made Kai tired, but he meant to rejoin Bashasa whether anyone objected or not. As he passed Arava, she said, "Straight on through those doors, Fourth Prince." Inside was a tiled foyer full of mostly civilians who must have been successfully barred from the meeting, but they were quiet, listening. The inner set of broad doors was open, and the shouting inside was clearly audible. The soldiers at that door also belonged to Bashasa, and quickly ushered Kai and Ziede through. The big hall was round like the building, open all the way up to a pointed dome overhead. It was warm despite the pierced walls, any carving hidden by the large shouting crowd of Eric. Bashasa stood on a raised platform in the center. Many in the crowd were gaunt, their clothes disheveled and dirty, others were wounded or had clearly participated in the battle. These must be some of the dissenters freed from the prisons that Hiranon and Lokshar had liberated. Others in the city had clearly fared better, wearing the bright colors and embroidery the Eric favored, or dressed plainly for heavy labor. They all looked grim or desperate or furious. Kai's skin itched to see Bashasa there unprotected. He started to push forward, and Ziede grabbed his sleeve. He almost shook her off. Her expression now wide awake, she whispered, "No, don't interfere." He knew this would happen. Kai grimaced, but Bashasa was as calm as if he was speaking with his cadre, his voice strong and clear. It was in Eric, and much of it Kai couldn't follow. It was too fast, and Bashasa was using words Kai hadn't learned yet. The audience focused intently on Bashasa as he answered their angry or frightened questions, sometimes gesturing out toward the far wall, which was lined with tall windows, the shutters open to look down on the organized chaos in the plaza. The flicker of lamps showed the upper walls had scars and scrapes on the plaster where things had been removed, and a large mural had been hacked off, only strips of colors and the occasional face or arm of a painted figure remaining. Kai remembered that the city's formal assembly hall was where Bashasa had meant to have his confrontation with Karanis the usurper. Bashasa wasn't speaking persuasively, lightly, like he had explained his plan to attack the hierarchs in the temple halls and die fighting. He was deeply serious, measured, controlled. He had prepared for this. He had wanted to put the question of who the city would follow to the speakers, the people, the way prince heirs had settled their leadership disputes since the Auric had given up war. But Karanis had come to the Kagala to kill Bashasa and died there himself, when all his conscripted Arak had turned on him and a servant in his entourage had settled the dispute with a knife in Karanis' back. Kai caught the imperial word for demon and Karanis' name. He couldn't pick out the speaker. "What did they say?" he hissed to Ziede. Her brow furrowed as she listened. "That person's asking if it's true that Bashasa has a demon slave of the Hierarchs who killed Karanis for him." Bashasa was saying, "That is not true." Kai understood the Eric for that. Karanis was killed by a young person of this city who chose to join our fight. The person you speak of is our ally, Kai Isteron, 4th Prince of the Underearth, who personally killed a hierarch in the summer halls and defeated many expositors to secure our victory there. A cadre soldier standing just below the platform reached out and tapped Bashasa's foot. Bashasa glanced around and gestured to Kai. "As you see, the 4th Prince is here." The crowd turned to stare. Kai stared back, lowering his brows in a way he knew was particularly effective. The mortals in front of him immediately shuffled nervously away. "Now," Bashasa said, turning back to the crowd, "I must insist we suspend this discussion while I confer with my advisors and officers and the city guild leaders. We have many decisions to make, and the rest of you need food and rest. We have much yet to do." Kai and Ziede followed Bashasa to the back of the hall, into a smaller meeting room. The blue and green painted wall tiles were easy on the eyes, and the pierced vents near the ceiling let in cool air. There were a few gilt and bone-inlaid chairs, the kind high servant nobles used, and no bodies, though there were some smashed glass vessels and blood on the floor. The rest of the invited civilians, prince heirs and officers filed wearily in, finding places to stand or places to sit for those who couldn't stand. Kai had heard in passing that the former speakers of Benai's artisan guilds had been found in the prisons. He knew Bashasa meant to enlist any surviving city leaders to take all the populace who would go toward the Archai, by canal and overland. The Hierarchs still hadn't bothered to occupy that region, even though they had killed most of the Archai's population who hadn't managed to flee or hide. In the strategy meeting before they left the Kagala, Tahren Starguard had told them she had heard that the Hierarchs planned to settle the Archai by sea with colonists from their settlements in Belith, but that there was a dispute over which Hierarch would rule the new colony, or if they should make another. "Make another Hierarch?" Bashasa had said in horror. "They can do that?" Tahren had made one of her slight gestures that was the equivalent of a shrug. "It seems so."
Bashasa had stared into the distance while the rest of the group had watched or murmured in dismay. They were soldiers, dependents, the surviving families of murdered prince heirs, and former hostages from other lands who had not been able to return to their own homes, or who had nowhere to return to anymore. Kai had met Ziede's gaze and worked on keeping his expression as neutral as hers. Then Bashasa had nodded and clapped his hands briskly and said, "Then we must move faster than we planned." Ziede had pressed her hands over her eyes briefly, then joined the discussion as if nothing had happened. Kai had managed to keep his flood of relief internal. It was clear, even to an outsider like Kai, that Bashasa was the only thing currently binding the budding alliance together, at least here in the Eric. If they lost confidence in him, it was over. Now, standing here in the assembly hall, Bashasa was the prince heir who had led the hostages from the summer halls, freed the Kagala, and had now seized control of Benai's Eric. Even if he only meant to occupy it temporarily, a stepping stone to the greater goal of breaking the will of the Hierarchs and driving them from the north and south continents forever. Bashasa greeted all the freed guild speakers by name, and the others who had been invited in with them. Everyone was quiet as he outlined the plan to abandon the city. "We know we cannot hold any fort or city against them, no matter how strong the walls. Our only recourse is to fight on the run, as our ancestors did." Asara, a daughter of the prince heir of Bardazeric, said, "There are people who are going to side with the Hierarchs." She was shorter and wider than the other Arike, with a sturdy build and a determined expression. She would have looked at home on the back of a Sereti horse on a hunting ride. "People who have accepted the occupation, who believe the lie that if we surrender they will spare us. People who have married legionaries or hierarch officials.
"We will not kill our own people," Bashasa said sharply, with no trace of persuasiveness or conciliation in his voice. This was the Bashasa who had said, "I don't give up hope," who had effortlessly squashed Dasara's attempt to seize power on the bridge. "We will not kill children. We will not kill non-combatants. We will not kill soldiers who surrender." Some of the Southerners are fanatics who have dedicated their lives to the Hierarchs. Others are conscripts like our own soldiers who were forced to serve Karanis. They were brought here against their will from across the straits. If we give them a path forward to a future where they have their freedom either to return to their homes or leave and go where they will, they have no reason to fight to the death. Many will see no reason to fight us at all. Kai, leaning back against the wall in Bashasa's shadow, could see objections in so many faces. After the trip here from the summer halls, he had a better idea of how the invasion had progressed across the east, how similar it was to what had happened to the Sereti grasslands and the borderlands and the Arathi in the west. The Hierarchs had slaughtered much of the population of the neighboring regions and killed a whole Arike city before subjugating the others. They had captured the coastal land of Nibit and taken the Analan by the throat, forcing them to turn over the Tescalan as a hostage. It was the same with every city and port and town on Bashasa's maps. Ziede watched the others with a faint frown. Her home in the Kalin Islands had been destroyed too, but Kai thought she was willing to set aside revenge if it led to victory. Takhren's people, the Immortal Blessed, would be some of those receiving that mercy. Kai thought of the burning tents of the Sereti and wondered how any of them could agree to this. All he wanted was vengeance. But something about the words, "a path forward," to a future, hung in the air. The region of the Eric was greatly hurt, but still mostly intact. The people here had a small chance to live through this into a future where the Hierarchs were dead. The silence held, then Hiranen said, "It sounds impossible, but so has everything we've done so far." Her voice was wry and resigned. She was Bashasa's elder by some years, her dark hair streaked with gray and fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She leaned on a crutch for support, a permanent injury. "I see no reason for us to stop now." Kai had thought he would do anything for vengeance. Maybe what he really wanted was to do anything for that path forward. "Very good," Bashasa smiled wearily. "If all agree, we must begin tonight." 1. They had left the Kagala behind them, flying over the dry plain of the western Eric in an Immortal Blessed ascension raft. Kai curled on the bench with his back against the metal wall of the curtained shelter, facing into the warm wind, trying to ignore the argument, which was impossible considering which members of his extended family currently living in the mortal world were here. Using her heart pearl to speak silently to him, Ziede said, "Just don't jump off the raft." Too tired to even feel sour about it, Kai replied, "I'm going to spend the next 50 years living in the Arkai marshes with Tahen." The raft was shaped like a curled ginkgo leaf, and though it was large as such crafts went, there wasn't much room to get away. Toward the bow, Sadran and Tahren faced off. Both immortal marshals, they resembled each other in their height and strong build, their features similar enough for a stranger to guess that they were related. Tahren's hair was blonde and a few finger-widths long, and Sadran's was silver and cropped so close it was just fuzz on her scalp. Her light tawny golden skin was darker than Tahren's ivory. Both were missing their armor, and their only weapons were scavenged from their mostly dead captors. Their bedraggled clothing had been washed in water drawn from the Kagala's desert well, but didn't look much the better for it. And, of course, Sadran was a complete ass. With all the confidence of someone whose will was seldom questioned, she told Tahren, "You can't shirk your responsibilities like a weak mortal." Deadpan and as immovable as a mountain, Tahren countered, "I can. And the mortals you call weak often have more moral fortitude than the strongest immortal marshal." Tahen stood at the raft steering column, his gaze on the horizon, as if lost in thought. A lesser blessed, he was small compared to the immortal marshals, light hair tied back in a queue, wearing an equally battered Arike-style tunic and skirt. He said,
Kai wouldn't let me stab Aunt Sadran, and now he regrets it. Don't you, Kai? Kai sighed. Tahren didn't react, but she caught Kai's gaze across the raft and her left eyelid twitched. Kai sympathized. Tahren hated other blessed, especially the ones he was related to. Maybe I'll live alone in the Arkai marshes, Kai thought. Sadran ignored Tahren, except for an exasperated grimace. Still trying to glare Tahren into submission, she said, "Even you won't ignore your role in this farce of a treaty and let the consequences fall on the blessed, no matter how forsworn you are." "I might," Tahren said, with no detectable sarcasm whatsoever. After a beat, she added, "I find myself more inclined to it with every passing moment." It was always strange how the blessed would refer to Tahren as if she were something to be scraped off their boots, when the rest of the rising world considered her a hero and savior. Kai touched Ziede's heart pearl and said, "You and Tahren should come to the marshes with me." "That's not helpful," Ziede Dayaha replied. She stood beside Tahren, absently tapping her nails on her folded arms. She had wrapped her long, dark braids up in a scarf, and her dark brown skin was without makeup, her long tunic and pants as bedraggled as the rest of their clothes. It made her look oddly bare and stripped down, ready for a battle. She added, "Tahren is fucking furious." "Good," Kai told her.
Tahren had every right to be fucking furious. When they had first rescued her from the witch cell in the abandoned Kagala fortress, Tahren had assumed Ziede and Kai had been searching for her the entire time she was missing. The power written into the walls of the cell had left her in a waking dream, and she had no idea how long she had been imprisoned. Then Ziede explained that she and Kai had been captured at the same time, entombed, and had only recently escaped. "You have to admit, Aunt Sadran," Tahren said conversationally, idly making a minute adjustment in the raft's direction as the wind tried to shove it sideways. "The blessed have certainly asked for any consequences they get. It's rather a habit of the blessed, asking for consequences and then whining once they get them, isn't it?" Sadran's jaw set. She didn't look at Tahren, but her answer was clearly directed at him. Which was a mistake, Kai could have told her. She said, "It was not all the blessed who did this. Only a few are forsworn." Tahren laughed. "Oh, Aunt Sadran, someone's going to have to teach you about irony. Maybe it'll be me." Tahren knew Tahen too well to respond to him when he was like this. Still focused on Sadran, she said, "If only the blessed did not have a history of blaming the many for the actions of the few." Kai snorted quietly in appreciation. Tahren knew how to hit Sadran where it hurt. Not that it was helping anything. The argument was about where they would go next and who would go there. Kai and Ziede had assumed Sadran would want to return to the Blessed Lands with her prisoner, the lesser blessed Vrenren. He was currently sitting on the floor of the raft, tied up with rope meant to restrain the Immortal Blessed, and watching the argument with wide eyes. As one of the few survivors of the Immortal Blessed faction of the conspiracy, he apparently had too much sense to contribute. Kai thought Sadran would have been eager to return to the Blessed Lands and report all the perfidy to the Patriarchs. Reporting on other people's perfidy was one of the few things Sadran seemed to truly enjoy, as far as Kai could tell. Instead, she wanted to go directly to B'nai Zarik, where the real plot had been hatched. They didn't have to go with her. Tahen could take them to the nearest canal outpost, where they could leave Sadran to continue her journey with the raft while they made their way home to Avagantrum by boat. But Sadran wanted Tahren to speak to the council at her side. Sadran's whole face had tightened at Taren's last comment. Obviously trying to pretend it hadn't hit home in the worst way, she said stiffly, "This is no joking matter." Taren's sense of humor was dry as dust, but it was obvious she was deadly serious now. She said, "I am not known for joking. I am known for dispensing justice." "Justice? Except for what you owe to your own bloodkin? You are lucky I've spared you justice. If I gave you what you were owed—" Ziede, Scourge of the Temple Halls, said aloud,
I'm unsuited for the role of peacemaker, and if I'm forced into it, you will all regret it." She added through her heart pearl, "Kai, and you know how much it pains me to say this, Sodron is right about going to B'nai Zerik. The Rising World Council should see Tahren." Kai grimaced. Tahren was a linchpin of the relationship between the rest of the Rising World and the Immortal Blessed. The Arike, the Analan, the Grail, the Ilveri, and all the other members would be much reassured to see her and to hear her speak about the end of the conspiracy. Sodron's involvement in Taren's rescue would show that there were still Immortal Blessed who kept their word and upheld the treaty. The Immortal Marshals who represented the Blessed Lands to the Council would be indebted to Tahren and furious about it. Kai had to admit all that was true. He didn't have to like it, but he had to admit it. Sodron twitched toward Ziede and started to speak, then took in the change of expression on Taren's face. The change of expression that said, "Be rude to my wife, and I will end you." Sodron clearly wasn't afraid of Tahren, but she must be all too aware what fighting her would be like. She changed whatever she had been about to say to, "You may all be more than ready to turn your backs on the Rising World, but the Blessed and the Mortal Lands—" She waved a hand toward Sanja and Tennis, sitting just inside the doorway of the little domed shelter behind Kai. Sanja watched avidly. Tennis frowned in concern. "Bear the consequences." Taren's gaze narrowed. She turned her head slightly. "Sister Tennis, young Sanja, what do you say, as representatives of the rest of the known world?" Sanja's expression was a mix of confusion and suspicion. She was small, barely old enough to be called an adolescent, with the brown skin and tightly curled dark hair common to most of the East. She didn't know Tahren at all yet, and nothing in her former life as a street child at the free city at the mouth of the Sea of Flowers had inclined her to trust. She looked at Tennis for help. Tennis was a witch. She looked young, with light silky hair and lighter skin, and she might have been from anywhere to the south or west or north of the whole world. An expositor had taken her as a familiar, and she had lost her memory and her voice to him. All Kai could tell of her past life was that she was probably from a borderlander witch line. She looked from Tahren to Sodron and signed, "I follow Kaiastoron." "Me too," Sanja added belligerently. Tahren faced Sodron again. "And me." Dahin waved a hand without turning around, currently guiding the raft through a particularly tricky vagary of the wind. "And me, mostly, as much as I ever do anything." That was that. Kai uncoiled from the bench and stood. The wind pulled at his hair and his dusty tunic and skirt. He said, "Tahren, would you speak to the Rising World Council if I ask it?" "If you ask it, yes," Tahren said without hesitation. "I ask it." "Well, go to B'nai Zerik." "So we shall." Tahren turned from Sodron as if she had suddenly ceased to exist. Sodron folded her arms and looked away, and managed to keep the sour cast to her expression to the minimum. She was getting what she wanted, and she obviously hated the fact that she owed it to Kai. Ziede stepped to Kai's side. He could feel her relief and gratitude through her heart pearl, though she didn't let it show in her expression. She had just gotten Tahren back. She didn't want to see her have to fight her blessed relatives, even Sodron. Kai told her silently, "We need to handle this very carefully." Ziede's brow furrowed as she considered potential strategies. "We can slip into the city and go straight to Nibbit House. That was the residence that the Enelan delegation used in B'nai Zerik. They'll offer us hospitality without question, and Tahren can ask for an escort to the council." Kai let out a long breath. They needed to send a message to Avagantrum. They needed clothes and supplies, having lost everything useful they had collected during their canal journey in the flood at the summer halls. It would be a longer trip from B'nai Zerik, especially if Sodron wanted to keep the ascension raft. Tahren still needed time to recover, whatever she said. There was one place where all this could be done conveniently and safely. "We can stay at the cloisters until Taren's finished with the council," Ziede said. "That will work," then ruined it by adding, "Ramad will know better than to look for you there." Kai glared at her. "I'm not worried about seeing Ramad." Ziede squeezed his shoulder and didn't comment. If Kai was traveling here for the first time and had no idea they were about to reach the outskirts of a city, B'nai Zarik would still announce its presence well in advance. First, the converging of small canals into a big one lined with rushes and scrub trees, but with the water free of any overgrowth that might obstruct boats.
Then the roads curving in across the grassy plain, some well-traveled and dotted with occasional resting places, usually a copse of trees, shading a few wooden shelters, or a stone dome protecting a well. From above, the old roads were still etched on the landscape. These had been the main routes before the Hierarchs, but they led to places that didn't exist anymore. From the surface, they were mostly buried under grass and dirt, only the occasional boundary stone visible. The raft passed over a few tumbled ruins that had once been villages or large farmsteads, but the signs of lifelong canal boats or flitting skiffs, ox-drawn wagons and striding wall walkers was a reminder of survival that Kai would never grow tired of watching. Then, farmlands overtook empty fields, with scattered trees pruned into cone shapes to shade the delicate greens and other plantings, with the hardy crops stretched out around them in concentric circles. Dry stone walls enclosed clumps of houses. Little cookshops and tiny temporary markets sprung up along the widening road. Then, finally bustling caravanserais, with gardens and stables. As in the distance, the domes and towers of the city rose up, golden in the glow of late afternoon. Sentry posts had marked their approach already. Kai caught flashes of light reflected off mirrors that meant messages were passing below. It wasn't uncommon for ascension rafts to come and go, especially during the coalition renewal. But the news about the conspiracy must have spread through the Rising World cohorts by now, and the presence of a raft and where it would land would be reported to the city garrison. Tahen dropped the raft a little lower and slowed to follow the main eastward canal in over the city's outskirts. It was mostly houses below now, older extended family compounds with their own gardens, interspersed with clusters of 2- and 3-story dwellings of sun-dried brick, constructed for refugees and ex-soldiers. The streets were shaded by acacia and eucalyptus trees, interspersed with the basins of the canal docks and the water markets where boats drew up to sell their goods. Closer to the city's center, the streets were wider and lined by larger stone buildings. Domes were carved and painted in traditional designs, scenes, and figures from Auric legends and history, though with everyone's clothes and hair and armor and weapons far more elaborate and unwieldy than anything anyone would ever have had in reality. The curved walls were dotted with latticed windows and balconies to allow the wind to weave through the rooms and corridors. Benet's house was in the central cluster, along with the older city assembly and law courts. The envoy houses were all in the same area, interwoven with the grand market and public gardens, and clumps of private houses that had survived both the Hierarchs and the post-war rebuilding. The Rising World's assembly didn't stand out, next to the far more elaborate Arik buildings, but that didn't disguise its importance. Other coalition cities had Rising World assembly buildings, but Benet's Arik's was the oldest and largest. As Tahen brought the raft around, Kai caught a glimpse of the old palace on the far side of the city center. It was enclosed in walls that had been outmoded even in Bashasa's time, a relic of the Auric's martial past. That had been over long before the Hierarchs arrived, and the palace had been partly a home for the current ruling prince heir's family and partly a place for housing and entertaining important guests. It was still that now. Bashasha lived there. Their destination, Nibbit House, was on the outer edge of the circle of envoy houses. It was only 2 stories tall, built of local sandy gray stone and heavy wooden beams brought down from the forests of Analan. The low stone wall around the entrance garden and a scatter of olive trees hid the view of the first level, but the big windows on the second floor were all open to catch the breeze off the canal, their carved wooden screens and storm shutters propped open. From the house's undisturbed calm and the general air of business as usual from the streets around it, Kai Bashat must not have given in to any impulses to challenge Analan over its failure to support the imperial renewal. Tahen aimed for an open stretch of grassy land between Nibbit House and a copse of tall trees. There were no supplication towers in Benet's Arik or any other Arik city-state, since the last one had been burned and toppled during the war, so it was as good a landing place as any. Warned by the raft's slow descent, an Inalan official came out the open gate. They were a short and heavy-set figure, with dark brown skin and long dark ringlet hair tied back. They wore a light yellow Inalan-style kaftan, but no formal robes. In this season, the afternoon was a rest period for most of the city, when the sun was too hot for any strenuous activity. It wasn't a custom the Inalan practiced in the cooler climate of their home region, but all the envoys followed it here. As the raft thumped down on the grass, the official watched with a quizzical expression, but didn't speak. This was Inalan hospitality, which allowed guests time to sort themselves out and declare their intentions before questioning why they might be here. A few curious house pages, all children around Sanja's age, appeared in the doorway. Tahren opened the gate in the raft and stepped out. She lifted a hand in greeting and said, "Tahren Starguard asks the gift of a favor from the warden of Nibbit House. Please address me as Tahren, and Tahren Starguard has no need to ask. Any Asinja and Tenace following Ziede hadn't seen." Kai sighed and stepped down from the raft. Whatever it was, he would worry about it later. As Tahren turned back toward the house, Kai said, "I would ask if a message is to be sent to the Teskailan that they could also be told that Kaisteron is with Tahren Starguard." Tahren met Kai's gaze, startled, then recovered their poise quickly. Of course, and this house is always open to Kaisteron, in whatever form he takes. Kai hadn't expected to be turned away, and if he had been, it certainly wouldn't have kept him from sending his own message to the light of 100 coronals. But he still felt the tension in his shoulders ease.
Tahren invited them to wait in the shade of the house's garden while an escort was summoned, and then strode back inside, sending the young pages scattering on various errands. Kai and the others were led through the gateway to a set of stone benches and chairs under the shade of a large neem tree. Sanja was the only one who plopped down into a seat. Sadran stopped just inside the gate with her prisoner. Either she disliked the idea of hospitality predicated on being one of Tahren's companions, or was too polite to sully Nibbit House's grounds with Vrenvren. Ziede told Tahren, "I'm going with you." Her expression was conflicted. She obviously didn't want to let Tahren out of her sight, but the ongoing political storm wouldn't be improved by either her or Kai's presence. "I don't want to be seen in the assembly. I'll wait outside for you. Just don't get kidnapped again." Tahren took Ziede's hand and squeezed it. "Take your own advice." Tennis watched them with a worried frown. She signed, "I'll wait with Sister Ziede. It's always safer with two." She turned to Kai. "Will you be here?" Kai said, "I'll go on to the cloisters." Flying so long in the raft with the wind whistling in his ears made his head feel like there was a vice tightening around it. He wanted to get away somewhere he could make plans and not worry about being seen. At least he didn't have to decide what to do with the ascension raft. Tahren hadn't followed them into the garden, and Kai expected that he and the raft would be gone by the time Tahren reappeared with Tahren's escort. He kept his sigh internal. Either Tahren would turn up later or he wouldn't, there was no telling. "I'll walk from here." Sanja jumped up and grabbed Kai's hand. "I'm going with you." Kai looked down at her, lifting his brows pointedly. He had meant to send her with Tennis and Ziede. Sanja was not intimidated, and her face set in a stubborn glower. She added mulishly, "I don't want to stay here." Kai realized the conversation with Tahren had taken place in formal Nibbitian, and that Sanja hadn't understood it. She hadn't seemed worried about being abandoned anywhere else, but maybe being back in a city again had woken suppressed fears. He said, "You're not staying here." The tense set of Sanja's shoulders eased minutely, but she didn't let go of Kai's hand. "Take her with you," Ziede said silently. "Perhaps she'll keep you out of trouble." "Huh," Kai replied. He had carted Ziede's daughter Tanis around for a year when she was younger than Sanja, when the Immortal Blessed were still trying to kill Tahren, and it hadn't kept either one of them out of trouble. But there was a first time for everything. He told Sanja, "You'll come with me to the cloisters." Sanja's frown smoothed, but she was apparently too tired and cranky to let the impulse to argue go entirely. She demanded, "What's that?" "You'll find out when we get there," Kai told her. Ziede said, "Well, go ahead then. Meet us in the plaza outside the hall." She kissed Tahren and walked out the gate. Tennis signed a quick farewell for now and followed. Sadran busied herself dragging Vrenvren out of their way, probably so she could use it as an excuse not to make any formal farewell to Ziede that might indicate that their temporary allyship was in any way permanent. Using her pearl, Ziede told Kai silently, "Tahen's left with the raft." "Are we surprised?" "No," Kai told her. He knew she had also told Tahren when Tahren let out her breath in the nearly inaudible sigh, the one most associated with whatever Tahen had done now. Kai said aloud, "He'll be back." Tahren said, "You've known him better than I have over the years." If she was anyone but Tahren, Kai would have said her expression was bleak. He said, "Are you all right?" She glanced down at him and admitted, "I am torn between the overwhelming desire for a hot bath and an anger so intense I could bite through my sword blade." That was better. If you bite any counselors, be sure to make it count. Taren's promised escort of 4 aniline warriors hurried out of the wide doorway. They wore the knee-length version of aniline formal caftans over wide pants and tough boots. They didn't carry weapons, since that wasn't encouraged within Auric city borders, and in the diplomatic center of the rising world, not even the prince's heir's cadres were allowed to go armed in public. Tahren strode out after them in a formal robe hastily thrown on over their caftan. Tahren nodded to Kai and said, "I'll see you later." Adjusting the fold of their collar, Tahren said, "You will not accompany us, Kai Steron?" "Not at the moment." As entertaining as appearing suddenly before the council and creating a sensation similar to a fire powder-filled gourd tossed into a legendary's campfire might be, Kai wasn't tempted. It was much better to let Tahren handle this. He added, to stop any possible argument, "I'm going to the cloisters." Tahren glanced down at Sanja, who was drooping a little now that the excitement was over. Then they kindly offered the use of one of the house's hired canal boats. Kai decided not to be an idiot and accepted it. There would be far less chance of anyone intercepting them along the way. Tahren sent another page to arrange the boat, then gestured for Tahren to take the lead. Kai found himself a little uneasy to see Tahren walk away, and said, "Careful." She lifted a hand in acknowledgement, and fell into step with Tahren and their escort as they walked out the gate. Sadrin followed her, dragging Vrenvren in her wake. A page brought another aniline official, a tall person who by their wrinkled caftan had probably been taking their afternoon rest. They introduced themselves as Second Warden Amren Nar, and they led Kai and Sanja through the garden and around the side of the house, through a gate to the private canal dock. The stone dock was shaded by water trees, and the boat waiting there was a light pole skiff used for quick journeys. It was piloted by 2 women who had the light olive-tinged skin of palm, but the dark curly hair and dress and accents of the Auric. They were clearly used to doing Nabet House's formal commissions. They didn't try to speak to Kai, and they didn't react to him at all, except for the polite interactions to board and get settled under the boat's little awning. They might have no idea that he wasn't immortal. Amren Nar solved the problem of Kai being spotted as a demon by handing him their own sun hat, made from coiled braids of scrap grass silk. It shaded Kai's eyes enough to make recognition difficult, especially from a moving boat. With the cool breeze and the warmth of the afternoon sun, Sanja fell asleep almost immediately, slumped against Kai's side. The pilots poled the boat swiftly along out of the city center. They took a branch of the canal that angled away through the tree-shaded parkland, past a cluster of docks for the market, then under a bridge arched high enough that the pilots didn't have to duck. Then an area of streets lined with tall trees and old stone structures that had once been cargo storage and merchant centers before being turned into post-war housing. From the many small boats tied up along the canal's walkway, the awnings for temporary outdoor workshops, root gardens planted on the balconies and rooftops, and the number of goats wandering around, these areas were well occupied and usually busy, but they were quiet and drowsy in the afternoon. They left the life of the neighborhoods behind for more docks packed with canal boats, equally sleepy during this lull in the day, in-use cargo houses and grain silos. Then vine-wrapped trees closed in on the banks, and 3 tall arches loomed up. They were the crumbling remains of an old bridge, its reddish stone pitted and broken. Water still fell from the 3rd broken arch, the end of the aqueduct it had once carried. The bridge led to a high wall along the bank, battered and cracked, with a collapsed earthwork below it, flowering plants and thorn brush growing amid the tumbled blocks at its feet. Tahren invited them to wait in the shade of the house's garden while an escort was summoned, and then strode back inside, sending the young pages scattering on various errands. Kai and the others were led through the gateway to a set of stone benches and chairs under the shade of a large neem tree. Sanja was the only one who plopped down into a seat. Sadran stopped just inside the gate with her prisoner. Either she disliked the idea of hospitality predicated on being one of Taren's companions, or was too polite to sully Nabet House's grounds with Vrenvren. Ziede told Tahren, "I'm going with you." Her expression was conflicted. She obviously didn't want to let Tahren out of her sight, but the ongoing political storm wouldn't be improved by either her or Kai's presence. "I don't want to be seen in the assembly. I'll wait outside for you. Just don't get kidnapped again." Tahren took Ziede's hand and squeezed it. "Take your own advice." Tennis watched them with a worried frown. She signed, "I'll wait with Sister Ziede. It's always safer with two." She turned to Kai. "Will you be here?" Kai said, "I'll go on to the cloisters." Flying so long in the raft with the wind whistling in his ears made his head feel like there was a vice tightening around it. He wanted to get away somewhere he could make plans and not worry about being seen. At least he didn't have to decide what to do with the ascension raft. Dahin hadn't followed them into the garden, and Kai expected that he and the raft would be gone by the time Setaren reappeared with Taren's escort. He kept his sigh internal. Either Dahin would turn up later or he wouldn't, there was no telling. "I'll walk from here." Sanja jumped up and grabbed Kai's hand. "I'm going with you." Kai looked down at her, lifting his brows pointedly. He had meant to send her with Tennis and Ziede. Sanja was not intimidated, and her face set in a stubborn glower. She added mulishly, "I don't want to stay here." Kai realized the conversation with Setaren had taken place in formal Nabetian, and that Sanja hadn't understood it. She hadn't seemed worried about being abandoned anywhere else, but maybe being back in a city again had woken suppressed fears. He said, "You're not staying here." The tense set of Sanja's shoulders eased minutely, but she didn't let go of Kai's hand. "Take her with you," Ziede said silently. "Perhaps she'll keep you out of trouble." "Huh," Kai replied. He had carted Ziede's daughter Tanis around for a year when she was younger than Sanja, when the Immortal Blessed were still trying to kill Tahren, and it hadn't kept either one of them out of trouble. But there was a first time for everything. He told Sanja, "You'll come with me to the cloisters." Sanja's frown smoothed, but she was apparently too tired and cranky to let the impulse to argue go entirely. She demanded, "What's that?" "You'll find out when we get there," Kai told her. Ziede said, "Well, go ahead then. Meet us in the plaza outside the hall." She kissed Tahren.
The wide stone landing platform for barges was strewn with rubble and overgrown with water weeds. Near it, a jagged opening had been knocked through the fortification to form a makeshift gate. To one side of it stood a stone bench shaded by a scrub tree where offerings had been left: beads, braided grass bracelets, lizard skulls, tiny cloth dolls, figures made of clay or carved wood, wilting flowers, small bowls of grain, and a lot of fruit, most of it relatively fresh. Kai gently nudged Sanja awake and said, "Here is fine." The pilot in front glanced back, brows lifted, but didn't comment. They pulled the boat over toward the bank. The silence was broken only by the rising hum of the cicadas in the trees. The current wasn't strong, and the two pilots held the boat steady as Kai swung Sanja over to the platform and then stepped up after her. Sanja looked around, already alert. A life on the streets had given her the ability to wake immediately. "This is where we're going to stay? What is it?" The Hierarchs had it made as a place to worship them when their usurper took over the city, Kai explained. As they made their way off the cracked platform to the shore, one of the pilots called out, "Are you him?" So much for his disguise. Kai stepped to the offering slab and picked up a couple of figs. He tossed one to Sanja before he turned to regard the pilots, head tilted in inquiry. One made a quick, respectful salute, looking away. The other said, "My grandmothers were at Sison Breach." She nodded and pushed the boat away from the platform. Kai watched the pilots guide their boat back into the current. She hadn't said what side her grandmothers had been on, but it didn't matter much now. Kai took Sanja's hand to lead her through the makeshift gate in the wall. Past the earthwork, there was a field of more rubble, broken down until it was no more than knee-high at best. Kai took the path through, its twists and turns invoking various local spirits to discourage anyone susceptible to their mild influence. Anyone who wasn't a witch.
At the end of the path was a set of broad steps leading up to the foundation of a large building. Atop it now stood nothing but a few weathered pillars, the remains of a once grand colonnade, all in ruins now. But the archways built into the foundation, bracketing the stairway, were open into dark passages that led inside. Kai felt the little spirits in the rubble plucking at his coat and skirt. Sanja twitched a little and brushed a hand over her hair, as if something had tugged on it. To distract her, he said, "To make this place, the Hierarchs tore down a very old hospital that was here, the first one in the city, and a school that Bashasa's father had built. Anyone could go there to learn how to draw and paint and do carving, and it was where artworks were exhibited for all the world to see, anyone in the Auric or outside it, no matter their station," Bashasa had said, one late night huddled beside a banked fire, waiting for the right moment to start an attack. All that work, done by so many hands, over so many years, all broken to dust and kindling, or stolen for their servant nobles' pleasure. Kai finished. "So when we killed the Hierarchs, the people of Benai's Auric destroyed this place and gave it to the witches for their own. I want them to dance in it," Bashasa had said, "to grind the Hierarchs' finery under their heels." "Bashasa is the one who was your friend, right?" Sanja said as they climbed the steps toward the leftward passage. "The one Ramad kept asking all the questions about?" That's right. Ramad hadn't seemed to realize just how much Sanja had eavesdropped. She said, "Anything you say about him, I won't tell anyone." It struck Kai so hard that he stopped in his tracks and stared down at her. She looked up at him, her face solemn. He squeezed her hand and they walked on. Once they passed under the arch into the cool gloom of the passage, the spirit's invisible hands fell away. Guttering candles made of bayberry and palm oil were stuffed into various niches to light the way, dancing shadows over the tile of the barrel-vaulted ceiling high overhead. Kai threaded their way through the passage, past a set of arched doorways that led deeper inside. It was quiet, but it was the hush of listening, not the silence of an uninhabited place. His return hadn't gone unremarked. They came to a chamber where wide steps led up past pillars where the carvings had been methodically bashed away, then to a long, high-ceilinged space. It had been a private audience room, mostly used for rewarding or punishing the Hierarch servants who had been given control of Benai's Auric. Half columns lined the walls, and on the north side were floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the earthwork and the canal. Even though the louvers were open, there were only a few dead leaves and some wind-blown dust in the corners, which meant someone had been taking care of these rooms, probably the cloister witches who live here year-round. The cool air carried nothing except the scent of wet earth and sun-warmed grass and trees. The gray stone paving the floor had held up well, and was only a little cracked, and the blue glass inlay in the wall tile was still bright. All the gold and inlaid jewels and the murals on the coffered ceiling had been scraped out when the Hierarchs had been driven away, leaving hollowed-out sockets and raw stone. At the far end, there was a dais with 3 broad steps, where the Hierarch or their servant nobles would have stood to pass judgment. Kai walked up the steps and through the archway beyond, into the smaller anterooms that led into the rest of the suite. The wooden panels were still closed over the windows back here, and it was darker and dustier. Sanja trailed after him, asking dubiously, "You used to live here?" Kai stopped in the large retiring room and started to wrestle the creaky shutters open, dislodging spiderwebs, lizards, and some angry beetles. There was a dais here too at the back, supporting a wide curved bench carved out of stone, all the inlay and carvings bashed off it. He told Sanja, "For a while, and we've been back off and on." As he got the windows uncovered, light and a fresh breeze flooded the room, illuminating the faded mural on the far wall. It had once shown the Hierarchs bringing the gifts of civilization to the primitive north, which was a fairly standard subject for the places the Hierarchs had built for their servant nobles to rule from. By the time Kai and the others had first seen this one, someone had scratched off the Hierarchs' heads and daubed red paint around their necks. Tahren had called it bringing the historical record up to date. Kai added, "It was meant as a summer residence, and it's not especially comfortable in the rainy seasons." "Is that why you live somewhere else now?" Sanja pushed a broken floor tile back into place with her sandaled foot. The wooden chests they had left behind were still sealed, stacked back against the mural wall so any rain that got through the shutters wouldn't reach them. 2 large squat metal braziers stood on either side of the room, the preferred Auric method for heating during the cooler months, both empty and swept clean. Kai started to say yes, then he thought of what Sanja had said earlier, and about confidences. He said, "Bashasa died, and I didn't want to live in this city anymore." Sanja glanced up at him, then nodded matter-of-factly. They wandered through the rest of the suite, and Kai opened more shutters. Leaving Sanja pulling on the pump lever in the bathing room to chase the ants out of the basins and drains, Kai went back to the carved chests in the retiring room. They were actually Immortal Blessed preservation chests, abstract sun symbols carved around the rims inset with flaked gold. When Kai broke the seals and opened them, the decades-old orchid petals released a breath of clean fragrance.
Inside were rolled blankets and rugs, cushions, copper pans and 2 kettles, a drinking set, some heavily embroidered silk coats and other clothing, a lot of stray jewelry, some bags of old coins, B'nai Arik tokens, bundles of old maps and bound books, carefully wrapped bath powders, and a small carved box of tiny jars and vials for makeup and oils. Ziede would be pleased to see that. She might not have any idea it had been left here. He reached for her pearl lightly, just to check on her, and got a sense of a shaded spot somewhere out in the plaza to one side of the Rising World Assembly, near a vendor selling fruit water flavored with sugarcane and spices. Ziede was distracted, probably listening to the council meeting through Taharen's pearl. Hopefully she and Tarnis wouldn't have to wait long. Knowing Tarnis' current mood, perhaps she would say what she had to say, then just walk out, leaving Sadrin to answer any questions. Kai opened the bag of tokens and sifted through it. Each one was a memory, and some were almost smooth, worn down by their years, just like he was. A light patter of footsteps sounded from the audience room, and Kai dropped the bag back into the chest and pushed silently to his feet. By the time he reached the archway, several cloister witches, veiled and wearing an eclectic mix of colorful clothing, gathered in the room. On the dais they had left 2 clay pots with lids, a ceramic jug, and a basket of palm fruit and water apples. As Kai leaned down to examine these offerings, the package that Tahen had jammed into his hem pocket thumped his knee, reminding him it was there. One pot held lentils with what smelled like turmeric, garlic, and onion, and the other was a bean porridge with fried peppers scattered on top. The jug held saffron-spiced goat milk. He called, "Sanja, come and eat." The past, the fire. It was not realized at the time that the Arik cavalry was much feared by the southern legions. They made a strange whooping cry before attacking, not always from the direction in which they were advancing from, and the Hierarchs people learned to fear it. The Arik had always prided themselves on the fact that their ancestors had ceased warring with each other because they were in danger of wiping out their own cities. It is not known how many outside the Arik believed this until they saw them sweep down on a legion and leave it a field of corpses for their horses to eat. Account by an Ilveri scholar traveling with Prince Hiranen. Kai lifted a hand to make the Soreti signal for hidden enemy ahead. Somewhere behind the rise of the next hill and its scarred rocky slope, a booted foot had slipped on gravel. Behind him he heard Salatel slide almost soundlessly out of her saddle. The knee-high grass muffled the footsteps of Arsha and Talere and the clawed, padded feet of their horses. It was barely after dawn in the grassy hills of the northern Arik, and they were hunting an expositor. Kai slipped off his own horse and dropped the reins. The animal made a quiet huff, but didn't try to bite him. Arik horses were omnivores, though they could subsist on grasses and grains. It was relatively easy to teach them to be quiet and stand still on command, since that was how they stalk mice and lizards. Kai moved forward, placing each foot carefully. He was barefoot, so he could feel the rocks through the grass, and he had tucked one side of his long skirt up through his belt. Narana and Hartel were further back, watching the stretch of road the expositor had been foolish enough to try to make for.
Sorella currently limped down that road, leading her horse, pretending to be injured prey for an expositor desperate to leave this area quickly. He doesn't know how stupid he would have to be to want that horse, Narana had said earlier, leaning away as the beast in question tried to bite her head. We should let it eat him. Kai edged around the steep side of the hill without starting any small avalanches of dirt and pebbles. This was one wall of a small defile, and the grass was full of sediment carried by a little seasonal stream that ran down from a spring further upslope somewhere. Ahead, where the defile opened up, the dusty stone of the road stretched across the more even ground, heading toward the next clump of low hills. Sorella limped slowly into Kai's view, making her apparently painful way along with her disgruntled horse. Between Kai and the road was the expositor. He was a tall, muscled figure, dark hair bound up in an elaborate bun, and dressed in the southern style of clothing, very like what Arik men wore, but the long shirt went down nearly to his knees and the skirt barely reached past it. Bright threads in the weaving caught the sun, even under the dust and bloodstains. The expositor had stopped where the trickle of the stream hit a half-buried boulder, entirely focused on Sorella. Then his right hand moved, fingers bending in a way that looked painful, unnatural. He was building a design for an intention. Kai couldn't approach quietly down the stream bed, not and reach him before he set the intention loose. But it wasn't like Kai's fighting technique relied on subtlety. He crouched and leapt. He landed halfway down the slope at the water's gravelly edge. As the startled expositor swung around and in reflex threw the intention, Kai dropped and slid down the muddy stream bed. The intention went over his head in a cloud of concentrated malice. Kai catapulted upright and threw himself forward. He hit the expositor's midsection and they both flew down slope. They struck the rocks to the side of the stream, Kai on top. The expositor shoved and punched at Kai's head, almost knocking him sideways. Kai was lean where this man was bulky, but fighting fair had never been part of the plan. Kai ducked, wrenched the expositor's collar down until his knuckles brushed bare skin, and drew out his life. The man made a strangled cry and sagged. Kai pressed his forearm to the expositor's throat and pinned the flailing hand that wasn't twisted under his knee. The expositor gaped up at him, shocked and offended, even through terror. He gagged, throat working as he tried to speak. Bashasa was always trying to pound into everyone's brains that if it was possible to get information before killing a high-ranking Hierarch's dog, then get it. Kai eased up enough on the man's windpipe for him to be able to speak. "Demon!" the expositor gasped out. "How dare you! Let me up! I command you! Who allowed you?" Kai sneered, trying to look like one of the captive, subjugated demons who fought for the Hierarchs. He had never managed to see any yet. If there were any in this region, they weren't sent out with the legionary patrols. He said, "Clumsy on someone's part to let me loose. Guess who it was?" The man's eyes narrowed. "Is Vartasius your master? Did he send you after me?" This was the first time Kai had managed to get another expositor's name, and it was even more intriguing that it was one apparently associated with captive demons. "I wouldn't be a very obedient demon if I revealed all my master's secrets," Kai stalled while trying to think of what else to say. "Is he a Dashar now? What does he want of me?" Dashar was a fort near Deskar-Arik on the coast. Are there demons at Dashar? Kai knew it was a mistake as soon as the words came out, but it was too late. "You weren't sent?" The man's face went on a whole journey through outrage, horror, disgust. "The Dross have their own demons?" He said it in realization, not as if he was talking to Kai. "How do they control you? Tell me." "I don't know what you're talking about," Kai tried. The expositor's expression turned cunning. "I can be a valuable prisoner. Take me to your masters. They'll surely reward you." If only that were possible. Expositors are just too dangerous to keep alive. "Maybe, if you tell me what that intention does." But Kai felt the stir of another intention forming. He huffed out an annoyed breath. He couldn't afford to let the expositors set an intention on him, no matter how much information the man might have. I'll just have to figure it out for myself. And he drained the rest of the man's life. The body sank into a desiccated husk, and Kai clambered to his feet, trying not to slip on the wet rock. At least he hadn't landed in the stream, which might have made the fight more difficult. Though with the underearth still closed to him, it was hard to tell. Salatel was at the top of the defile now. She said encouragingly, "Did he say anything, Fourth Prince?" "A little. He gave me a name." Kai wasn't pleased with his effort. He should have been able to prolong the conversation, but subterfuge wasn't something that came naturally to him. "Don't come down yet, there's an intention here somewhere." She signaled that she understood, and retreated back to gather the others. Kai searched for the intention, stepping back and forth over the stream and slipping on the slick mud along the shallow bank. He found it sunk deep in the grass, just above where his first leap had taken him. Invisible to mortal eyes, it looked to Kai like a word in a language he didn't understand, written in sunlight melted over the green stalks. He poked it a little, but he would have to unravel the design to understand what it did, and that took time. He lifted it carefully and set it on his chest for safekeeping, along with the 4 others he was saving from the battle last night. "You can come down now," he said, and Salatel and the others started the awkward climb to join him. Arsha and Talare went ahead to join Sarala, stepping matter-of-factly past the corpse. They were well used to Kai's method of fighting now. He wasn't sure how much they had been appalled by it. Since the first time they saw it, he had been killing Contenios, an expositor who would have murdered all of them. However they felt, they had never objected. Kai and Salatel searched the corpse, while Narana and Hartel kept watch further up the hill. There would be scatters of lost legionaries out here too, survivors of the running battle that had started in the south towards Ziede. After the evacuation of Benizarek, Bashasa had been luring the legionaries to places where he wasn't, making them split and exhaust their forces in this part of the Arik, setting traps where he could. This battle had been aimed at distracting the Ziede legionary garrison and allowing the artisan guilds in the city to smuggle out refugees and supplies. Kai dug through the pockets in the expositor's richly embroidered coat, tossing things to Salatel to look at more closely once he was sure they were safe for her to touch. "No maps, no letters," he concluded, pushing to his feet. He stretched his back with a wince. Until he had ended up in this body, he had no idea how much being even 10 or so years older affected mortals. This was probably part of the reason Bashasa drank. "I wonder how much they're trusted with valuable information," Salatel said, dusting her hands as she stood. "I think the expositors they send out on patrols are not much prized. The stronger ones aren't going to leave a city, even if there's not a hierarch there." Kai squinted at the lightening sky, where gray was just beginning to give way to blue. They needed to get moving. Let's get his body away from the stream. Flies already buzzed around them as they dragged it down the defile into a gully toward the side of the road. They stripped it, and Salatel bashed the face in with a rock. If it was found by legionaries, they would have no idea who the man had been. It was an important part of keeping the Hierarchs' forces in the Arik guessing. If they could throw doubt into the legionary command, make them think their expositors were taking opportunities to leave, all the better. Salatel tossed the bundle of the expositor's clothes to Arsha, who stuffed them in a bag. They buried the corpse under a shallow layer of loose gravel and brush, which would keep it from being seen from the road, but not stop the lizards and other carrion scavengers from finding it. With that finished, Kai climbed back on his growling horse. He didn't need to give many orders. The soldiers knew better what to do as a cadre than he did. All he had to do was indicate to Salatel what he wanted to do next. He said, "Let's get back to the others." Salatel lifted her hand in a signal and led the way down the defile toward the plain. Kai waited for his horse to hack up an undigested pellet of rodent and lizard bones, then nudged it to follow her. It was late morning when they caught up with Bashasa's troop. The sky to the west was filling with gray clouds, a cool breeze making the grasses ripple over the hills. Kai saw a flicker of movement in the brush as they rode down out of the rocks. It was one of their scouts, who the Arike called vanguarders, trailing the main troop to keep watch for pursuit. Salatel acknowledged the movement with a subtle hand gesture. Kai shook his head to let the hood of his coat fall back, mostly for the benefit of any wind devil Ziede had sent to keep watch, so she would know it was him. Kai had made sure he was recognizable. The soldiers wore long tunics and coats and loose leggings of cotton and grass silk, in sun-faded rust or brown-green, pale yellows and tans, colors that faded into the landscape. Kai wore the male version of the same, with a split skirt made to be easily tucked or tied out of the way. But he had taken a black embroidered coat from one of the expositors he had killed in Benizarek, now modeled where the bloodstains had been mostly washed out, and he wore Tulanine's emerald pins in his long mane of hair. Everyone, from Bashasa through to the people who were too old or incapacitated to fight, but who made the camps and tended wounds and managed the supplies, had told him that it made him a target. Which was Kai's intention. He wanted their allies and enemies to see him, Bashasa's demon prince, to know they would have to go through Kai to get to Bashasa. They headed down to a wide strip that cut through the edge of the rocky terrain, running along a gully carved by a fast, shallow stream and sheltered by the scrub and tree-covered hills rising all around. According to the maps, it was an old trade route that had been long abandoned, its stones buried under decades of dirt and growing things. The legionaries brought to the Arik from across the straits far to the south were unlikely to know it was here, and it allowed the troops to move faster. Once they were down on the road, Kai urged his horse to a quicker pace, and Salatel and the others followed suit. After a little distance, Kai spotted a wall walker, its dark-furred bulk disappearing where the road curved around a rocky bluff. Kai and the cadre reached the rear guard, the soldiers waving greetings, then passed it and drew even with the wall walker. He still hated the things. The stink of their fur and their lizard-like hide, their giant teeth, the crushing step of their clawed feet. Even the angry Arike horses were better. A supply officer hung off the wall walker's cargo netting, handing out fresh water skins and bags of food to returning patrols. Kai nodded to Salatel, and she split off with the rest of the cadre to get their share. Kai continued up toward the front, past the other wall walkers and the riders alongside them, a mix of now familiar Arike soldiers and civilians who had joined them from the cities and towns along the way. They had withdrawn from Benizarek 2 months ago as planned, leaving the evacuated city behind them. As Bashasa had led them north, killing the legionary patrols they encountered, he had sent vanguarders to warn villages and towns and isolated farmsteads. The disheartening thing was that many of those villages and towns were empty, and others were barely populated at all, often only with people who had fled the cities looking for shelter with family or friends and had found their homes empty.
Other times, the vanguarders didn't even know they were approaching the burned ruin of a settlement until they realized the horses were walking through overgrown plowed plots or unharvested crops left to rot on the ground. While some of the Arik soldiers tried to tell themselves many of the missing might have left on their own, Kai and most of the others thought the more obvious explanation was the right one. Despite the agreements, supposed treaties, and sending of hostages, the Hierarchs had started to kill off the inhabitants of the Arik region that they didn't see a use for, and they had begun this at least a year before the destruction of the summer halls. The Arik city-states were running out of time. With this knowledge, Bashasa enlisted everyone they encountered who would listen, as fighters, vanguarders, messengers, or spies. Those who couldn't fight were sent off to find hiding places to retreat to create hidden caches of supplies, to warn others, and to recruit them in turn or lead them to whatever safety they could find. He had also split his original force into smaller bands to move more quickly and come together at pre-arranged meeting points only known to the sub-captains. The Arik had always used cavalry to fight each other, but their ancestral battles over land had been much more formalized confrontations, with rules agreed to by all parties concerned. Kai had explained the way the Ziede had organized their attacks on the Hierarchs in Arathi and their alliance with the Borderlanders, and Bashasa had listened intently, the way he listened to everyone, and used it to build his strategy. The Hierarchs have studied us, and their legionaries know how we fight, the way our ancestors fought, Bashasa had explained to the Arik soldiers and the other prince heirs. They won't expect this from us.
As Kai passed the supply train, he was aware how many people watched him, some startled or wary, and some matter-of-fact, depending on when they had joined the troop. He caught motion out of the corner of his eye, and glanced up to see Tahren waving wildly from the palanquin atop the lead wallwalker's back. Kai smiled and waved back. He found Bashasa and Ziede past the wallwalkers at the front. Grouped behind them were Tahren, Bashasa's cadre, and the band of soldiers the Hierarchs called the Outguard, who led the attacks. Mixed in among them were some Ilveri and Grail, and a dozen others whose appearance and dress Kai couldn't recognize yet, and a group of 3 Anilin, their robes dusty with travel, riding to one side of Bashasa's cadre. Bashasa had been sending messengers back and forth to the Tesk Island for the last few months, but Kai thought this trio looked recently arrived. The Outguard parted for Kai's horse, and he rode up alongside Ziede. She was saying to Bashasa, "We can't continue to use Kai only as a vanguarder. We can't continue to use me only as a vanguarder." "I know," Bashasa agreed, more in commiseration than argument. He had left his white finery behind and wore sturdier clothes in brown and faded red, a long shirt and skirt under a coat embroidered in shades of browns and yellows. The blue and gold brocaded coat he had worn in the summer halls was apparently Kai's now, and packed into the small bag that constituted his belongings. Bashasa gestured eloquently, "And you know I know this, Sister Ziede. It's only that the solution eludes us." He glanced over and smiled. "Ah, 4th Prince is back. Were you successful?" Kai said, "Mostly. We found the expositor, but he didn't have anything useful on him." Tahren nudged her horse up closer to listen. "Good. And did he tell you anything of worth, since I assume you questioned him, as I reminded you to do?" Bashasa prompted. "He thought I was a Hierarchs demon who had been sent to find him or kill him, or something by another expositor called Vartasius. I tried to go along with it to see if he'd say more, but he figured it out pretty quickly," Kai explained. Bashasa took this in with a thoughtful expression. "Interesting. Did he say where Vartasius was?" Tahren asked. "He asked if Vartasius was at Dashar now. Then he realized I was lying and called me a dross demon, and then I killed him," Kai admitted. If Bashasa was disappointed, he didn't show it, but Ziede began in exasperation. "Kai!" "He wasn't going to say anything else," Kai said pointedly. "I got a new intention off him." Ziede was skeptical, but Bashasa said, "No, you've done well, 4th Prince." He stared into the distance, brow furrowed. "This could be useful. I have plans for Dashar. We must speak of it more later." Kai was glad to put off that discussion. They had heard the Hierarchs used enslaved demons to fight in Belith, but that was a long way from here. He wondered how many of the demons they had tried to free from the cajoling court had actually escaped. That failure still hurt. He said, "What's the problem with the vanguarders? Some of our more important messages are not getting through. Amabel is the best at it, but they can't take on every task," Tahren told him. Ziede added, "We need more witches." "That would be the easiest solution," Tahren said. Ziede turned to side-eye her, and Tahren sighed a little. "That wasn't sarcasm. I was agreeing with you. Amabel was one of the party of witches who had joined Bashasa's wallwalkers at the river crossing on the way to the Kagala. Kai and Ziede had sought those witches out after Karanis' death, hoping that they could help fight. But though the family could trace their line back to the borderlands, most of the group could only do small cantrips to ease pain or find lost objects, and they were mostly too young or too old, or their health was too bad to do any other kind of fighting. Bashasa had explained to Kai that he could make them part of his cadre until they found somewhere else to go, so he had done that. They helped with camp chores and with translating maps and other things that needed doing. The personal cadres and soldiers who formed the core of Bashasa's troop had gotten used to Kai and Ziede, and had even less trouble getting used to witches who could find water by sniffing for it, and could sometimes make the wind calm a little if they tried very hard. Amabel was the only one who could swift travel, something that Ziede said was rare this far east. It used air and earth spirits in a way even the teachers of the Kalan Islands hadn't understood. It made Amabel the best messenger and vanguarder Bashasa had. More witches? Lachshar Kalis, Bashasa's cousin, guided her horse up beside Bashasa. She was Bashasa's age, though she looked older than she had in the hostage courts. Her curly dark hair pulled into a bun on top of her head. She wore much the same clothing as the soldiers, of finer material but just as covered with dust. She must have recently returned from patrol with her cadre. She waved a hand toward Kai and Ziede. Are these not adequate? I thought one was supposed to be a demon. Should I prove it to you? Kai said. The problem with Lakshar was that she was probably the quickest thinker among Bashasa's extended family who hadn't been murdered or was still trapped in a hierarch prison camp somewhere. She understood the tactics and strategies Bashasa and Prince Hiranen came up with well enough to argue about them and make good suggestions, but she hated expositors even more than the rest of the Arik did, and by extension hated Kai, stuck in this expositor's body. He knew by now that letting her insult him didn't help, and about the only way to deflect her was a direct attack. Do you volunteer as a demonstration? Please say yes. Ziede gave her a long look. Bashasa interposed. Lakshar, you must be kinder to our allies. It was isolationism that led us to this pass in the first place. If we had come to the Arkai's aid, if we had listened to the tales from the archipelagos and southern Belith, we might have had a chance to resist before we were brought to this point.
And you are the expert on strategy now? Because before this, you didn't pay attention to anything except your clothes and your liquor, Lashar snapped. It was brutal enough that even Tahren blinked and Ziede's nose wrinkled. But Bashasa didn't flinch. He smiled and said, "Don't wave a torch in a grass house, cousin." He turned back to Ziede. Now the Vanguarder situation. By afternoon, they came into sight of the meeting point, an old deserted traveler's refuge far to the east of Hierarch. It was a round tower of brick and stone, only a few levels high, sat astride the remnants of the road, the lower part forming an arch over it like a gatehouse. The upper two levels were ringed by terraces and balconies to catch the cool breeze. Open paddocks for riding animals surrounded it, their stone walls crumbling, with a few scattered stone sheds and small wooden guest houses that had begun to collapse with age. The Vanguarders who had first reached it several days ago had reported that the place had been deserted for years, but its troughs and basins were still filled by the nearby wellspring. It was a perfect rendezvous point. To Kai's eye, it was also indefensible, so it was a good thing Bashasa didn't intend to stay long enough to need to defend it. The troop moved into the overgrown paddocks and began to set up camp, something they were all very familiar with by now. A vanguarder arrived and reported that Prince Vrim's troop was not far behind her. Bashasa left his horse with the outguard's wranglers and headed in to the caravanserai with his cadre to meet with the advance vanguarders who were already here. Kai and Ziede split off with Kai's cadre to help set up an outer perimeter, while Tahren went with the outguard to plan sentry posts. They started the long loop around the caravanserai's outer paddocks, Ziede using her wind devils to see for longer distances over the fields, and Kai watching for any threats lingering near the ruined buildings or half-tumbled walls. There was so much death in these lands now, it attracted unwanted attention. From things that had long been dormant in the silent, isolated places of the world, from things cut off from the underearth when the Hierarchs closed the passage to it. Creatures that might have been harmless but had been transformed by hunger, or from being cut off from the forms left behind there. Kai was a creature cut off from the form he had left behind there, but he had been in a mortal body too long to feel any kind of urge to eat mortal flesh. He missed his mortal family, all dead, and his grandmother, who was trapped in the underearth now, trapped there forever since the legionaries had burned her mortal body. And he missed the sense of being able to shift shape, to travel effortlessly. He shook off the useless thoughts as Sorella called him over to look at something strange, which turned out to be a cache of dead lizards. Kai rode back to Ziede, who wore a preoccupied expression as she listened to the wind devils. "Not a lizard-killing horror, then," she said absently. "Not today." They were about 3/4 of the way done, and the sky was beginning to cloud over. Kai was getting hungry enough that the unseasoned millet porridge the supply train would make for dinner seemed appetizing. They needed to kill an expositor who happened to be carrying some bags of peppercorns. They're doing well, though, looking for signs of things they haven't seen before. Ebel has been helpful, teaching the outguard what to watch for. Ebel was one of Amabel's relatives. She spoke Imperial well enough to teach, though her lungs were bad and it kept her from being able to work as a vanguarder. Ziede added,
I find it somewhat encouraging that there are any witches left east of the mountains. I thought they were all dead. Ziede had taught in the cloisters of the Callan Islands, which had been completely wiped out. From what Kai had been told, the Hierarchs had attacked the archipelagos and barrier islands first. He wondered if there was anybody still alive on any of the islands on the Arathi trade routes. He said, "Most of the witches west of the mountains are dead too." Those witches had lived with the Borderlanders, who came to fight the Hierarchs with the Sereti. That alliance had moved swiftly, driving the occupying legionaries out of the Arathi coastal towns and then chasing them into the hills. But they had no warning of the power of the Well of the Hierarchs and had been destroyed almost in one stroke. If the Sereti captains had had any concept of the Hierarchs' great weapon, they would never have allowed the Borderlanders and the clans to gather in force. They would have stayed in their hundreds of small groups and harried the legions until the witches and their allies in the underearth came up with some way to destroy the well or defend against it. But the grasslands had never traded much with the east past the mountains. They hadn't even known of the invaders until the Hierarchs had come ashore in Arathi. Bashasa is right, Kai thought. Like the Ariake, isolation had killed the Sereti too. There have to be other witches in this region, Ziede said, turning her horse to continue on their route. The smart ones are hiding somewhere far away from here. Kai knew more about scouting than he did about being an expositor or a witch, and his attempts to use intentions didn't always work. When an Immortal Blessed ascension raft had appeared in the sky as they were leaving the Kagala, he had tried to set it on fire and failed. Ziede had used wind devils to force it to crash, and then Tahren had killed the two Immortal Blessed, but she only reached them after they killed 7 Ariake and wounded a dozen others. Ziede meant to teach Kai more about witchcraft, but they had been fighting or moving continuously since the Kagala, and there hadn't been much time. Ziede's glance was dry. "Are you saying we aren't smart, Kai?" "I'm saying we're something, and smart isn't it?" He squinted up at the sky. Damp was settling into the air like a wet cotton veil. The wind had died away, and gray clouds sank down low over the grassland. Skies about to break. On the Sereti plains, weather like this meant soon thunder would crash and rain would plunge down to drown the gullies and flood the riverbeds. Over by the rubble of the outer wall, late arrivals from Prince Heron's troop were hurrying to get the tent stake down and their gear under cover. Ziede commented. She sniffed the air. Perhaps. When they finished their circuit, Nirana took Kai and Ziede's horses so they could join Bashasa in the caravanserai. The grass in the paddocks was already stamped down, and the scent of it left a drift of sweetness on the air, despite the horses, wall walkers, and sweaty people. Most of the tents were up, their placement organized by the cadres and the outguard. Kai and Ziede walked up to the main building, where it arched over the old road. In the right-hand arch, 2 heavy, battered wooden doors had been wedged open. These led into a big half-circle hall, where high, narrow windows let in enough daylight to see elaborate piecework metal lamps mounted on the walls, now rusted and broken. A stone stairwell in the back curved upward. The tile floor was mostly covered with drifts of dirt, but there was no smell of decay or a sense of anything foul. It was just an empty shell, now filled with a lot of people standing around talking or being sent off on various errands. Most of the remaining furniture was broken and shoved off to the side in a pile, but some intact wooden tables had been stacked up to make a map stand. Kai would need to look at it later. Right now, it was surrounded by vanguarders taking notes and making annotations. "I wonder what that's about," murmured. Kai saw Bashasa stood near the stairwell, speaking with Prince Heronen. From their faces, "Not good," Kai said. She leaned on her crutch, her face tense and intent. And that was not the expression Bashasa wore when he was absorbing important information. It was the one he wore when he was hearing something potentially disastrous and trying not to react to it. Arava, Bashasa's cadre leader, strode through the crowd. "Sister Ziede, 4th Prince, the Prince Heir asks for you to attend the meeting about to be called." She gestured them to another open doorway, this one leading into a smaller side room. It was equally dusty, but empty except for some baggage piled up against the far wall. Some group probably intended to sleep here, from the bedrolls and packs.
There were also supplies needed by all the troops, like maps, more maps, cases of writing and map-making supplies and paper. It wasn't Bashasa's belongings. He traveled as light as Kai and Ziede did, using the same shoulder bag one of his cadre had carried for him from the summer halls. Though Kai knew that he had saved some things belonging to his family and had cached them somewhere outside Benayarik before they left. Bashasa came in almost on their heels and said, "Thank you, Arava, if you could summon the others." As she left, Bashasa gestured them away from the doors and said, "Quickly, before the others arrive, it's not good news. Renidalarik is in revolt. They have killed their usurper and are fighting in the streets." "What?" Ziede said, keeping her voice low. "The fools. Do they have any idea of the risk?" "I thought Prince Stamash said he wouldn't do that," Kai said, thinking he didn't seem like an idiot. Stamash had been with them in the hostage courts, though Kai had never exchanged many words with him. After the Kagala, he had gone to his city with his cadre to raise support for Bashasa and organize the city guilds. There had been messages from him, but nothing about this. Allowing the usurpers to believe they were still mostly in control of the cities was the only way to keep the Hierarchs from ordering their destruction. The only other choice was to evacuate. Bashasa had made that choice for Benayarik, since it was bound to be the Hierarch's prime target. What happened? "I'm not sure. He must have lost control of the situation." Bashasa was grim. "If Stamash has done this on purpose, he is making a shit job of it." He shook his head. "We could lose all of them." He meant all of Renidalarik and any of its surrounding villages and towns that hadn't been destroyed already. Kai wished he was better at comforting people. Bashasa always seemed to know what to do and what to say. Kai said, "Well, have to move faster," and winced at the inadequacy of it. Bashasa squeezed her shoulder absently. "My thought as well." "Are you going to tell the other prince heirs?" Ziede asked. Her expression was already resigned. Her home had surrendered and still been wiped out. She knew better than anyone how many lives hung on a hierarch's whim. "After we finish speaking to the envoys," Bashasa told her. He seemed to realize he still had his hand on Kai's shoulder and removed it. "I don't want to delay that meeting. It would not look well for us." Trinal, who had stationed herself at the doorway, coughed to warn them just before Lashar entered with Dasara on her heels. Lashar looked around with a grim expression as one of her cadre followed her in and began to arrange some folding camp stools. These turned out to be for the envoys from Belith and Ilver and the 3 Annalyn messengers, who arrived next. Clearly still disturbed about Renidalarik, Ziede started to pace, the fabric of her wide cotton pants swishing as she walked. Kai couldn't let himself think about it. He had seen too many burned ruins, too many empty places that had been full of life and possibility. Tahren came in and took a position back against the wall where chipped and faded paint was all that remained of a mural. She frowned a little worriedly in Ziede's direction, as if she could tell something was wrong. Kai had seen Tahren briefly in the supply train, helping some of the physicians unpack. Hiranen and Vrim and the shield-bearers of the outguard entered last, and Bashasa waited for them to greet the others before pulling a cloth map out of his coat pocket and unfolding it. 2 of the shield-bearers came to take the map and hold it up against the wall so everyone could see it. Tahen caught Ziede's arm to stop her pacing. With a pinched expression, Lashar drew breath to speak, caught Hiranen's gaze, and let the breath out. Kai watched Bashasa put a confident, serious smile in place and turned to the envoys. "Our southern allies know we are waiting for the Annalyn forces to join us before we can begin moving southwest. But there is something we must do first." He stepped to the map. "There is a hierarch fort outside Deskararik. It is called Dashar, as was the town the legionaries destroyed near it." Kai didn't need to lean forward with the others. He had already memorized this map. The city was on the eastern coast, and the fort was just outside it. They use it to control a junction of trade roads and canals that converge on Deskararik for its sea trade. If we are to follow our plan to strike toward the fighting in Palm and join the rest of our allies, we have to pluck it off our back. There was murmuring among the envoys, some of which was on the dubious side. The leader of the Belith waited for the initial reaction to die down. She said, "Take the Hierarch fort, but not the city?" Her gaze flicked to the other Arike leaders. "This is acceptable?" Kai still didn't know much about Eastern politics,
It was just too different from how the Sardi settled disputes and how demon houses of the underearth did anything. But he thought it was obvious the Beleth wanted some kind of confirmation that the Aurike city-states wouldn't use the growing militias to free their own territory and then leave everyone else to suffer the consequences. As if that would work, Kai thought. As if the Hierarchs wouldn't come back for the Aurike once everyone else was dead. Vrim, who was the son of the murdered Prince of Descararic, seemed to understand her reluctance. He said, "Our people know what happened in the summer halls. Our vanguarders made sure of that. Descararic will wait until the legions are drawn away by the fighting to the southwest. Then the city will rise." Hiranen said, "As Sidelaric plans too." She leaned on her crutch, not bothering with the camp stool someone had set out for her. Kai had never seen her sit when anyone else was standing. She added, "If we stop to help our own cities, it will give the Hierarchs time to come for us. Time in which they may decide our labor isn't worth the risk and slaughter all of us, the way they have been destroying the smaller settlements all through this region." Bashasa nodded agreement and turned to the Beleth envoy to add, "Removing this fort is one of the ways we protect our cities. But the effort of our primary forces must focus on attacking the Hierarch strongholds in Beleth and Belith. We must eliminate the individual Hierarchs. They are the only ones who can use the power of their voice to slay whole cities." Bashasa made an open-handed gesture toward the map. "Aside from the other considerations, we need more horses and more wall walkers for fast movement. This fort will give them to us." The meeting ended with agreement on the points that Bashasa needed it on, and the envoys showing some evidence of being reassured, as much as any reassurance was possible now. The Enelin messengers hadn't commented, but they were only here to take news and information back to the Tuskylan and their forces in Enelin. When the envoys left, Bashasa told the prince heirs about Renidalaric. He finished with, "This news Hiranen has brought us is very grave, and will change our timeline. But our attack on the fort will have the added benefit now of a distraction for Renidalaric. We can hope it will give them time to pull the damn plan before they all die," Lashar muttered.
Kai had expected the others to be more vocal, more upset, maybe even to try to advocate for changing the plan to go to Renidalarc's defense. It would be hopeless, but that didn't mean no one would suggest it. But no one did. Even Desara, who could usually be counted on to repeat things other people had already said. Hiranen watched with an opaque expression. Vrim rubbed his face and looked away. The others were quiet, resigned. Bashasa nodded. "It's getting late, and I know you all have tasks. We will speak again together tomorrow." The prince heirs and their soldiers left, and Ziede followed Tahren out. Kai stayed behind, busying himself with folding up the maps Bashasa kept on his person. Someone had brought Bashasa a portable writing desk, and he sat down on the floor with it in his lap, making his last notes. Lakshar's people had carried off all the stools, which was typical. Outside, the light was starting to fail, the room growing shadowy. It really is getting late. Bashasa squinted at his lap desk in annoyance. "I only said that to get them to leave." Dusting off his hands, Kai glanced over at him. "Do you want me to get a lamp?" No, thank you, Kai. I'll just finish this and go." He bent to his work again. "I need to check over the camp." Kai sat down across from him, watching Bashasa finish a last line, then start fanning the ink to dry it. The main room was quieter, as most people had left for duties or dinner. The groups meeting there now were some of the civilians who helped manage the supply networks between the troops and the refuges for city dwellers and villagers who had fled their homes. It seemed a good time to ask a possibly pointed question. "I know why Lakshar hates me, but why does she hate you?" Bashasa lifted his brows in mock surprise. "Lakshar hates you?" At Kai's expression, he sighed. "She was passed over for much of her youth. Her martial skills were never up to the standards of the others. My sister, years younger than her, would win every time they were matched. Because of this, her family gave precedence to her brothers, and Lakshar fell behind in the accomplishments expected of prince heirs because her education was neglected. My and my sister's educations were not neglected, and we were held up as examples to her of what she should strive for, but it was always implied she would never attain." He shrugged. "I was also a very annoying person when I was younger, I suppose." He started to collect his papers, sorting which ones to stuff in his pockets and which to tuck inside the lap desk. Kai pretended to find this dubious. "Only when you were younger?" "I learned the error of my ways, as some of us have." Bashasa rolled up a document and used it to lightly bop Kai on the head. It probably bothered her the most that I did nothing with my accomplishments except go to parties, and sit in the city assembly and occasionally nod off. "And that's why you're both still alive." From Bashasa's wry expression, it was the correct guess. Kai pushed to his feet, suppressing a groan. The bruises from rolling around in the rocky stream bed had healed almost immediately, but Ptolemy's body seemed to remember them too well. He stretched, trying to get the muscles in his back to release. "Karanis didn't see you or Lakshar as threats." Bashasa was looking up at him with a half-smile. "In his defense, I didn't see him as much of a threat either." "Which is why the Hierarchs chose him." He asked, honestly curious, "And do you hate Lakshar?" "Not really." Kai found himself smiling. Lakshar was not the least hesitant to be rude to his face. She wasn't afraid of him. Which meant they could work together. Not compared to the Hierarchs. He held out a hand. Bashasa took it and Kai hauled him to his feet. "She's just a very annoying person." Bashasa swayed a little as if Kai had pulled him up too fast, and Kai steadied him. From the doorway, Trinal said, "Prince Heir, the Annalyn messengers want to meet with you." She sounded a little incredulous. "They said a bird just brought a message?" Bashasa huffed out a breath, as if irritated at the interruption, and stepped back. "Yes, I'll come right away." 2. Kai retrieved some cushions from the chests and slumped comfortably in the Hierarch's carved chair on the dais in the retiring room, eating palm fruit and reading. The cloister witches returned to carry in some rolled-up mattresses. Then Sanja took charge and unpacked all the chests, and with the witches' help seemed to be setting up the rooms to her satisfaction. She went in and out wearing various combinations of the stored jewelry, sweeping, rolling out rugs in the retiring room, finding charcoal for the braziers, unwrapping the drinking set. Then 2 witches moved a carved wooden divan to the retiring room from the back of the suite, and Sanja directed them where to put it. It appeared she had learned enough witch-speak to give people orders. Kai told her, "You know they aren't servants, they just live here." "I know," Sanja said. As the witches stuffed the frame with cushions, another pair carried in a second divan. "I tried to give them some of our money, but they wouldn't take it." Kai gave up and went back to his reading. Tahen's package had turned out to be a sheaf of pages stitched together with heavy thread. At first, Kai thought it was the beginning of another history, like the ones Tahen had written years ago, but more personal. It started with a recollection of Tahen's time in the hostage courts of the summer halls. But it was more than that. It was an explanation of his theories about the Hierarch's homeland, which had always been thought to be somewhere in the capstone of the world, near Sunar. Tahen had said his thoughts were unformed. This manuscript, written in neat old imperial with a lot of crossouts, was where he had evidently been trying to organize them. The theories Tahen had outlined to Kai didn't seem unformed. They built toward a conclusion that just needed a little more proof to seem inevitable. Sanja reappeared wearing a silk wrap tunic with beaded hems and a pair of cotton pants only a little too big. Someone had helped her fix her hair back into twists, and she wore a figured gold headband set with tiger eye and carnelian, which Kai had last seen on the dead body of the Hierarch's servant noble in charge of destroying the contents of B'nai Arak's Scholars Guild libraries. He hoped whoever had cleaned the gore off it had done a good job. Sanja carefully set a cup of saffron milk on the arm of the throne. It was from the drinking set, a very fine one, of clear glass veined with brilliant red pigment with polished copper holders. Odd how Kai remembered that hairband, seen for only one fraught moment, but not this drinking set. Was it his or Ziede's? Had it been a gift? Had he ever actually seen it before it had been packed away? Or had he used it every day and just forgotten it, along with everything else he had tried to forget? Shaking him out of his thoughts, Sanja said, "Do you know when the others are going to be back?" Sotley said they want to make fried cakes. Kai reached for Ziede again, felt a sense of disgruntled relief that wasn't his own. "I think they're on the way."
When Kai heard the others come up the steps into the audience room, late afternoon had just touched the edge of evening, and the hooting of tree frogs had joined the cicada chorus. Ziede had used her pearl to tell him that all was well, but it was still a relief. Ziede swept in and through the anteroom, waving a hand. "Is the bath working? Good." She vanished through the archway into the back of the suite, Tanaz in her wake. Tahren followed at a more sedate pace, and dropped down onto the divan near the windows, letting out her breath in a long sigh. Kai closed Daihan's book, marking his place with a finger. How was the council? She frowned, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Kai had seen Tahren in various states of exhaustion, repressed fury, and frustration, and this was definitely a combination of all three of them.
She said, "The effect of the failed imperial renewal was obvious. The council hall had been rearranged to remove B'nai Arexide from the center of the circle and return it to its old place among the rest of the speakers. Bashasha was very good at pretending nothing particularly unusual had happened, and all the other speakers seemed very polite about it. If a throne had made an appearance at any point, it had been discreetly removed. Though Kai had the Annalen ambassador's word that Bashasha's bid for imperial control had failed, it was unexpectedly reassuring to have this confirmation, seen with Taren's eyes if not his own. Good, and Bashasha must have been delighted to see you back so soon. They knew Bashasha had revealed the Neonteric faction's conspiracy with Immortal Blessed Tahren and his people just before the failed imperial renewal vote. Bashasha would have expected Tahren to return with Ramad, who had been tasked with locating her. Bashasha was a strategist who kept his head. He might not have anticipated that the conspirators would panic and make their situation worse when they realized they had been discovered. And Ramad had had no opportunity to send a message until Kai left him at the river trading post yesterday. Bashasha was expert at concealing his consternation. Taren's expression turned sardonic. Vanguarders had been sent to search for me throughout the coalition, and the speakers were expecting reports of their progress, not for Sadrin and me to walk in with the warden of Nibet House and one of the conspirators' minions as a prisoner. Kai almost wished he had seen it. It caused a sensation. It did. Sadrin took the speaker circle at the Annalen ambassador's invitation and told the story as she knew it. Then she vowed to find every member of the Blessed who had participated in the treachery and bring them to justice before all the rising world. Tahren grimaced. Like Kai, she had worn out much of her interest in vengeance over the years. It will keep her busy at least. Tahren said the speakers for Neonteric had already offered formal apologies and reparations on behalf of their erring countrymen. Tahren thought they were sincere. 2 are from the artisan and farmer guilds, only 1 is a prince heir. That's interesting. If the old prince heir families were losing ground in Neonteric, that would explain why a faction had split off and made this bid for power. Besides the fact that Bashasha's own bid for power had stirred up old feuds and given hope to greedy fools like the Immortal Blessed Tahren, they must be scrambling to clean their house, one would hope. Tahren continued. The Immortal Blessed speakers maintained deeply embarrassed stoic silence, for the most part. They were horrified to see Sadrin. One of them is Garodin, a distant relation. He tried to take the speaker's circle at one point, and a speaker for the Kahar Mountain Alliance suggested that he not make it any worse. Amazingly, he heeded their words. That would have been a joy to see. In this new body, if Kai had found a way to disguise his eyes, it would have been easy. Vrenrin's eyes had been available, but their temporary truce with Sadrin probably didn't go that far. Did Sadrin explain how Tahren died? She said he was killed by a companion who was defending her person. That was an Immortal Blessed code that meant revealing the name would cause an internecine war, so it was better not to. It was unexpectedly generous of Sadrin. Dahin didn't need any more attention from the Immortal Patriarchs. The Rising World Council wouldn't care, as they would have turned Tahren over to the Blessed for justice anyway, if he had been brought in as a prisoner. As Vrenrin would be, once he testified. Tahren added pensively, They will assume it was me, which is well enough. Sadrin also didn't accuse you and Ziede of stealing that blessed ship, which frankly surprised me. We did steal it, Kai said, but they had stolen it from the expositor Aclines, who had received it from an immortal patriarch for the purpose of helping destroy the treaty between the Blessed Lands and the Rising World.
So Sodren had possibly not wanted to dwell on that any more than she already had. She did tell them you and Ziede freed both of us from the conspirators, though not how. She can't without telling them that a finding stone still exists. Taren's expression tightened. Many suggestions had been made as to why you and Ziede had disappeared before the Imperial renewal. That you were searching for me, that you were in league with the conspiracy, that you were pretending to be in league with them in order to destroy them. There were days when Kai missed his fangs. That sounds like Bashat's work. Indeed. Taren's voice was hard as steel. I clarified that you and Ziede had also been imprisoned, and that you had taken a new form because your former host had been destroyed. There had been no reason to withhold that information, since Ramad and cohort leader Ashem knew and would report to Bashat soon enough. Tahren looked away, pressing her lips together at an unpleasant memory. I made sure I was meeting Bashat's gaze. He knows I know. Maybe it was better that Kai hadn't been there after all. Watching Immortal Blessed squirm wasn't quite worth it. Bashat must have been relieved when you didn't denounce him. Only partly joking, he eyed Tahren. You didn't, did you? Taren's mouth did not quirk even briefly. I did not. He can stew in uncertainty until his spy Ramad arrives and tells him the rest of the story. Then he can stew in uncertainty forever, knowing that you can destroy him with a few words. Or he'll try to have you killed. Kai shook his head, dismissing it. He's not that unwise. Tahren didn't comment on that. As we were leaving, the Enaliot envoy indicated that there was not as much support for B'nai Arik's imperial ambitions as Bashat might have hoped. Once the Analan's opposition was announced, most of the other speakers followed their lead. Bashat must have had some inkling that his plan wasn't favored. That's why he wanted to use the Immortal Blessed conspiracy to promote himself. Yes. Tahren met Kai's gaze. I know you were once charged with Bashat's protection, but I would like to strangle the little shit. At that opportune moment, Ziede walked in, her brow furrowed in confusion. Her hair was wrapped up in a towel, and she wore a bathing robe. She looked as if she might have just flung herself into the bath basin and climbed out again. Sanja trailed out after her, yawning. Ziede demanded, "Did we leave it like this? I thought everything was packed or stored." Tahren frowned down at the divan she was sitting on, as if she had just noticed it. "Sanja and some of the cloister witches unpacked," Kai told her. "Good." Ziede smiled down at Sanja, then did a double take. "Take off that hairpiece. I'll find you a better one." As they were sharing out the food that the cloister witches had brought, Ziede made everyone take real baths, with soap and the fragrant oils for hair and skin, not that they needed much persuading. By the time Kai finished his, the twilight sky had darkened, and the breeze turned cool. And someone had lit the old stone candle lamps. Once he had wrangled the still damp curling mass of his hair into some sort of order, with a couple of bronze pins from the assortment Sanja had unpacked, he walked back out to the retiring room. Sanja had gorged on fried cakes and fallen asleep on a divan, with an old silk court coat for a blanket. Ziede and Tahren sat on the other divan, leaning on each other, and Tennis curled on a stone window seat looking out onto the moonlit canal. She was wrapped up in an Analan-style painted kaftan, which Kai also had no memory of seeing before, let alone packing it away when they left this place. Kai took the opposite side of the window seat and signed to her. Feeling better? With the dirt washed away, the bruises stood out against her pale skin, but she signed an assent. "This place is lovely."
"Will we stay here long?" "For tonight at least," Kai told her. "Why? Did you want to stay?" "I spoke to some of the cloister witches. One, called Adenharv, thinks I look like someone she knows in the Stonehill country of Palm. She said that there are others there who can speak to the earth like I do, and some have my eyes." "That's good news," Kai said aloud, but she seemed a little troubled by it. He signed, "Isn't it?" She hesitated and signed, "I also wish to stay with you and Ziede and Sanya." "If you can find your family, you should," he told her. There had to be people missing her, unless Acklines had killed them all, but he wasn't going to say it. There was no way that hadn't already occurred to her. "Even if you decide to leave with us again afterward." She still looked uneasy. "What if they don't want me back? I was an expositor's familiar. I'm afraid of what they might think of me." "Families are terrifying," Kai agreed. He couldn't reassure her on that score. "Think about it. There's no hurry. I don't want to move, possibly for the next century." Ziede yawned. She nudged Tahren.
Do you think you'll need to return to the council? They may still have questions. I'm not sure I have much intention of answering them, Tahren admitted. The situation seems stable now, from what I was told and what I observed. Before Sadrin and I interrupted, the council was in the process of finally admitting the Cloud Islands as a full member of the coalition. Ziede told Kai, "There was no attempt to suggest any replacement for Bashasha. Apparently, getting yourself voted in as emperor and then decisively voted out again was not a journey any of the other speakers are eager to embark on. Not that they'd be able to. If the Grackle speaker tried something like that, the whole southern region would simultaneously burst into riot." Kai wasn't so sure of that. In the old days, maybe. The Arika prince heirs were in the best position to pull off a power grab, as evidenced by how far Bashasha had gotten. The members of the Rising World Coalition were governed in many different ways, and many of the speakers didn't have that kind of inherited power and support. Too many of them don't remember anything but the Rising World. They've gotten complacent. The clever thing Bashasha had done in his tenure as emperor was that he hadn't fundamentally changed the way the Rising World Coalition worked. Bashasa's post-war food distribution schemes were still in place. Coalition resources still went to all the various ministrant guilds, to teaching archives and libraries, to safeholds and hospitals. The rules governing trade and criminal punishments and forbidding indenture and slavery were the same. The coalition still settled disputes by arbitration in assemblies, and not by force. Anyone could still go to a Rising World Council hall and appeal for help or redress. But Bashasha, through means subtle and blatant, had made himself seem the source of all that. That these things were gifts instead of something that had been fought for, as they had taken the world back from the Hierarchs step by blood-soaked step. Instead of something built by years of work by Bashasa and the Teskailin and Prince Hiranon and all the others across the Arik and Enelin and Palm and Belith and Grackle and beyond, who had made the coalition into something that could last. Kai said, "Do you want to leave tomorrow?" He could make that happen. He knew where to go to find someone willing to lend or rent them a boat that could take them to Bardes Arik on the canal, and from there they could buy their own transport under less scrutiny. "There's something I need to do tonight, but we could start off in the morning." Tahren glanced at Ziede, smiled, and said, "Let's decide that when we wake up." Ziede eyed Kai. She had obviously noted that he hadn't said what he needed to do. "What did Tahren give you so surreptitiously?" Tahren lifted her brows in surprise. She hadn't seen Tahren pass the package to Kai. "It's a journal of what he's been working on," Kai explained. "He was at the summer halls, trying to uncover a wall carving in one of the Hierarch sanctuaries. There was a map there. He thought it might show the Hierarch's home, or the route they took to get here." Tanez was listening alertly. Kai wasn't sure how much of her education Acklines had left her when he took her memories. Much of this might be new information to her. She signed, "Didn't they land in the Arkai, at the deserted city we saw?" That was one of the places, yes. The Hierarchs had first landed in the Arkai, then spread out north and west overland, while hitting multiple cities along the east and south coast. Tahren had theories about that too. And we know they came through the south continent. But before that, it's all speculation. Ziede watched him thoughtfully. "From your expression, this isn't just another history." "Wait," Taren's brow furrowed. "When you say uncovering?" He was diving in the flooded rooms, not under the weed mat, but still. He obviously thought it was important. As a lesser blessed, Tahren wouldn't be infected by any of the number of waterborne diseases that caused mortals to vomit or shit themselves to death without proper treatment. He could still have drowned, though. The weed mat. Tahren winced, but didn't otherwise comment. And did he find what he was looking for? Partly. He has a lot of sources noted here. He was searching archives all over the East. So many archives had been destroyed by the Hierarchs, it made this kind of search difficult. It was one of the reasons that Bashasa had made sure the Rising World put resources into rebuilding the libraries as soon as the war was over. He thinks the Annalin who went to Sunar were wrong about where the Hierarchs came from. Ziede's expression was closing in, turning worried. She clearly saw the direction this was going. Tahren, exhausted and liking to have things clearly spelled out, said, "And he thinks this is important because?" It still gave Kai a chill in his spine to say this aloud. Because if the Annalin were looking in the wrong place, then they were wrong about there being no trace of the Hierarchs in the capstone of the world. The capstone, the hazard. It should be known. The first great war was between demons and the mortals who became witches. Scrap of document in written Sareti found in Audiobook archives in the Witchlands. It still hadn't rained by nightfall, and the air was damp and pent with energy when Kai started a last round of the encampment. He liked to make certain that everyone he was directly responsible for was where they were supposed to be, or otherwise accounted for, and that they had some opportunity to eat or sleep if possible. It was habit from being Kai Enna, a Sareti chief of scouts who led demons and mortals. This entailed visiting his Arike cadre at their various posts. They always urged him to go rest himself, but they didn't seem to mind it when he stopped to check on them. Before the Hierarchs, the Sareti hadn't fought a war since Grandmother's treaty with the underworld, but the captains understood the value of making sure everyone knew in their bones that they would be missed and searched for if something happened to them. So tonight, Kai walked out past the paddocks to check with Arsha and Hartel at their sentry posts, and then headed back into the main camp. No one was allowed open fires after sunset, and by this time the encampment was blanketed in darkness. Kai's ability to see in the dark had been left behind with Enna, though he thought he was still a little better at it than most mortals. The moon was full somewhere above the clouds, and just enough light came through to outline shapes. Kai found himself navigating more by the sense. Oiled canvas and leather, pungent crushed grasses, the nutty soap most Auric used, the lavender oil that was supposed to keep bugs away, and traces of horse dung on boots. The horses liked to bury their dung, but they tended to not be very good at it. The weed mat. Tahren winced, but didn't otherwise comment. And did he find what he was looking for? Partly. He has a lot of sources noted here. He was searching archives all over the East. So many archives had been destroyed by the Hierarchs, it made this kind of search difficult. It was one of the reasons that Bashasa had made sure the Rising World put resources into rebuilding the libraries as soon as the war was over. He thinks the Annalin who went to Sunar were wrong about where the Hierarchs came from. Ziede's expression was closing in, turning worried. She clearly saw the direction this was going. Tahren, exhausted and liking to have things clearly spelled out, said, "And he thinks this is important because?" It still gave Kai a chill in his spine to say this aloud. Because if the Annalin were looking in the wrong place, then they were wrong about there being no trace of the Hierarchs in the papstone of the world. They could still be up there. The past. The hazard. It should be known, the first great war was between demons and the mortals who became witches. Scrap of document in written Sareti found in Audiobook archives in the Witchlands. It still hadn't rained by nightfall, and the air was damp and pent with energy when Kai started a last round of the encampment. He liked to make certain that everyone he was directly responsible for was where they were supposed to be, or otherwise accounted for, and that they had some opportunity to eat or sleep if possible. It was habit from being Kai Enna, a Sareti chief of scouts who led demons and mortals. This entailed visiting his Arike cadre at their various posts. They always urged him to go rest himself, but they didn't seem to mind it when he stopped to check on them. Before the Hierarchs, the Sareti hadn't fought a war since Grandmother's treaty with the underworld. But the captains understood the value of making sure everyone knew in their bones that they would be missed and searched for if something happened to them. So tonight, Kai walked out past the paddocks to check with Arsha and Hartel at their sentry posts, and then headed back into the main camp. No one was allowed open fires after sunset, and by this time the encampment was blanketed in darkness. Kai's ability to see in the dark had been left behind with Enna, though he thought he was still a little better at it than most mortals. The moon was full somewhere above the clouds, and just enough light came through to outline shapes. Kai found himself navigating more by the sense. Oiled canvas and leather, pungent crushed grasses, the nutty soap most Auric used, the lavender oil that was supposed to keep bugs away, and traces of horse dung on boots. The horses liked to bury their dung, but they tended to not be very good at it. The weed mat. Tahren winced, but didn't otherwise comment. And did he find what he was looking for? Partly. He has a lot of sources noted here. He was searching archives all over the East. So many archives had been destroyed by the Hierarchs, it made this kind of search difficult. It was one of the reasons that Bashasa had made sure the Rising World put resources into rebuilding the libraries as soon as the war was over. He thinks the Annalin who went to Sunar were wrong.
The civilians from the various city guilds and the envoys had made their camps inside the caravanserais. Shelter, Bashasa, and Hiranen, and the other prince heirs kept to their usual practice and slept with their cadres and the outguard and the rest of the troops in small nondescript tents, now pitched in the field on the caravanserai's north side. Kai walked around to the supply train where it was camped up against the innermost paddock's wall. He circled around the field where the giant wall walkers munched on waist-deep grass. It only came up to the tops of their clawed feet. With the breeze negligible, their musky stench hung in the air. The jumbled collection of supply train tents were domes of oilcloth staked into the flattened grass, and most were closer together than the soldiers pitched theirs. Some of the prince heir's various cadres were still divided by old rivalries that didn't seem to matter to the rest of the Hierarchy. Only a few carefully shielded candle lamps lit the way between the tents. Groups gathered around each one, talking quietly or drinking or finishing up a late meal. They watched Kai go by, but only the sentries walking their patrol acknowledged him. Kai crossed in front of a tent where the group gathered outside. All went silent as he passed. Amabel sat alone outside the witch's little collection of tents, cradling a battered metal cup in their hands. Kai sat down in front of them, catching a scent of anise. Amabel smiled and signed in witch speak, "All is well, fourth prince." They were young, short like an Hierarchy, but with the more amber skin that was common in the borderlands and the west. Their dark hair had been braided into a neat cap around their head. They were wearing an Enelin caftan and robe, probably to make them less conspicuous on their journey, or just because their old clothes had finally worn out. "Are you in for the night?" Kai signed back. "No, I am to patrol later." Amabel offered the cup of anise-flavored water to Kai. Kai refused it with a thank you gesture. Has Mother Hiraga read any more messages? They were the elder who had seen the fall of the summer halls in running water and had guided their family to meet Bashasa at the river. To meet the future, Kai reminded himself, because the exact wording of these things was important. Amabel's brow furrowed. Mother has not. They haven't been talking lately. Issa says Mother has dust in their throat, but they can't figure out why. That was concerning for more than a few different reasons. Does Issa think Mother needs a mortal doctor, or is it a portent? From Amabel's expression, they had been asking themselves the same question. Fourth Prince knows portents are unreliable at best, and if this is one, it defies all our effort to interpret it. With the air of coming to a decision on a thorny issue, Amabel added, "Perhaps a mortal doctor might be for the best." "Tonight?" Kai asked. There were several physicians among the prince heir's followers, and Kai actually almost trusted Bashasa's. "I can bring one. Mother is asleep and won't like being woken. Tomorrow is soon enough." Amabel smiled again. "Fourth Prince cares for us." That made Kai wince, possibly because his failure with the demons of the cajoling court still sat in his heart like shards of rock. He said, "It's my duty as a sub-captain to Prince Heir Bashasa." Unimpressed, Amabel snorted and made a throwaway gesture, refusing Kai's words. Kai wasn't going to argue with them. He signed a good night, but before he could stand, an Hierarchy from the group at the nearby tent came toward them. The person, young, dressed like a man, hesitated a few steps away, then eased closer and said, in broken Imperial, "Amabel would give him this?" Amabel nodded and held out their hand. The Hierarchy moved close enough to drop something into Amabel's palm and then retreated hastily back to his own group. Amabel held it out to Kai, who leaned closer to see. It was a little metal trinket, barely the length of the tip of one of Amabel's calloused fingers, shaped vaguely like a sitting person. It had an elaborate headdress or helmet, and something like a javelin gripped in one hand and an urn-shaped vessel in the other. "What is that?" Kai said aloud. Amabel shrugged. They said, in Imperial, "They give them to us, different shapes." "Are they coins, luck tokens, spirit symbols?" They shrugged again. "We have nothing to give back." Kai knew the supply train had been grateful for the witch's ability to find springs and to chase away the malevolent spirits that sometimes clustered around them. Whatever it was, it seemed harmless and well-meant. He held out his hand and let Amabel drop the little figure into it. Kai knew his cadre had set up a tent for him and Ziede to one side of Bashasa's, and for Tahren and Tahen on the other, though he hadn't been by that part of the camp yet.
They did it for Tahren because she had refused the offer of a cadre, partly because she didn't need one, and partly because there were a host of political ramifications around the idea of putting Arike soldiers under the command of an immortal marshal, even a disgraced immortal marshal who was a traitor to the Blessed. Apparently, nobody had ever given a cadre to a demon before, so those political ramifications didn't apply to Kai. Ziede hadn't accepted one because she did most of her scouting from the air, and could only carry 1 or 2 people with her, and that not for long. Also, Kai suspected she just preferred to work alone most of the time. Kai found his way through the clumps of tents in the dark. The occasional glow of a shielded lamp lit the stamped-down grass, and it was quiet except for rustling and soft, half-heard conversations. As he neared Bashasa's camp, he heard familiar voices. "My friend Sarala, how many hierarchs' heads did the good prince heir of Deskararek take, do you recall?" "My memory is excellent, friend Nirana. I believe it was exactly none." Kai sighed, and followed the sound to a narrow corridor between sheets of canvas that led into a circle of tents where a little candlelight glowed. He stepped around one of Bashasa's cadre, who nodded to him as he passed. She was expertly coiling extra tent rope around her right forearm, which ended in a stump. Only 2 shielded lamps were lit, but it was enough to see Nirana and Sarala outside Kai and Zide's tent, and Bashasa's cadre busy straightening up the area, packing away unneeded gear and stowing bedrolls. Nirana continued, "Yes, I believe you are correct, friend Sarala." Her audience seemed to be several soldiers and hangers-on lurking on the far side of the circle. "I recall it because exactly none is the same number of expositors that the good prince heir of Deskararek has killed." "It isn't a fair comparison," a younger voice objected, and Kai snorted a laugh. "The prince heir of Benizarek had help from a demon prince." Sarala and Nirana both leapt on that like horses on a snake. "Unfairness! Deskararek concedes our point and pleads unfairness because they don't have a demon prince too." Someone from Bashasa's cadre contributed, "I weep for them. Such sadness." Another one said, "Excuses aplenty. How do we know that's true?" a voice said out of the dark. "Isn't it a lie, so your drunken prince heir can stay in command?" Stillness crashed over the camp like an upended cart. Almost in unison, Bashasa's cadre turned toward the speaker. Sarala, her voice suddenly even and deadly cold, said, "Shut your teeth, or I'll ram them down your throat. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes, you puddle of piss." Nirana grabbed up a bucket and swung it back to throw. "We need that bucket." Kai walked into the dim light. Nirana stumbled but managed to arrest the bucket's motion just before letting it fly. The shadowy group of presumably Deskararek soldiers and hangers-on hastily vanished into the night, and everyone else in the little camp immediately found tasks that needed their attention. Kai walked past them all and ducked inside his tent. There was a glass lamp already lit in the overhead holder, and his and Zita's bedrolls were stacked on the ground cloth with their few bags. Kai started arranging things the way they always did, his mind more on that last insult from the Deskararek, or from whoever it was who had come into the camp with the Deskararek. He had known for a while that it was a problem, but he had no idea what to do about it. He had their bedrolls laid out and had sat down on his blanket when the flap rattled. Bashasa's voice said, "All is well?" Bashasa made his own rounds to check that all his people were present and accounted for, though he usually confined himself with speaking briefly to the commanders of the different troops and upper cadres. Kai said, "Yes, come in." Bashasa ducked inside and threw himself down to sit. His shoulders slumped a little in weariness, and he looked far more tired than he had after the meeting. It has been a long day." Kai absently rustled through his bag, old muscle memory from being Cayena insisting that when someone visited your tent you had to offer them food. He realized what he was doing and gave up. He didn't have anything with him anyway. There was news from Enelin? There was, and it is somewhat troubling. He correctly interpreted Kai's expression and said, "It's not as bad as what we heard of Renitalarek." The message came from the commander who is gathering their forces in the northeast. They say that Tescalin still wants to join us, but some of their people are reluctant. Bashasa's mouth twisted, and the confidence he always wore in public dropped away like a veil. There are many Enelin who wish to try to retake Nibet first, even though it is of no strategic value at this time. Kai winced. It was like the Arik in Benayasarik, who had at first wanted Bashasa to free the city-states, with the Hierarchs still waiting to come right back in and conquer them again. Or, more likely, destroy them utterly. There was no point in saying, if the Enelin don't come, we're dead, because Bashasa clearly knew that better than he did. Literally dead, as the Hierarchs would continue their plan to wipe out the population of the west, east, and north to take the land and everything on it for themselves. They have to understand that won't work. Their commanders certainly understand, as does the Tescalin. Perhaps the others understand in their minds, but not their guts. The place is sacred to them. Bashasa rubbed his eyes tiredly. Lots of places are sacred. Were sacred, Kai said. Bashasa made a gesture. It looked like indifference to Kai, but he knew it was the way the Arik expressed something that seemed to mean, yes, but what can anyone do? The road through this caravanserai used to lead there, did you know? Long ago when Nibet was the home of the first people to call themselves Enelin, before they spread further northwest. It eventually became the center for their worship. Nibet's ports became closed to trade, only open for pilgrims coming from up and down the coast to visit the place, so the trade all shifted to the roads further west, into the central part of Enelin. Kai tried to picture it. So the whole land was like a temple? Something like that, but people still lived there as guardians of it. It had become a replica of the sacred country, where the Enelin go when they die. So each bit of it had a special meaning. This mountain is such and such, this lake is so and so, down to every pond and stream and rock, I think. And all those who lived there cared for it, and kept the sacred fires alight. It is, or was, a great honor to be born there, but no one was allowed to die there, from what I understand. Those rules wouldn't have stopped the Hierarchs. Kai thought a great many people must have died there. Did you ever see it, before? I meant to, for I've heard it is a place of great beauty. I am not entirely sure what the Hierarchs did there, if they spared anyone or simply took what they wanted as usual. From Bashasa's expression, he wasn't thinking of a place he had never been. Kai had seen the state that Benayasarik was in, and he knew how it would feel to someone who had grown up there. The Hierarchs apparently made a great many promises about how the inhabitants of the captured Arik cities would be treated, and very few, if any of those promises had been kept. Bashasa seemed to shake off the memory and added, the Hierarchs used Nibet as a corridor for invasion, and they captured the Tescalin there, which was how they got the Enelin by the throat. Sighing, he took a flask out of his coat pocket and pulled the cork from it. As soon as the distilled stink hit the air, Kai was furious. He leaned over and grabbed the flask out of Bashasa's hand. He said, no. He had no plan for this, but he knew it needed to be done, and now was as good a time to start as any. Bashasa's expression flashed from incredulous to angry, his brows drawing together. Kai, give that back. Kai didn't move. No. Bashasa huffed in front Freischer. He sat back, and Kai watched him bring his temper under control. He was obviously marshalling his powers of persuasion. He said, reasonably, Kai, let's not fight. Kai assured him, no, we're going to fight. Bashasa pressed his lips together in annoyance. Then he tried his flat death glare. It didn't have anywhere near the impact when he didn't mean it, when deep down he knew he was in the wrong. Kai, I am a prince heir of Benayasarik. I am due respect. Kai tilted his head deliberately. I'm a prince of the fourth house of the underearth. And both our titles are worth nothing until the Hierarchs are dead. I realize that, Bashasa snapped. Then he blew out a long breath and looked away. They sat in silence for a fraught moment. The fact that Bashasa had no real argument to make said more than Kai could. Bashasa finally said, who is the third prince? Wary, Kai frowned. What? Bashasa clarified, if you're the fourth prince, who is the third prince? Tashiatirin of the third house. Kai knew Bashasa was de-escalating the situation like the master he was, but he had to add, I never liked her. Bashasa met Kai's gaze, letting some of his chagrin show. It might have been effective if Kai didn't know he was just checking to see if Kai's resolve had failed yet. Bashasa drew breath to speak, and Kai said, "I know all your tricks. They don't work on me." Bashasa slumped a little, pretending defeat to try to lure Kai into relaxing his guard. "I don't use tricks," he said, grumpy. "I am a reasonable person. I speak reason to others." The fact that that was true didn't change the way Bashasa could wield candor like a weapon. He wasn't ambitious, he didn't seem to want anything from anyone that they weren't willing to give, he had never had anything to conceal. Lashar tried to stab at his hidden wounds, not realizing Bashasa was more than willing to expose them to the world if it got him closer to his goal. Fortunately for all of them, that goal was keeping as many people alive as he could while destroying the Hierarchs. Kai said, "Then, as a reasonable person, you know there is no way you can reason me into giving this back to me." They stared at each other in silence. Kai saw the moment Bashasa gave in. Actually gave in, not just pretending to give in as a trick. Bashasa's shoulders relaxed, and he shrugged. "It's just a crutch. I admit this. Sometimes a person needs a crutch. The wooden thing Haranan uses to walk is a crutch." Kai lifted the flask. "This is poison." Bashasa's mouth twisted, but he didn't try to argue. "I would say it is hard, but of course you know that. It's hard for everyone." Kai snorted, half amused, half wry. "You knew it would be hard. It's always been hard." "I did not expect to be alive for this long." Bashasa flung his hands in the air. "Who knew this was going to work? That we would get even this far?" He ran a hand through his hair and said, serious this time, "A great many of our people are going to die in this fight, despite all our plans, all our efforts."
Even before taking Renidalarik into account, a disaster in the making I can't lift a finger to prevent. And there were Auric who even now wondered if the fight was worth it, who thought it might be true that the Hierarchs would spare the rest of the Auric city-states, as they had promised. If they only submitted enough, if they gave the Hierarchs what they wanted, if they let the Hierarchs take everything the land had and grind its people into dust. Kai had heard his cadre talk about it. None of them believed the Hierarchs intended any mercy, the cynical veterans of the hostage courts that they were. Arsha had said sarcastically, "Of course, just because they massacred everyone in Suneauric and the Arkai and the son of Sarkofa and the Witchlands and all the way up the coasts to the north and east and south and west, I'm sure they'll let us live." Telara had added seriously, "People say the Hierarchs left the far south alive, but those messengers from Palm, they say that's only what the southern legionaries are made to believe. The coastal traders haven't seen a civilian southern ship since last summer's storm season." It made Kai's blood cold. That mortals might huddle in their cities, hoping to be safe until the Hierarchs decided to take the land to build another temple to themselves and came to slaughter every living thing in the way. Kai pulled the tent's groundcloth aside and started to dig into the grass and roots. You have to make them see what you and I and the others see. This isn't a war like any story from history. This is not something any of us live through unless we kill the Hierarchs first. He was just a Serati scout when it came down to it, and he didn't know how to convince anybody of anything without threatening to kill them. You're the only one who can do it for the Auric. Like we have to hope that Skylin and the other hostages convince their own people. Bashasa's expression was complicated as he watched Kai pour the contents of the flask into the hole, push the sod back in, and smooth the groundcloth over it again. He seemed to debate what to say, then reached forward and took Kai's hand, absently brushing the dirt off. "Kai, I have meant to—" The tent flap pulled aside, and Ziade stepped in. Bashasa dropped Kai's hand and said, "Ah, you're here." Ziade lifted her brows at him. "Yes, you knew I was on my way." Trinal said, "Vrim's shield-bearer has a question for you." "Yes, of course, of course." Bashasa pushed briskly to his feet. "I'll speak to you later, tomorrow, I mean." And he ducked out of the tent. Taking a seat on her own bedroll, Ziade eyed Kai. "Did something happen?" Kai admitted, "He was going to drink, I took it away from him." "Oh." Ziade looked thoughtful, pulling her bag over and starting to sort through the contents. "Kai, that kind of thing can take up every moment of your time, a whole mortal lifetime." Kai picked dirt out of the fringe on his blanket. He knew she was right. I've got a lot of mortal lifetimes to go. I need something to do. Oh, do you know what this is? He dug in his coat pocket for the little metal figure the person from the supply train had given him. If it's a curse, it's not a very good one. Oh, those are luck tokens, Trinal told me that. Ziede opened her bag and pulled out a handful. Kai leaned forward to look. Most were the same figure he had, though in slightly different metals and sizes, as if they had been made by different artisans. Some were dissimilar figures entirely, like pieces for a game. Ziede continued, I try to tell them I don't have anything to give in return, but they just run away like they're afraid I'll give it back. Tahren has been getting them too, since we left Hierarchs. Kai rubbed his thumb over the little figure. He still couldn't feel anything from it. Are they giving us luck, or are they getting the luck from us in exchange for this? Ziede's laugh was more than half-grown. I have no idea. Are you tired, or do you want to work on intentions? Work on intentions if you want to. They're starting to pile up, and I haven't had time to figure out what most of them do. Kai put the figure away and smoothed down his blanket. He carefully set out each intention he had collected that day. They lay on the brown-striped cotton, each one no larger than his palm, wavering bits of thick air, marked by those writhing, unreadable characters. With a lot of trial and error, he was learning how to pick them apart and read the designs that the expositors had woven to create them. Talamene's memories had helped, at the beginning, but there was a lot Kai had to figure out for himself. How many are new? Ziede dug a roll of writing paper out of her bag, unwrapping the protective leather cover. 4, just from today. Kai cautiously poked at one, trying to sink into it to see the underlying structure of the design. Even with practice, it was still an uneasy task. These designs had come from the minds of expositors, and they were cold and sticky, like falling into pond slime. That's a good amount for one patrol. Ziede set out her ink and took up her pen. When you're ready. Kai woke up with Amabel's sister Kriat leaning over him. He had grabbed her wrist in reflex, but his grandmother had trained him too carefully when he was Kayena. He hadn't taken any of her life just because he was startled, giving him time to recognize her voice and the sense of her presence. She hissed, "Help." It was one of the few words in Auric or Imperial that she admitted to knowing, usually employed while pointing to something she wanted the soldiers to move for her. She realized she had been repeating it over and over again. Help who? What happened? Kai let her go and sat up, shoving his blanket aside. They had put the light out before going to sleep, and it was too dark inside the tent to see which speak. The most recent dead expositor's life was still hot in Kai's veins, and he held out his hand and called a flame. A sharp gust of air nearly blew it out, as Ziede's blanket flew aside and she was on her feet. "Help Amabel," Kriat said, backing away as light washed over the tent. She looked frightened, brown eyes wide, and the color in her skin washed out by the bright flame. She wore what were probably sleep clothes, a too-thin tunic and pants that barely went to her knobby knees. Her hair was wrapped in the gauze scarf she usually used as a veil. Her hands moved rapidly, signing, "I went out to keep them company as they walked in patrol." Shapes came out of the east, silent. I don't know who, why. Where is this happening? Ziede grabbed her coat and shrugged into it, fumbled for her shoes. Kai shoved to his feet, not bothering with his. He had slept in his shirt and skirt, and that was enough to fight in. He flipped open his pack to get to the piece of leather where he had been storing the intentions taken from the dead expositors. He and Ziede had only had time to unravel and interpret one of them, but at least it was a helpful one. He scooped it off the leather and set it on his chest. Outside the paddock gate to the east, Kriat signed, and darted out the tent flap. Kai bolted after her, Ziede on his heels, into a night that was ominously quiet, air heavy with the storm, still a suppressed, violent energy above them. A flustered Hardle watched Kriat run through the circle of tents in the wan light of the single lamp. She said, "How did she get in? I didn't see her." Kriat might not have much ability to communicate with spirits, but she was still witch-born and had demon in her bloodline, if very distantly. Kai wasn't surprised she could make herself extremely difficult to notice, even in close quarters. He said, "There's an attack outside the paddock gate to the east. Tell Salatel and Trinal." Hardle lunged toward Salatel's tent, and Kai continued after Kriat. Ziede caught his arm, and the ground underfoot dropped away as they rose upward. The wind devils whirled around them in a rush of air, not even visible as patches of deeper shadow as they flew through the night toward the east end of camp. Hartl's warning set off a silent wave of darting movement below as sentries signaled each other with whistles across the dark camp shadows. Shadows moved as soldiers scrambled out of tents. The bulk of the caravanserai seemed quiet, undisturbed. Straining his neck to look all around, Kai couldn't see any lights on the plain or in the hills, no sign of an approaching army. Legionaries weren't usually this subtle. The vanguarders, the sentries, he remembered. It was taking his brain some time to catch up with his wide-awake body. There should have been more warning than Kriat. They must have sent in an expositor. More than one. There's something strange in the air, Ziede muttered, distracted. Something's pulling at the wind. Kai was still surveying the camp for signs of panic or attack. The purposeful movement had spread to the supply train's tents, showing how fast the warning was moving through the troops. There was no sound of disturbance from the horse lines or the wall walkers. Do you think it's... A crosswind buffeted them, snatching the air out of his lungs. Kai lost his grip on Ziede and tumbled wildly. He hit the roof of an outbuilding, barely visible in the darkness. It cracked under his feet, and he let himself collapse into a crouch, keeping his balance. Old wood creaked ominously. Ziede landed far more lightly, like a drifting silkweed blossom. At least Kai had his bearings. They were at the far end of the caravanserai's old east paddock, probably atop a dilapidated fodder shed. He could hear air rushing in an otherwise still night, the pad of bare feet running on dirt and grass, a gasp, a shout. He whispered to Ziede, "An expositor stole your wind devils?" Her voice tight with fury, Ziede said. "No expositor could do that. That was a witch." "More than one." "What?" Kai hissed. Then from the ground below, he heard a choking gurgle. He stretched to grab a splintered beam at the roof's edge, even before he realized it was someone fighting for air. He swung down and landed in a crunch of dry brush, not caring if anyone heard. He hoped their attackers heard. He hoped they came for him. The clouds overhead still obscured the moon and starlight, but there was just enough diffuse glow that he could make out three shapes sprawled on the grassy dirt. He ran to the one that still clawed feebly at their throat. He felt for a garrote or a neck wound, found nothing, then flipped her over and pounded her on the back. She shuddered in his arms, still straining to breathe. He shifted her so she sat upright and wrapped his arms around her to give her one sharp squeeze. She spit something out and wheezed in enough air to gag. He released her, steadied her when she almost collapsed. She retched and coughed horribly, but she was breathing again. From her battered leather armor, she was an Hierarch soldier, probably a sentry on patrol, but she was covered with fine dirt or sand, as if she had been buried and dug her way out. Ziede stood up from checking the two unmoving bodies. "There are vanguarders," she whispered, grimly, "both dead." Fury came over Kai in a wave, driven by fear. All he could see was the camp of the Sareti and Borderlander alliance, slaughtered by the voice of the Hierarchs. The burned heap the legionaries had made of Kendessa Sareti. He couldn't face another overrun camp, another field of familiar dead faces. He stood and strode forward, away from the paddock wall into the open field beyond. Wind rose out of nowhere, laden with sand. It struck him in a haze of pinprick pain, flattened his clothes to his body, tore through his hair. Not hard enough to throw him off stride, more like a threat, a promise. Kai ground his teeth, wishing he had someone's neck to bite, and went to the tall pillar that marked the caravanserai's long-collapsed outer gate. He put his hand on the pitted stone and used his pain and fury and the last dead expositor's life to call heatless fire. The pillar burst into flame and lit the grassy field like daylight. Kai stepped away from it, letting his eyes adjust. 30 or so paces away, a dozen figures froze, arrested in mid-motion by the sudden, unexpected wash of light. At first, Kai couldn't tell what they were. Wreathed in dust, they looked like spirits, like something strange that had risen out of the ground, drawn by all the death the Hierarchs had brought to the world. He walked forward, the tall grass and sticky seed pods catching at his skirt. One started toward him, moving further into the circle of light. Kai realized this was a person, or at least something that had taken mortal shape. The dust that flowed around their body coated veils worn over the kind of long wrap tunic and wide pants common to the East, the colors obscured.
Arik used their clothing to show their gender, but witches didn't, at least the witches Kai had known from the borderlands. And this had to be a witch. The edge of her influence felt like a breath of metallic dust, an itch in the back of Kai's throat. He had never had a witch try to exert power over him, and it wasn't one last stick on an already abraded back. But it was close. He smiled a little, not kindly, and said in Imperial, "Are you trying to put a cantrip on me, sister? I can barely feel it." As they drew closer together, the sand and dust rose like curtains around the two of them. It would obscure them from Ziede's sight, and the view of anyone rushing here from the camp, though Kai didn't bother to turn around and look. The firelight glowed through the walls of shifting dust, throwing gold reflections. He couldn't see what the other veiled figures were doing, but it hardly mattered. Kai and the witch stopped barely 2 paces from each other, and her power swelled like a wave. It tasted of ashes on Kai's tongue. He said, "That's better." He wanted her to take that last step into arm's reach herself. "Confident expositor," she said, in the same language. Anger seethed under the amusement in her soft voice, her unfamiliar accent. So young and pretty to be out here alone. She took the last step and reached for him. How lucky for me. The firelight was to Kai's back and must be throwing his eyes into shadow. Even through the dust, it was bright enough on her veil that he could see her features through it. He had never heard a witch of the borderlands comment on someone's appearance or equated with their power. It was an incredibly foolish, deadly foolish assumption to make. Kai took her hand as she reached for him, the callus on her palm catching on Ptolemine's still soft skin. He said, "How unlucky for you that I'm not an expositor." He caught the life in her and lifted it free of her being. Just enough that it froze her in place. A strangled noise left her throat, of shock, disbelief, fear. The swirling curtains of dust slowed, particles drifting, as the almost imperceptible wind that carried them died away. His voice deceptively even, Kai said, "You killed my people. Are you hierarch slaves that you attack mortals for them? Your ancestors in the underearth would tear you apart." He was a heartbeat away from turning her into a desiccated corpse. He kept hold of her hand, but allowed her just enough life for her knees to give up. She thumped to the ground, half upright. Shouting rang out. Someone screamed a name. Movement in Kai's peripheral vision. With his free hand, Kai swiped the first intention off his shoulder. It was a small one, meant to hurt more than kill. But between containing the fire to the pillar and holding off the witch's attempt to pack his lungs with dust, he didn't have the concentration or the power for more. Not unless he ate this one's life. But the last shred of his self-control held him back. A figure burst through the dissipating dust wall and leapt for him, arm raised. Kai let the intention go with a flick of his fingers. It struck her in the chest and knocked her backward. She hit the ground and rolled, gasping and clawing at her front.
Another figure grabbed her arm and staggered, collapsing, as the intention spread to her. Others, rushing forward, stumbled to a halt, then scrambled back in fear. The taste of ashes intensified, the sensation of something soft and smothering clumping around Kai's teeth. It didn't come from his captive, but one or more of the others around him. He drew out a little more of the witch's life and used it to push back at that unfamiliar power. The sensation eased, and someone shouted, "Stop! It's a demon!" It wasn't an Imperial. It sounded more like a dialect of Arik, close but not quite the same as the way the Benizaric spoke it. But the word for demon was the same. Kai raised his voice and said in the Arik he knew, "I serve the free Arik under Prince Heir Bashasa Bar Callus of Benizaric. Why did you attack us without provocation?" Someone eased forward out of the shadows ahead, another figure wrapped in dust-gray fabric. She threw a glance toward the two under the intention. They writhed and panted on the ground, the others afraid to go near enough to help. She said, "The expositors take witches and strip them of their will, bend them to their own uses, make them slaves, what they call familiars." She was deliberately speaking in a way more understandable to Kai, a version of the language closer to that spoken by the Benizaric. They do this to demons too. He had never heard of this before. He wanted to say it was a lie. But the demons who had been kept in the caging courts of the summer halls now fought for the hierarchs in the southwest.
He had been afraid the demons had joined the hierarchs of their own will, or because they had been tortured to numb obedience. But if they had been somehow mentally enslaved by expositors? Not this demon, Kai said. Answer my question. He expected her to say they had thought they were attacking legionaries, or at best, hierarch partisans. It was a worthless excuse at best, but it was the obvious one to choose. She said only, "Let them go and we'll leave." Kai laughed. It was as good as admitting they had known what they were doing. There had been no mistake. "If you hold any of my people who still live, give them to me now. I want blood for blood." "The Witchlands," another voice said. "He's from the Witchlands." These people spoke an Arik dialect and used the Eastern name for the borderlands. In a way, it was a relief that these weren't borderlander witches who had betrayed everything their lineages had taught and lived for generations. Kai said, "Where are you from? Where did they teach you to murder helpless mortals?" Another voice from further out in the dark, deeper and rougher, laughed. "You think you can stand against us alone?" The one who had tried to bargain with Kai twitched. The others drifted closer. Kai felt his jaw tighten. It was time to drain his captive and just start killing all of them. Then icy claws caught in Kai's tangled hair, but this breath of power was familiar and welcome. It was the weightless cold of a wind devil wrapping around him, a warning of what was about to happen. He said, "What makes you think I'm alone?" A whoosh thump like igniting firepower shook the ground. All the witches advancing on Kai slammed down to the flattened grass under the force of it. The drifting dust disintegrated in the blast of wind, but Ziede's wind devil had created a column of air around Kai, and it remained undisturbed. The intention on the other two witches ran its course and dissipated. Without that draw on his concentration, Kai was able to turn and drag his captive back toward the fire pillar. Ziede stood in front of the flames, outlined by the light. Her scarf had been knocked aside at some point, and her braided hair hung free. Her arms were lifted as she drove her wind devils like a wave over the field. Arik soldiers were outlined behind her, at least 4 or 5 cadres worth, some on horseback, some perched on the ruined outbuilding and wall with crossbows. Kai was glad they hadn't sent more soldiers. The others would need to guard the rest of their perimeter to make sure this wasn't a distraction for a second attack. Ziede came forward, swishing through the grass, and met Kai halfway. His captive tried to struggle. He felt odd energy stir in the air. He drew just enough life to make sure she wouldn't be able to fight anytime soon, or use her power, wherever it came from. She went limp, and he dropped her. He told Ziede, "You were right, they're witches." Glaring down at the huddled figure, she said grimly, "Yes, it's disappointing. We still need to find Amabel." Kai hissed out a breath and looked back at their attackers. The firelight cast flickering shadows, and the figures fleeing back into the fields were barely visible. One stood watching them. Kai wasn't sure if it was the one who had tried to bargain with him or not. The figure turned away and followed the others into the dark. "Fourth Prince," Salatel's voice called out, and Kai signaled her that it was safe to approach. She and Tellera and Arsha rode up, their restive horses huffing out breaths as they sniffed for prey. Salatel reported, 3 more vanguarders are missing, Fourth Prince. 2 said they were saved by vanguarder Amabel, but there's no sign of them." This was infuriating, but unsurprising. Kai jerked his chin toward his captive. She huddled on the ground, panting, fighting to stay conscious. "Watch her. Send for Baram and Ebel from the witch's tent to help you. If she moves, kill her." Arsha passed her reins to Tellera, swung down from her horse, and put her spear point to the witch's throat. Ziede took Kai's arm, and the wind devils lifted them into the air. They sped into the dark, over the field where the grass was still flattened by the force of Ziede's power. "I should have realized," she muttered, "the strangeness in the weather. That was their meddling." "Who are?" Kai started to ask, but he spotted movement to the east. A person stumbled and thrashed their way forward through the waist-deep grass, but he recognized them from their size and gangly flailing. He swore in annoyance. That was all they needed, someone running off to become another hostage. "There, that's Kriet." Ziede made a noise of exasperation. They swooped lower and dropped to the ground. Kriet spun and almost fell backward in surprise. Kai caught her coat to pull her upright. Ziede said, "Kriet, go back, stay with Salatel, we'll find them." Clearly half out of her mind with fear, she snapped, "No, no, I don't believe you. Easterners lie." I was in no mood to be argued with. He turned her back toward the camp and gave her a push. "Do as your elder says." As she turned to glare at him, he repeated it in witch speak, where the gestures gave it a far more emphatic meaning. Kriet wavered, sobbed once, then ran back toward the pillar of fire and the paddocks. Her lack of trust was a problem. She must have gone to Kai and Ziede as a last resort to ask for help for Amabel, running past any number of sentries to reach them. It was infuriating. Seething, Kai turned to Ziede. "Can you believe this? This is supposed to be a shitting army. Children these days, I swear on my forebears' ashes." Ziede agreed, and took them into the air again. Kai was going to have to think of a way to gain Kriet's trust. Amabel's family were part of his cadre, his responsibility, but that would have to wait. This far away from the fire pillar, the plain was a black sea below, and the hills only outlines against the lighter darkness of the cloudy sky. Ziede rose up further for a better view, and Kai caught a flicker of firelight. He whispered, "There." Ziede leaned forward, urging the wind devils to go faster, using the little flicker as a beacon. As they rushed closer, the light resolved into a small bowl lamp, sitting on a flat rock in the low cut of a dry creek bed. It had been shielded by the rise of the creek's banks, invisible except from the air.
Just out of the candle's reach, shadows moved, person-sized as well as some kind of riding animals, though not leggy and lithe enough to be Hierarch horses. A shadow crossed in front of the lamp. In the dim flicker, they could see it was carrying a person. Then the shadow slung the limp body over the back of a riding animal. It might be an injured witch, but it might not. There was no time to hesitate or be subtle. Ziede dove. She let Kai go, and he landed on dry pebbles, the scrape of his bare feet the only warning the witches had. With a clatter, two riders took off up the creek bed, and something swept over Kai's head, hopefully Ziede. Animals squawked, snorted in indignation, and loose rock rattled down a slope. The first witch who rounded on Kai got punched in the face. They must have removed their veil, because the feel of bone crunching under his fist was satisfyingly tactile. The second grabbed his shoulder, and he felt the sting of a cantrip sink into his bones. Ziede had taught Kai about cantrips, though he had been too busy working on intentions to try any yet. Witches used them to do things their affinitive spirits couldn't, but the power to make them came from those spirits, that connection to the underlying life and flow of the world. It was, Kai had realized, a lot like creating a design for an intention, but without the need for an artificial power well of death and pain. This is something we should have practiced, Kai thought as he shoved the witch off him. He grabbed his shoulder where the cantrip had landed, and cold sunk into his flesh. It stung and ached, and that gave him a little power of his own to tap, though he wasn't sure how best to use it. He tried the only thing that might work, and reached for the wispy structure of the cantrip like he would an expositor's design. It felt insubstantial, dissolving under his grasp, like trying to pick up a spider's web. But when he managed to get a grip and tug at the strands, it came loose. A heartbeat later, it was there in his palm, a fading handful of pin-sharp ice, about to melt away. Warmth rushed into Kai's blood again, and he did the next obvious thing. He slammed the cantrip into the witch's chest and pushed his own pain in after it. The witch cried out and stumbled, clawed at their tunic where the cantrip must be burrowing in. The witch Kai had punched came at him again, and he sensed movement to his left. He ducked under a swipe from something like a club and came up under it to brush the wielder's arm. He snatched some of their life, and they yelped and scrambled away through cracking brush and grass. Someone shouted desperately, and suddenly everyone around him was running. Kai lunged after them, and his foot caught on something soft. He staggered, pitched forward, and hit the ground. He shoved himself up, cursing, pebbles grinding into his forearms. Ptolemaine's feet were bigger than Enna's, and it shouldn't be a problem, since the rest of his body was in proportion, but somehow it was. And he should have been used to it by now, but somehow he wasn't. He tried to get up, but his foot was still caught on something like fabric.
Kai sat up and felt around, and touched cloth and leather armor. One of the vanguarders, Kai thought, simmering with anger. If she was dead, somebody was going to pay for it. Kai got to his feet and went to the candle bowl where it sat beside a coil of rope. He carried it back to see two of the missing Hierarch vanguarders lay beside the stream bed. He crouched to quickly check them. Relief swept over him when he found both were breathing. They were unresponsive, probably unconscious, and tied at the wrists and ankles. The witches had obviously meant to take them captive as hostages. Hopefully as hostages. The other things Kai could think they might do with mortals were a lot more worrisome. Hooves crunched over the pebbles, but the candle showed it was Ziede, riding one animal and leading the other. The creatures were more like oxen, short and wide, and apparently more docile. A limp body lay draped behind Ziede's riding pad, and another across the back of the animal she led. "Is one of those Amabel?" Kai asked. "Yes, and they're alive, both of them." Ziede slid down from the beast, and Kai went to help her ease first Amabel and then the other vanguarder to the ground. The vanguarder seemed to be breathing well enough, but Amabel was gasping, unconscious and soaked with sweat. Kai couldn't see any blood and couldn't feel a cantrip, though there had to be something causing this. Ziede pressed a hand to their cheek and said worriedly, "I need to take Amabel back now. They need a physician." Kai agreed. "I'll stay here with the others. Send a cadre for us. Keep an eye out." Ziede gathered Amabel against her. "They may come back." "I can hope." Kai pushed to his feet. He hadn't even been this angry at the last expositor he had killed. Ziede didn't answer, just lifted up into the air with Amabel. Kai needed to tend to the other vanguarders. He was too unsteady to try to desiccate the ropes. He felt his coat pockets for a knife, then remembered he wasn't wearing a coat. He had come out here half-dressed. He fumbled around the stream bed until he found a sharp enough rock and crouched to start sawing through the bonds on the first vanguarder's rests. Another stirred and blinked in the dim candlelight. She slurred out, "It's the demon." "That's me." Kai freed the first one's wrists and moved on to the ankles. The witches had stripped her boots off. "We'll get you back to camp soon." He didn't think he would be very good at being reassuring now, so he just worked at getting them out of their bonds. "He killed that shit beetle Karanis," another bleary voice said. "No, it was the server bringing food who killed Karanis," Kai corrected. He got the first's feet free and she rolled over, still half-conscious but groaning in relief. He moved on to the next. "I killed the second hierarch in the summer halls after Bashasa killed the first one." From their wondering murmurs, this was news to everyone who was coherent enough to understand it. The bleary one added, "They caught someone else, that witch vanguarder." "Ziede took them back to camp already," Kai explained. The rock had been dulled by the tough ropes, and he had to get up to go find another. When he came back and went to work on the third one's bonds, she seemed more awake, and asked, "Demon Prince, why did they take us?" "That's a good question," Kai said. "Maybe they eat mortals." "Ugh," the bleary one commented weakly. "Don't joke, Demon Prince." Kai hoped it was a joke. With witches who would interfere with mortals, who would attack other witches, they might be capable of anything. 3. After the revelation of Tahen's theory, Ziede had declared that she was going to sleep. She steered a half-conscious, grumpy Sanya to one of the beds in the back of the suite, then she and Tahren retired. Kai had moved again to the cushions on the stone chair, and was close to finishing Tahen's book. He wanted to get to the end before he left on his errand, just to make certain he hadn't missed anything. Some cloister witches had returned, an older group than the ones who had occupied Sanya this afternoon. They sat on the mats on the other side of the room in a cluster, mostly centered on tennis. They were talking rapidly and silently in witch speak. Kai had paid enough attention to know the conversation had started with Tennis's possible origin and ways to track down anyone who might know her family was. Then Tennis abruptly stood up. Kai paused on the book's last page and gave the group his whole attention. Tennis had come to her feet like she was lifted by Ziede's wind devils. Her expression as she glared down at one witch was all cold fury. The others went still. Tennis signed, "Take back your words before I take them from your mouth." The other witch rose to her feet slowly, deliberately. Kai said, "Tennis?" Tennis signed rapidly. "She said you were lying to me, that you had used your power to trap me and cloud my mind." That was predictable. Kai said,
That's because she's a dust witch who calls herself Albray, pretending to be a cloister witch. She thinks I don't recognize her." The other witches stood in a whisper of movement, the faint sound of fabric brushing tile. As one, they stepped back from the confrontation. Albray dragged her veil off. Her attention on tennis, she said to Kai, "I thought you knew, clever snake." Albray had enough demon blood in her line that she hadn't aged much. Her dark hair was cropped to a tight cap, streaked with gray, and there were only a few lines around her eyes. Her contemptuous expression was the same. Her gaze still locked on Albray, Tennis signed, "What is a dust witch?" Kai set Tahen's book aside on the chair's stone arm and sat forward, propping his elbows on his knees. "They come from the dry plains of the east. They're not like Borderlander or cloister witches, because all they can do is kill." That was unfair, but Kai had no desire to save Albray's feelings. "I'm not here to threaten you or your new pet," Albray said, a challenge aimed at Tennis. "That is good, for you." Tennis closed her fist on the last word, and the stone tile under Albray's left foot cracked. To her credit, Albray didn't flinch. She tilted her head in an acknowledgement of Tennis and stepped back, her motions slow and measured. She half-turned to Kai and said, "I only came to see what plans our master has for us." "Witches don't have masters." Kai leaned back in the stone chair, lounging in the place where Hierarchs had rested after dispensing death and reward when they had owned this city and everyone in it. "Do you really want to fight that battle again?" "I changed my body, not my mind." Albray swayed toward Kai, started to speak. Tennis took a step toward her. She had been challenged, and she wasn't willing to let it go. After what Acclanes had done to her, it wasn't unexpected. She was just as wary and damaged as Sanja, though better at hiding it. Tennis signed, "Leave." Albray glanced at Kai to see if he would countermand the order. He didn't. She tilted her head again and went toward the door. She didn't give Tennis a wide berth, but she didn't make any effort to encroach on her space either. Tennis followed at a distance out through the anterooms. When she returned, Kai said, "She won't come back. The others know who she is now. She just wanted to poke at us and see if we'd tell her anything." Tennis still looked worried, and he added, "The Eastern witches were important to the war, but they were never liked in this region, not like in the borderlands." The cloister witches had settled back on the floor. Even veiled, he could tell they were watching all this with interest. The cloisters probably hadn't had this much excitement in a long time. The dust witches keep their eyes on the rising world because it protects them. He pushed to his feet. "I have to get something before we leave the city. I'll be back before morning." Tennis accepted that with a nod. "Should I keep watch?" He remembered that she had slept most of the day away in the raft. "Only if you want." He nodded to the other witches. "You can trust them." One signed to Tennis, "Sister, you are still among friends." Tennis didn't look so sure, but that was something they would have to work out among them. Kai went to the nearest window, picking up the grass silk hat on the way. He had fixed a dark gauze veil to it earlier when he had changed out of his battered traveler's clothes. Most of the clothing in the chests was meant for Rising World assemblies or events, with finer, heavier silk and embroidery, which was why it had been left behind here. But he had found a blue cotton shift and an overcoat with split skirts in front and back, with only a little floral decoration along the hems. He wore it with his somewhat water-stained belt and sash. The veil would draw some attention, but that was unavoidable. They weren't as common in Bene Sarik as they had been in the past, but people would assume he was either a witch or a traveler from the west. He stepped to the stone sill of the window and dropped down to the grass at the base of the foundation and walked toward the dim shape of the earthwork wall. Kai had wandered Bene Sarik in the dark too often to get lost, even if things had changed. He didn't want to make it obvious he was coming from the cloisters, so he went out the other side of the broken earthwork and wove his way through a clump of large squat grain silos until he came to a westward canal dock. A long canopied market boat was taking on passengers, and he tossed a small coin in the pot to ride on the stern. The boat shoved off and cut across the city, passing dark streets and then lamplit ones, neighborhoods noisy and awake now that the day's heat had broken.
People clustered around open-air communal kitchens and laundries, loud talk and music carried on the breeze. Kai leapt off the boat when it bumped up against a lamplit dock for a cluster of workshops. All had shut for the evening, and it was too dark to see any guild affiliation marks painted on the walls, but they were probably for pottery and weaving, judging from the smell of dye vats and the shards swept up into piles on the edge of the footpath. Kai found his way through the little maze of alleys and courtyards, then out into the street that circled the wide terrace around the city archive. The building had closed at sunset and was quiet now, all the scholars and librarians headed for home or the markets. Kai passed the low wall around Grau House, then hit the edge of the market where the next two streets crossed. The crowd was as eclectic as Bene Sarik itself now, in looks, dress, speech. Between the firecatcher performing in the center of a scatter of stalls and all the people buying evening meals or treats from food vendors cooking on smoky charcoal braziers, Kai didn't get much attention, even with the veil. Two city ministrants in the all-white clothing of their calling stood on the edge of the crowd around the firecatcher, waiting to provide medicine and aid if there was an accident. The air smelled of burnt sugar and a heady mix of spices. Kai wasn't hungry, but it was still a mouth-watering scent. He turned at the corner of Bardis House and avoided the more brightly lit street of prominent stalls that sold paper and ink and books. He cut past the little pavilion in the center of the forum with its bored armor guards. It was where the Hierarchs' preserved heads were kept for public view. The guards faced the pavilion, their backs to the plaza, symbolically alert for the Hierarchs' return. Once Kai was past them, he entered the old palace grounds. It served as another public park now, the tall trees with spreading canopies making it a good spot for passers-by or frustrated city officials and Rising World Assembly speakers to cool off during the heat of the day. There were stone benches and a fountain with basins at waist height for drinking and set into the ground for foot washing or watering animals. During the afternoon, there were sellers of salted or sugared nuts and fried cakes. At night, it was quiet and as dark as a cave. On the far side, the old palace wall was visible, the gray stone furred with crawling vines. About 50 paces down, the little plaza in front of its open gateway was bright with lamplight, and a scattered crowd of people were chatting, clearly having just left some dinner or other gathering. There would be a lot of events like that, with the Rising World Council in session. There was nothing stopping Kai from walking in the front gate during the day, when the palace archives were open. Except that after seeing Tahren and Sadrin today, Bashasa would know Kai and Ziede are here somewhere. He would have people watching for anyone concealing their face, and be braced for some sort of confrontation. That was one of the reasons why Kai didn't want that confrontation. Like Tahren had said, he wanted Bashasa to stew in uncertainty for the rest of his life, if possible.
And he preferred to keep what he had to say behind his teeth. Tahren, I hope you appreciate this, he thought. He went the other way, down along the wall until it changed from the weathered brown stone of the old fortifications to a stretch that was barely half again as tall as Kai and constructed of much smaller blocks, so new the lines of mortar were still sharp and clear. He found fingerholds in those lines and climbed to the top. On the other side was the kitchen garden, clumps of lush growth with a few trees to shade the more delicate planting. He dropped to the soft dirt and found the paths by feel in the dark. He brushed through some of the fragrant herb beds and his clothes started to smell like dinner. The archway that led through into the firelit kitchen court was the only way out of the walled garden, but from the talk and laughter, the cooks and scullery workers were having their own dinner inside the long building on the far side. Kai drew the barest wisp of a chimera around him, weaving it out of the ground mist and the scent of the garden. He stepped into the court as a shadow. It wouldn't work if someone was actively alert for intruders, but there were too many people whose business took them through this court. Under the large lighted windows, a scatter of young children played a game with wicker balls and wooden cups. 3 soldiers congregated in the doorway, talking idly, waiting on their own meals. Kai walked silently and unnoticed past stacked pots waiting to be washed, still warm clay ovens. The conversation and clatter of dishes continued unabated as Kai went out through the door into the open service gallery.
He followed the brick path past the big cisterns and washtubs and the web of drying racks and through another archway into the central atrium. The old palace wasn't large. Long ago, Bashasa had told Kai that it had started as a fortified family home, been turned into a fortress, eventually became an administrative center for the ruling prince heir, selected by a plame in a complicated negotiation between the artisan guilds, merchants, the noble families, and the garrison. When the city assembly had moved to its own purpose-built structure, it had been demoted to family home again. But the Bar Kalis family archives were still kept here along with those of all the other past prince heirs. This open stone-paved court let air through the wide windows and doorways in the 3 stories of rooms and was lined with tall pots of flowering jasmine. Lamps hung from various balconies or flanking archways and doors, but the shadows were deep. The awnings that protected the atrium from the heat of the day were still stretched from the rooftops. The little lamps around the long rectangular pools in the center had already been extinguished, hiding the cushioned benches and the water lilies. With the guests leaving, the place was already deeply quiet. Kai knew how private it could be here, with the extended Bar Kalis family scattered to duties in different parts of the rising world. On the first floor were old assembly chambers that had been turned into spaces for gatherings and meetings. The big windows into those chambers glowed with light, and through the lattices he caught sight of figures in bright fabrics. A steady but low buzz of conversation and no music told Kai the gathering was winding down. Above it were 2 floors of guest suites, and to the east, the household rooms and the prince heir's offices and the archives. Kai kept the chimera around him like a cloak and went through an archway on the family side. He passed a couple of strolling servers, released from their duties for the evening, and started up the stairs. 2 soldiers of Bashat's cadre were stationed in the first landing, behind a latticework screen. They were talking quietly and so technically awake and alert, but didn't notice Kai as he ghosted past wreathed in the chimera. Nobody tried to kill prince heirs anymore, and the soldiers chosen for their cadres were picked for diplomatic astuteness or family connections now. Not like the cadres in the bad old days, who would have been alert to deception and strewn gravel or salt on the stair landings to hear the crunch of footsteps. Kai had chosen this stairwell because from this direction, the entrance to the archive chambers was 20 good steps before the turn into the first receiving room in the family's private suite. The latticed door was fortunately set into an archway, so he was able to open it without the 2 soldiers in the stairwell seeing it move apparently by itself, which would have broken the illusion. As he slipped through, the chimera started to fade. It was built of mist and the life of the kitchen garden, and this far from the ground it lost its vitality. Kai let it dissipate and made his way through a shadowy workroom with benches against the walls and writing desks scattered around. It opened into a foyer and the heavy bronze doors to the archive itself. The lock was a cylinder set with a code based on the Arike poem The Clash of Hearts, Water Against Rock, which was actually not a romance, but something about duty to the people and the land. Kai had never understood any of the metaphors, but he knew it well enough to open the lock. Not that it had really been designed as a serious deterrent. Coded locks like this had once been meant to bar entry to anyone not a true scholar, but now they were basic exercises for teaching. The room on the other side of the door was dark, the air warm and still now that the outside vents were closed for the evening. Kai called an imp from the underearth, its tiny body no bigger than a dragonfly, and set it to light the way. The tall room was filled with metal shelves that came up to Kai's shoulder, all decorated with scrawlwork. They held books and ornate metal boxes, each containing papers owned by previous prince heirs. He found the shelves where Bashasa's notes and journals were stored. The metal was painted black and chased with gold, something accorded to only a few of the much older, revered founders of Beni Sarik. He read the Arike characters inscribed on the labels and quickly found the right box. Kai had never been much of a scholar. He learned what he needed to know and what interested him at the moment, but he had read every scrap of paper on this section of shelves. He sat on his heels to go through the box, the imp landing on his shoulder to watch curiously. He tried to read only what he needed to find the right documents. He didn't want to sink into these words again, that familiar writing, the warm voice. There was no whisper of surviving scent, just the odor of old paper. Kai was biting his lip by the time he located the right folio. He tucked it away inside his coat and replaced the box, ignoring the way his hands trembled. He dismissed the imp before he spun the lock to reseal the inner door, then slipped out to the empty corridor. He had taken 4 steps toward the stairwell when a familiar voice spoke, and a group of people abruptly turned off the landing right in front of him, barely 10 paces away. The man in the lead was Bashasa. He was speaking to the woman beside him. "It's worth the discussion, anyway. If you could find out if..." The 2 Kalis cadres trailed him, along with 3 other finely dressed Artike. Kai froze like a startled lizard, like a fool. Bashasa glanced up and stopped, in mid-step at the unexpected sight of a veiled figure. The guards tensed, the other Artike stared, nonplussed but not afraid. Kai set his jaw. He could run back down the hall and to an outside window and escape. It would make him an unknown intruder who had broken into the old palace. That would muddy the already dirty political waters, as everyone assumed Bashasa had been targeted by either the Nient Artike or the Blessed. The easiest way to avert that was to play to Bashasa's ego. Kai swept his hat and veil off.
There was a moment where Kai saw Bashasa wonder if he faced a lingering guest he didn't recognize or an intruder. As their gazes met, the moment turned sharp and still. Bashasa realized who Kai was. For one unguarded heartbeat, he was shocked. In the next instant, his expression was under control. He had seen Tahren at the council and heard her report. He knew Kai was in the city and that Kai no longer occupied his old body. But he had clearly not expected to be confronted with him, at least not here. He flicked a hand in a subtle stand-down signal to his cadre. Still facing Kai, he said to his companions, "Forgive me, this is an honored guest." Kai said, "Am I?" It had always been a relief that Bashasa had never had more than a familial resemblance to Bashasa. He had the classic Hierarch looks, the dark eyes and warm brown coloring, as Bashasa had, but his curling hair was a finer texture, and he wore it shorter and pulled back at the nape. The shape of his eyes was different, his nose narrow and straight, his lips thinner. Bashasa had been a generous man with a generous face. Bashasa was not. He wore the more formal version of traditional Hierarch clothing, all in black silk, heavily embroidered over in red and gold. "I wasn't invited," Bashasa said, easily. "Then you mistake me." To the others he said, "If you would excuse me, I must speak to an old family friend." Kai could tell Bashasa's companions had recognized him as well. They assented readily, making polite gestures as they turned to retreat downstairs. As they left, Bashasa gestured ahead down the hall. "We can talk in the salon." Kai turned and walked toward the family quarters. It gave him a chance to brace himself for this confrontation. If Bashasa had struggled just a little more, if he had betrayed any confusion, it would have been more bearable. But after that moment of shock, he had himself under such tight control that even his tension was invisible. Kai turned into the open doorway. It wasn't a large room, but it was a comfortable one, with a couple of long, low divans, a scatter of floor cushions on the richly colored rugs. Hierarch-style murals covered the walls, antique ones, nothing to do with the Hierarchs' war. They depicted old conflicts, from ages ago when prince heirs and the cities of the Hierarch fought each other with weapons instead of words and trading contracts. They weren't very good murals, but this place hadn't been redecorated in a long time. Not when Benet's house was now considered the city seat. Kai wondered if Bashasa had managed to renovate this old home, to turn it into a palace meant for the emperor of the rising world. Bashasa followed him in, the cadre taking up guard positions outside. Bashasa took his seat on a floor cushion at the table and gestured Kai to the opposite side, so they faced each other. He must have planned to have a private conference, or maybe the people who had been with him were friends. There were wooden serving plates with cakes and other sweets, and a glass drinking set with several cups on the low table. Like the politician he was, Bashasa went for the first move. He smiled. "You look well." "Don't test me," Kai said. He wasn't a politician or a warrior, he was a killer, and he didn't waste time. Tahren knows the whole story, but I've asked her not to speak of it to the council. Bashasa took in a breath.
This was a moment when he could say, "knows what?" and try to put Kai on the defensive, turn this into a conversation of accusation and deflection. To forestall that, Kai said, "I'm not here to kill you, if you're worried about that, and you should be worried about that." With deliberate calm, he added, "It would be my turn, after all." He watched the flicker in Bashat's gaze as he considered several different responses, then settled on saying mildly, "Do me the courtesy of knowing you better than that." He lifted the carafe, filled with a clear liquor. "Would you like a drink?" Kai tilted his head, knowing a mortal would read the motion as snake-like, but Bashat deserved it for this. It wasn't wine, at least. "You must be joking." He added, "Albra was lurking in the cloisters, so I assume she made the pearl for you. I hope you're being careful with your own wine, since we're speaking so plainly." Bashat poured himself a cup. The scent of distilled apricot rose in the air. It was a drink that was only served at night in Bnei Arik, after business and work were done for the day. "I assume I have you to thank for the loss of Annaline's support during the coalition renewal." "You're welcome," Kai said, and smiled, small and mean. Lifting the drink to his lips, Bashat stilled for a moment, as if whatever response he had expected, that wasn't it. He took a sip to recover and said, "And if you had not succeeded, would you go to war with me?" He kept his tone light, but Kai could smell the suppressed anger now. Kai said evenly, "I think we've already been at war. You just didn't tell me about it." Bashat laughed a little wryly, shifting his tactics without hesitation. "I think I made you my enemy without knowing it. It must have taken some time, months, years, to gain the cooperation of all the Annaline leaders and their people." He's really angry about that, Kai thought. Good. "We aren't Hierarchs' puppets, Bashat. We can oppose each other politically without resorting to murder. At least I thought we could. I don't remember those times." Bashat regarded him with just the right amount of gravity. "I did not realize we opposed each other politically." That was disingenuous. "Then you weren't paying attention." Because he really needed to hear the answer, he said, "But I know you always pay attention. You were raised in a world without empires. How can you want to create one out of what we have now?" Bashat let a little frustration show. "I don't understand. I never have. You never opposed me as Prince Heir. Why oppose me in taking a larger role?" "A larger role?" Kai repeated. "Is that what you're worried about?" Bashat could lose the leadership of the Bnei city-state and its position as the capital city of all the Arik if he lost the support of the other prince heirs, the merchants, the artisans' guilds, the farmers' guild, and enough of the population. If the news that he had used the Neantaric conspiracy for his own advantage got out, the city might not be pleased with a prince heir who wanted to govern the rising world more than he wanted to govern Bnei Arik, who permitted a conspiracy to unfold in order to accomplish that goal. Even for those who didn't remember the days before and during the Hierarch occupation, when powerful Arik families had been manipulated into assassination and infighting when they should have been uniting against the invaders, a public airing of the truth could mean a new prince heir taking the seat, which made Bashat all the more dangerous right now. Fortunately, Kai had been dangerous far longer than Bashat had been. "I'm worried about what is best for Bnei Arik. We are the seat of the rising world. It began here, it should be ruled from here." Bashat's expression was earnest, and it hurt that Kai knew it wasn't a pretense, that Bashat really believed this. Kai said, "The leadership of Bnei Arik isn't my business anymore." That was disingenuous too. Kai had fought for this city, he didn't want to see it hurt. He added more truthfully, "I've always thought you were a good prince heir. You've kept Bnei Arik not only prosperous, but happy." Bashat had not only been wise enough to keep Bashasa's innovations to the Arik way of governing, but he had refined some and added others. He was a good prince heir, who knew how to listen to wiser heads and the people's wishes, when to embrace change, when to temper it with caution. It was why he probably thought he would make a good emperor for the rising world, not understanding there could never be any such thing as a good emperor. Bashat's brows lifted incredulously. "Are you mocking me?" It was a genuine question. Kai wondered again what Bashat thought of him. He had known that their understanding and opinions differed. He had never thought they were enemies, but apparently he had been a complete fool. He let himself smile again. "I've never been called subtle before. If I thought you would lead Bashasa's city to ruin, you would have known about it before now. Then why not support me?"
Bashasa set his cup on the table with a clink and leaned forward, allowing a glimpse of his real passion to show. If you think I'm a good leader, give me a chance to show you what the rising world could be. His expression took on an edge. If you were displeased, you could always destroy me later. Ramad had said Bashasa wasn't power mad, he just wanted the best for the rising world. Just because that might be true didn't make Bashasa's ambition any less dangerous. It's not me you have to worry about. Empires subjugate Bashasa, they aren't coalitions of equals. Try to subjugate Enelin and they will rise up and sweep across the Arik like a wave. The other lands would take sides, you would tear us apart and leave us vulnerable. Vulnerable to what? Bashasa snapped. There are no more hierarchs, just expositors rooting for scraps like carrion birds, just the free cities, refuges for pirates and marauders. You, all of you long-lived ones, you are living in the past. Oh, like the Immortal Blessed who plotted with Niantarik against Benissarik? Kai retorted. That past? What, 3 days ago? Bashasa had the audacity to look offended. I would never have let them succeed. Kai laid his hands on the wooden surface of the table, feeling the old nicks under the new polish, and let his fingers curl into claws. You murdered me. You had Ziede buried alive. You walled up Tahren Starguard. He forced himself to stop. He had a well of bitter anger inside him, and it was all so pointless. Bashasa's expression had turned conflicted, his control slipping a little. Kai made his voice cold and continued. If not for us, you would never have been born. This city would be a mass grave in a wasteland. And this is how you repay us? Oppose us all you want, argue with us, fight everything we stand for, but you threw us away like vermin into a midden. Bashasa pressed his lips together and looked away. His throat moved as he swallowed. Then he said finally, Our information said the conspirators did not mean to kill or harm you. Not you, not Ziede, not Tahren. I would never have let it happen if we had any hint an expositor was involved. It was like breaking through a wall, pulling a smothering hood off, to hear him actually admit it. Kai gestured sharply to his body. I didn't do this for my own amusement, Bashasa. I was dead. If another idiot expositor hadn't broken the seal on the tomb because he wanted me as a familiar, we would still be there. Do I have to tell you how bad it would have been for Benissarik and the entire known world if he had succeeded? An expositor with my power at his command could make himself a new hierarch. That was not my intention. Still not looking at Kai, Bashasa winced as if at his own words. He must know that was a weak response. I thought they meant to keep you away from the coalition renewal. I sent a vanguarder to make sure you were released. Kai made a derisive noise. Your vanguarder? Bashasa's mouth hardened. He slid a look at Kai. Is he still alive? Tahren did not mention him. Kai felt his jaw tighten. I don't kill allies. It was infuriating that he had to say this. Except that sinking sensation in his gut wasn't fury. When had everything gone so wrong with Bashasa? We left him behind on the way to the Kagala. Tahren even landed the ascension raft before we put him out. Bashasa snorted an unamused laugh. That was kind of Tahren, under the circumstances. There is no point to this conversation, Kai realized. He stood abruptly, ignoring Bashasa's controlled flinch. I'll make my intentions clear. I'll tell no one else, and I mean to leave this city soon and never return. But only on the condition that you leave me and mine alone. That, of all the things said tonight, seemed to cause Bashasa the most consternation. He began, He shook his head. Of course, I wouldn't. Someone stepped into the doorway with a soft throat-clearing noise. Prince Heir? It was one of the cadre soldiers. Maytal, please, whatever it is can wait, Bashasa said tightly. I apologize for interrupting, Maytal said from the doorway. Prince Heir, a messenger has come to call you back to the council chamber for a special meeting.
Kai found himself exchanging a wary look with Bashasha, who said, "Did they say who was calling the meeting?" Tahren wouldn't have broken her word not to expose Bashasa's part in her own and Kai and Ziede's disappearances. If the council had found out, Kai had an image of Tahren deliberately talking loudly about it near a window, and the words somehow getting to someone who wouldn't treat it as a wild rumor. Bashasha added, "If it is not so urgent, I would prefer to stay to finish speaking with Kai Tahren." That was news to Kai. He honestly had no idea what else Bashasha wanted to say to him. "The message came from Seeker Ori," Maytal said, persistent. That was the Rising World speaker for Belith. Bashasha didn't look away from Kai. "I see. I'll leave in a moment. You and Vittel wait for me downstairs." Bashasha waited until Maytal's steps faded, then rubbed his face tiredly and muttered, "Fuck Belith." Kai forced himself not to knee-jerk defend Belith. It was to the south across the straits and had been brutally attacked by the Hierarchs and used as a staging area against Palm. It had fought as best it could, and even after more than 60 years was still recovering. Bashasha looked up at Kai and said, "I can be confident this summons is not your doing." "Not everything that happens in the Rising World is about you, Bashasha." Kai started toward the door. He had been an optimist to think that he could leave without coming here. Bashasha would not have let this go without a confrontation and some sort of assurance that Kai wouldn't expose him. Bashasha stood and said hurriedly, "Then would you like to accompany me to the meeting? Surely you don't really mean to leave and give up all political connections." Kai controlled the urge to growl and thought, "Only the ones who murder me." He stopped, his back to Bashasha. "I told you, don't test me. I won't expose you, but I won't walk in at your side like nothing's changed." Bashasha only wanted it as security against any possible rumors of his involvement with the conspiracy. If the Witch King was clearly still his ally, then any claims that he had known about the attack on Taheran's Starguard must be baseless. "Nothing has changed. You left." Behind him, Bashasa's voice was flat. "He died, and you left." Kai's muscles locked, trembling on the edge of the step that would take him out the door. The silence hung in the air. Then Bashasha let out a breath that just sounded weary. "Kai Tahren." Kai took that step and walked away. Kai left through the old palace's front gate and didn't bother with the veil, ignoring the ripples of consternation as he passed the other departing guests. It was a relief to get outside into the cool night air. Retracing his path through the trees into the plaza, Kai found Tahren standing under a lamp near the pavilion that held the Hierarchs' heads. He was eating something that looked like a lump of red glazed sugar on a stick. As Kai reached him, he held out a second one. "Here, they have fruit inside." Kai took the treat and bit into it. There was indeed a slice of plum in the center. He noticed some of the honor guards craning their necks to stare at them. One was hissing at the others to turn around and look. There were paintings of Bashasa and the other wartime Krenshairs on the inside walls and rotunda of the little pavilion, along with the Teskailin, various leaders of the coalition factions, and other prominent figures, like Tahren, Ziede, Kai, and Tahen. Of course, the painted version of Kai looked nothing like he did now, but Tahen hadn't changed much.
Physically, at least. Ignoring the guards, Kai asked, "Did you follow me because you thought I was going to start a war? If you did, I wanted to be there for it." Tahen looked over at the honor guards and raised his voice to say, "Yes, he's a demon and I'm a lesser blessed, but we're not who you think we are. Pay attention to your job, the heads might make a break for it." Kai looped his arm through Tahen's and drew him away toward the shadow and noise of the market. "Let's go." Tahen glanced back at the old palace. "Why are the lights coming up? Oh, is Bashasha going to chase us? That'll be interesting." Kai didn't look back. Bashasha wouldn't come after them. He was called to the council for something about Belith. He couldn't help adding, "He asked me to go with him." Tahen didn't need the politics of that explained to him. He turned his back on the old palace with a derisive snort. "The little shit. I've still got the raft, if you want to leave immediately." Kai huffed out a breath. "You're very confident that I have what you want?" Tahen stopped, suddenly alarmed.
You do, don't you? You did read my treatise? Kai considered teasing him, but Tahen sounded genuinely worried. Yes, I read it, and yes, I have Bashasa's notes on the Anilan expedition to Sennar. That's a relief. How soon will you and the others be leaving? I need a chance to read the documents. Tahen gestured with his fruit stick toward the fire performance in the market plaza. Not that I don't enjoy this city. That sounded like Tahen was possibly considering leaving with them. Kai didn't want to push too hard on that point. He said, Tahren will have to decide if she wants to stay and keep talking to the council or not. The political maneuvering around Tahren was always intense when she came here, but the revelations about the conspiracy and her abduction would just make everything that much more agitated. Chewing candied fruit, Tahen made a noise of reluctant agreement. He swallowed and added, There's a meeting called by Belith? Tonight? Yes. They had reached the edge of the market and the opening of a street that led back toward the canal. Kai faced Tahen and said, Why do you ask? Tahen visibly considered a lie, then sighed and said, only a little evasively, Belith figures in my research. I might go and have a listen, just in case. Tahen was more than capable of getting into the closed council meeting without anyone noticing. Kai pulled the folio from his coat pocket and held it out. Come to the cloisters when you can. There's a bed there for you, and we can talk about it in the morning if you want. Tahen started to reach for the folio, with the hand still clutching the syrupy stick. Kai held it out of reach, lifting his brows pointedly. Sorry, Tahen muttered, tossing the stick into a nearby Sweepers Guild bin. After he scrubbed his hands on his coat, Kai surrendered the folio. Tahen tucked it away and turned to head back toward the plaza and the Rising World Assembly. He waved at Kai as he slipped through the crowd. Kai hesitated, watching him go. Tahen's treatise hadn't said anything about Belith. He should follow along too, see what the meeting was about. But he was tired, an ache all through his back and shoulders, and the last thing he wanted to do was accidentally encounter Bashasa again. Because he might say, You're right, I left you. I shouldn't have, but I did. He died, and I wanted to go with him, leave the mortal world. Anything to not feel that loss like a gaping hole in his chest. Kai turned back to the street that led toward the canal. The past, the offer. The Hierarchs had not cared overmuch for Bene Barik's civic workings when they ordered their palaces built, and the city's canals, aqueducts, water wheels, and drainage were in disarray, occasioning much tedious reconstruction, and displaced persons needing shelter. The rumor that the witches were stealing children was occasioned by the number of orphans temporarily housed in the old palace, who would play in the surrounding streets and often attracted children who were not orphaned to join them, and who were swept up with the others in the evening. It became custom not to retrieve them until the morning, since they were assured of a good evening meal. Letters of Sargatha, Archive of the Artisans Guild of Bene Arik. Kai and the injured vanguarders didn't have long to wait. Soon, Hartel and Telere arrived out of the night with a cadre of wary outguard soldiers, and they gathered up the groggy vanguarders to carry back to camp. They had brought Kai's own horse, since it was the most used to him by now, so there was no need to try to convince an animal unfamiliar with demons to let him mount it. As they rode up out of the creek bed and across the plain, Kai saw the pillar of fire had extinguished on its own, probably when he had been temporarily caught by the cantrip. Lamps and torches were lit along the old paddock wall now, and as they arrived, Kai saw the captive witch had been moved. Hartel told him, Sister Ziede had us take her into camp to a tent, so if her people returned to spy on us, they wouldn't know where she was. Good. Leaving her in the open would be too tempting to rescuers, and even Kai wasn't angry enough to want another fight tonight. They rode around to the next gate in the tumbled wall, where more soldiers had reinforced the camp perimeter. Of course, they had thought the camp perimeter was reinforced before, Kai reflected grimly, that no enemy army could approach without being detected by the vanguarders or Ziede's wind devils. It hadn't been an army, though. Kai had counted only 28 or so moving figures. It would be less now if the ones who attacked him died. They rode through the broken paddock gate and across the trampled field. More lamps were lit, and people hurried among the tents and back and forth to the caravanserai. The camp was like a disturbed termite hill, but at least it was a quiet, orderly disturbed termite hill. The outguard broke off to carry the injured vanguarders to the tents near the supply train, where the physicians would be waiting, while Kai followed Hartel and Teleray to where the captive witch had been taken. This was deeper into camp, in a tent on the edge of the outguards area, surrounded by a ring of wary soldiers. Ziede and Salatel waited outside by the curtained doorway. Kai swung down from his horse and asked, "How is Amabel? Will they recover?" Like Kai's, Ziede's clothes were streaked with dust, but she had wound her braids up under a scarf again. A scarf which looked suspiciously like one that Tahren sometimes wore around her neck. She reassured him, hurt but alive. Mother Haraga came to help the physicians tend to them. Apparently it was a cantrip to stop their heart, but someone released it before it could kill them. Someone? Kai asked, not understanding. Isa, or no, before we found them. If whoever cast the cantrip was killed before it ran its course, that would release it. Or someone meant it as torture. As Hartel led their horses away, Ziede added, "A cantrip like that is a great deal more deliberate than dust in the lungs, like what they did to the other vanguarders. Whoever cast it knew Amabel was a witch and wanted them to suffer." Kai grimaced and did not set anything on fire. Salatel said, "Fourth Prince, Prince Herr Bashasa asked for you and Sister Ziede as speak to the captured person at your convenience. He will be here as soon as he can, but he asks that you send to him any information you think is important at any time." Good. Kai didn't want to wait. Bashasa would be meeting with the shield-bearers and the leaders of vanguarders, and Haranen, and Loshar, and Vrim, and doing 100 things at once to deal with this attack, including deciding whether to move camp or not. He was probably receiving many reports right now. But Bashasa liked to know everything as soon as possible, and was one of the few people Kai knew who could take it all into account immediately.
He asked Ziede, "Do we know who these people are at all? How they made your wind devils leave?" If Ziede could be made even temporarily vulnerable, it was going to make fighting these witches so much more difficult. Ziede's gaze went to the tent, her brow furrowed. "I can't be certain until we get this one to talk, but I believe they're dust witches from the north. They were probably forced to flee this way by the Hierarchs. They don't commune with spirits like we do, but they have some command over the weather. They were able to confuse the wind devils so they couldn't hear me." Her expression was sour. I didn't realize what I was dealing with. The power they draw from, it's part of the earth, but it's not aware and responsive like a spirit. It's the energy they can draw from rock falls and the power that causes the ground to move, fissures to open up, volcanoes. Listening intently, Talair asked, "Sister Ziede, why would they do this to their own people?" Kai saw Salatel give Talair an admonishing glare, but Ziede didn't appear to mind the question. Her voice dry, she said, "They must not consider us their own people. Kai and Amabel's family came from the west, from the places you call the Witchlands and the Grass King's Plains. I'm from the Colin Islands, which were originally settled by borderlander Witchlanders. Even though all witch lines can be traced back to the Sereti, dust witches went to the north generations ago." Talair didn't seem to think that was reason enough, and neither did Kai, though the distance of kinship between the north and the west had nothing to do with it. But right now, the source of the dust witches' power was more important, and how the dust witches had used it to fill up mortal lungs with wind-blown dirt. Kai said, "They tried to kill me like they did the vanguarders, but it didn't work. Though they got me with a cantrip that could have done a lot of damage." He wondered if it was the same one used on Amabel. Ziede was puzzled. "I have no idea why you would be immune to dust in the lungs. You have to breathe like anyone else." Talair said, "Fourth Prince, you should ask Mother Haraga." Mother Haraga had cured Talair of a dangerous spider bite, so now Talair thought the Elder Witch knew everything. Though asking Haraga's opinion on this was certainly not the worst idea Talair ever had. Then Kai abruptly remembered Amabel saying Haraga felt like they had dust in their throat. "Talair, go to Mother Haraga and ask if I can speak to them in the morning." Talair said, "Yes, Fourth Prince." As she hurried away, Kai told Ziede, "I think Mother Haraga may have had a portent, but nobody understood it." "Well, that's typical of portents," Ziede admitted wearily. Kai jerked his head toward the tent. He thought he knew enough now to start the questioning. Has she said anything? She was pretending not to understand Arik or Imperial or witch speak when last I saw her. She spoke to me in Imperial. Kai wanted to laugh, but it wasn't really funny. Does she think we're stupid? Ziede eyed him. She asked in Sareti, "Are you calm enough to do this?" "I'm so very calm right now," Kai assured her in the same language. Ziede's eyes narrowed, and she was clearly unconvinced, but she said, "Then let's go ask her some questions." Kai stepped into the tent with Ziede and Salatel. It was a larger one, meant for meetings, and the dust witch sat huddled on the ground cloth. She had lost her veil, probably when Kai had dragged her through the grass. She was surrounded by the rest of Kai's cadre, 3 outguard soldiers, and Amabel's relatives Baram and Ebel. Baram was close to Amabel's age, with the same warm brown coloring, but their curly hair was cropped close to their head. They had been struck by a wasting disease as a child, and it had badly affected their stamina and their ability to walk any longer than short distances. Ebel was older, her brown skin more weathered and her long dark braids threaded with white. She was probably the strongest in the family next to Amabel, but she had fought off an attack by an expositor's construct several years ago when the family was in hiding in the Sana sarcophagus, and it had left her with a withered right arm and a lessening of her ability to see and hear spirits. Neither would be much help if the Dust Witch tried to attack, but they would know immediately if she attempted anything subtle. Both witches had hastily dressed and had left behind their veils, so their expressions of grim judgment were plainly visible. The Dust Witch lifted her gaze to glare at Kai. He flashed the witch-speak word for failure. She spat at him. "So you do understand then," he said. She bared her teeth, clearly embarrassed at the slip and trying to cover it with anger. Without the veil, he could see she was young, light-skinned, and with a narrow face. Her hair was a washed-out brown, braids loose from struggling. He hadn't taken enough of her life to shorten it, just enough to weaken her for the next day or so, but she might not realize that. She said in understandable Arik, "I have nothing to speak about to an expositor's pet demon." Kai said, "The only expositor here is dead." She glared, not understanding, which was odd, as she seemed to know what demons were, or she thought she did at least. "What is your name?" She huffed a noise of pure contempt. "As if I would give you that power over me." Kai found himself exchanging a baffled look with Ziede. Ebel flicked her fingers to get their attention and signed, "It's a superstition in the north, I've heard." The Dust Witch faced the other way and didn't see Ebel's comment. Ziede's expression turned thoughtful. "I'll give you our names, and if you think you can do anything with them, you're welcome to try. I'm Ziede Dayaya, and that is Kai Eisteron." She paced to the opposite side of the tent from Kai. As she passed Baram, they made the witch-speak gesture of respect to her that meant welcome to an elder's wisdom, and Ziede's hand moved in a polite acknowledgement. The Dust Witch took this with a suspicious glare. As if she doesn't know what it means, Kai thought. This was very strange. She's young, but she's not a child. Ziede folded her arms and faced their prisoner again. Why would Dust Witches attack an Auric troop who had made no gesture, no word, no action of hostility toward them? An attack by stealth, stealing lives like thieves? The Dust Witch's face turned scornful. "Are you from past the Middle Mountains too?" she asked. "The Witchlands?" "I'm from the Colin Islands," Ziede said, watching the Dust Witch carefully. "You haven't heard of it? Why should I? It means nothing to my family." She grinned at Ziede, clearly trying to provoke her. "Why did you try to steal our people?" Kai asked. He needed to stay on track, ask things that they needed to know, because Ziede wasn't the one who was easy to provoke. "What did you mean to do with them?" Her expression shifted, and she lifted her chin. "When will you kill me?" "She has no idea," Ziede said, managing to sound almost bored. Her education seems severely lacking. Her elders probably don't tell her their plans. Baram and Ebel both signed agreement. "I don't need to know anything," the Dust Witch sneered. Sarala, standing back against the tent wall behind Ebel, had been stone-faced up to this point, but that remark apparently caught her by surprise. The sound outside had fallen away a little as the camp calmed, and her involuntary snort of laughter was loud in the quiet. That seemed to set the Dust Witch off the way nothing else had. "Mortals are like cattle to us," she spat. "We do with them as we want. Our blood is superior. And the witches who are slaves to them, who scrape and bow and let themselves be taken as familiars, they are nothing to us." She sounded like a shitting expositor, and up until this moment, Kai had thought Ziede was wrong, that he wasn't so angry that he was in danger of losing control. Ziede had been right, as she often was. It wasn't just the vanguarders the Dust Witches had killed, and Kai's fear for Amabel and the others here.
This attack was a violation of everything the Sardonic ever were. The war they had fought that brought the underearth together in harmony with the mortal world. His jaw was starting to hurt, and he realized he had been gritting his teeth since he stepped into the tent. He said, "There is a treaty with the underearth. You do not use its gift in your blood to war with each other. You do not war with mortals unless you are first attacked. You do not. The treaty is as dead as the Sardonic," the Dust Witch shouted over him. "Hierarchs sealed the underearth. The witchlands are empty. Their treaty is nothing to us. There is no one to force us to bend to the will of the dead and gone." Her words cut off with a strangled gurgle as Kai's hand curled around her throat. He hadn't been aware of moving, of pulling her up off the ground until he felt her life pulse under his hand. He said, "I am Kaisteron late Enna of the tent of the Contessa Sardonic and prince of the 4th house of the underearth. You will hold the treaty as a sacred bond or bend to my will. And I don't take familiars, I take lives." Her eyes were blown wide. Talamine's blood pounded in Kai's temples, and his skin felt like it was on fire. Then someone touched his arm lightly, and Bashasa's voice said, "Kaisteron's grandmother negotiated that treaty, so you see, it is very much a factor in our relations. Whoever has told you that it is not is much mistaken. Let us speak about that." Kai managed to uncoil his fingers, and the Dust Witch stumbled backward, clutching her throat. She dropped to the ground, shaking. Bashasa squeezed Kai's biceps, a light reassurance, and continued, "Perhaps our guest would like some water. Yes, Trenel, set it down beside her. Do not think of hurting or any others of our people. 4th Prince would not like it, and neither would I." The Dust Witch huddled unmoving as Trenel set down the water flask and retreated. They all waited a long moment until she snaked out an arm and picked up the flask. Her hand trembled as she drank. She kept her gaze on Bashasa, who was as disheveled as the rest of them, his curly hair loose and his beard stubble pronounced, though he had managed to throw a coat on. Bashasa waited until she set the flask down, then said, "There is no need to be offensive and try to anger anyone. If you want to die, you need only ask. But I would prefer you answer our questions so I can decide whether to send you back to your people or not." The Dust Witch took that in and wet her lips. Bashasa asked, "Who is it who told you that the treaty is not in force?" She seemed puzzled by the question, and Kai realized Bashasa was starting with information that would seem unimportant to her, to get her used to talking to them. Kai and Ziede had tried that, sort of, badly, but it hadn't worked for them. She answered, "Our doyen." Kai didn't react, but saw Ziede's brows lift in surprise. He hadn't heard a witch use a title like that before either. Taking the cue from Ziede, Bashasa frowned a little, as if the answer surprised him too. "Why does your doyen think this?" "Because the West and the Witchlands are—" She threw a wary look at Kai. She said they were all dead. Bashasa shrugged and gestured to indicate Kai and Ziede. "Demonstrably they are not. And even if they were, why should you throw your world and culture and way of life away just because the Hierarchs came to destroy you?" Confused, she hesitated. "Yes, but—" Her gaze hardened and she lifted her chin. "We forge our own way." Who decided what that way would be? Bashasa's brow knit in slight consternation. Did you all speak of it together and come to a decision on how you would live, like other witches do? The doyen and the elders decided. She looked away, tilting her head at an angle that Kai didn't quite read as a lie, but as reluctance. Kai didn't need to glance at Bashasa to know that he had seen it too. Bashasa asked gently, "Why is it so at odds to the old way?
That you would attack us, who had no idea you existed before now? She met his gaze, more secure in this answer. The old way didn't work. It fell to the hierarchs. Did it not work? Bashasa countered. It worked for uncounted years, long enough for witches to spread over the earth and build lovely places like the Colin Islands. Is it not the hierarchs who are to be blamed for destroying it, the way they destroyed all the south and east? Without the hierarchs, everyone, witches included, would continue to live as they always had and decide things for themselves. He added, "This is what Amabel, the young witch person your people tried to kill with their magic, fights for. What the 3 Hierarch vanguarders your people killed fought for. Would you like to know their names?" The dust witch looked away, shaking her head stubbornly. "What is your name?" Bashasa had judged his moment well. "I am Bashasa Bar Kalis of Benai's Hierarch." She frowned at the worn groundcloth. "I will not give you my true name. You can call me Hawkmoth." "Hawkmoth," Bashasa said. "If I release you, would you ask your doyen to meet with me so we can discuss our interactions here as equals?" She looked up, startled. She obviously hadn't believed him earlier when he had said he might release her if she answered his questions. But clearly this was too tempting, Bashasa's manner so candid, that she wanted to believe it. She hesitated, as if wary of a trap, but unable to see it. Sounding surprisingly honest, she answered, I don't know." Kai took Bashasa's arm and said in Imperial, "Can I speak to you for a moment?" They withdrew outside the tent, leaving Bahram and Ibel to watch the dust witch with the soldiers. The night was quieter now, just a little noise from the still wide-awake camp, most of it covered by the wind rushing through the grass past the paddocks. It had taken most of the damp out of the air and kept the night insects from clustering around the lamps. And Kai suspected if they could see the sky past the lamplight, the clouds would be breaking up. Kai told Bashasa, "You can't seriously mean to release her." "I do mean to," Bashasa assured him. "We cannot afford to fight on 2 fronts at once, not now. I need to meet with her people. They must agree to leave us alone, or they must join us. There is no other choice." "Join us?" Kai was startled by how visceral his reaction was. "You think that's remotely possible, after what she said?" "I agree, there is something odd there," Bashasa tapped his chin thoughtfully. "That's putting it mildly." Ziede seemed honestly disturbed by the dust witch's story. "I've never heard any hint that there were northern witches that behaved this way." She didn't even believe her leader would agree to meeting to get her back. I had noticed that too. It made a vivid contrast to Kret running into the dark after Amabel. Even if in her panic she had doubted them later, her first impulse had been to Kai and Ziede because as witches she knew they would help her. Interesting. Bashasa frowned. "Hawkmoth reminds me of the young people from the far south across the Belith Straits, who would come to the hostage courts. They had been taken from their families as children and were being raised as high servants for the hierarchs. They were very sure in their convictions that everything the hierarchs said and did was moral and righteous to an extreme. Trying to talk to them was like talking to a mynah bird, except a mynah bird listens to you and has more ability to retain information." He shook his head, dismissing the thought. "This doyen seems to have imposed their own way of thinking on Hawkmoth's people, but we can't know that for certain until we speak to them." "It sounds pretty certain to me," Kai disagreed. "If Hawkmoth had come up with it all herself, she would at least be able to argue her vile points more effectively. The doyen could be a hierarch servant, an expositor, pretending to be a witch." Bashasa's glance at Kai was sympathetic. "Or just a witch who desired power over others."
Kai looked away, setting his jaw to hold back his first knee-jerk response, because he didn't want to believe it was possible, didn't make it an unlikely answer. If they want to sit in the windy plains and complain to each other about what's left of the rest of us, that's one thing. Ziede flexed her fingers on her folded arms. The candlelight outlined the hard cast to her expression. But directing children like that to attack and kill mortals and other witches is a vicious distortion of what we are. Ziede said it much better than Kai had. He said to Bashasha,
"And you think this doyen, the person who would do this, is worth meeting with?" Bashasa said patiently, "Perhaps not, but the others may be a different story. Hawkmoth is a young person, naive, and obviously under the influence of stronger wills. These dust witches, their way of life seems divisive, and I must think relatively new to them, if even Hawkmoth knows of the Sardonic and the treaty and the way things were before the Hierarchs." He shrugged. "People, all people, mortals, immortals, for the most part, like their lives to be secure and calm. They do not like the constant tension of fear and uncertainty and death coming at any moment. If they are made to understand that a better life is possible, they can be reasoned with. They will cooperate to get it." Ziede regarded Bashasa with a flat stare. Kai pressed his hands to his face, trying to control his immediate impulses. Yelling would do no good. Stamping away would do no good. Killing Hawkmoth would do no good, and now that he saw she was about as sensible as a confused goat, it wouldn't even feel good. Ziede said pointedly, "You think these people can be reasoned with?" "Most people can be reasoned with, when they understand that there is nothing to fear from reason and cooperation." Bashasa was completely serious and completely undeterred. "Particularly if you remove anyone who causes divisiveness for their own benefit from the conversation, if necessary." Kai looked up. "Like cutting the heads off hierarchs?" He was still skeptical, but this was starting to sound more practical. "Exactly, Fourth Prince." Bashasa looked pleased. He squeezed Kai's shoulder approvingly. "That was a little better." Kai nodded. "You want us to kill the doyen?" "No, Kai, no," Bashasa said hastily. "We will not consider that until we have taken their measure and heard what they mean to do. If they are willing to treat with us fairly, it will be the easier course." "That was disappointing." "It won't," Kai muttered. He would rather just track the doyen down and kill them as a lesson to the others, but that was apparently not an option. Yet. "So I take it you do mean to send Hawkmoth back alive, even if they don't agree to meet with us?" Ziede asked, not sounding pleased. "Of course," Bashasa told her. "She is just a young person who has been used. If violence becomes necessary to defend ourselves, we want the one who gave the orders, who controls her and the others." This seemed to be what they were doing then. Kai folded his arms. "I hope we don't regret this." "Oh, we probably will," Bashasa admitted readily. The fact that he was realistic about their chances somehow made it worse. "But we would regret it more if we did not try." "We?" Kai exchanged a pointed look with Ziede. "Fine," Bashasa shrugged. "I would regret it more." In the borderlands, there was an old tradition of sending messages using braided knots and twigs. Ziede made one to convey Bashasa's offer of a meeting, and added a sheet of paper with the message written out in both Imperial and Arakai, to be safe. Bashasa was hoping the different versions, the first traditional for the borderlands, and the second common for the Arakai, would convey their united purpose. Kai wasn't so sure. But at dawn, he and Ziede and his cadre took Hawkmoth to the edge of camp, to the east of the paddock wall where the attack had taken place. Kai held out the message bundle to her. "That's for your leader. Now go away." Her glare at him was wary. She hesitated, eyeing the message bundle suspiciously. Ziede said, "We told you we were releasing you, and now here we are. Get on with you. We don't have all day." Hawkmoth's glare turned into an uncertain frown. Then she finally took the bundle. Lifting her chin defiantly, she walked out into the field. At first, from the tension in her shoulders, she clearly expected a crossbow bolt in the back. And her deliberate pace was probably an attempt not to be seen as a coward. Kai sighed and folded his arms. "Why is she so slow?" Nirana muttered behind him. "We fed her. Last night they had given her some of the lentil dal left over from dinner, which Eibel had doctored with a small amount of a sleeping draught, so she would sleep the rest of the night and the soldiers wouldn't have to worry so much about her trying to murder them." Solital hushed Nirana, but it was more by rote. Everyone was weary after the long night. Finally Hawkmoth started to run, and Ziede set a wind devil to watch her until she was out of range. The morning light was still dim and gray when Kai and the others returned to their camp, where Bashasa's cadre was making ready to eat their morning meal. Kai sent his cadre off duty, and they all headed into their tents to sleep. Taren's tent was empty, and Trenel said she was on patrol, and Tahen had gone off somewhere earlier. Ziede seemed to want to putter around, either waiting to see if Tahren would appear, or just too anxious to settle down immediately, but Kai convinced her to go rest too, which was a bit ironic because Kai was too anxious to even attempt to sleep. He was still sitting at the fire pit when Mother Hiraga came into Bashasa's camp, leaning on the arm of Isa, one of their grandchildren. They were a short but upright figure, stocky under a dun-colored coat that was too big for them and the concealing drape of their veils. Isa hadn't bothered with a veil. She was younger than Krayat and stocky like Mother Hiraga, though taller. Kai stood, brushing grass off his skirt. He felt guilty, not having meant to disturb them so early. "Mother Hiraga, you should have sent word. I would have come to you." A soldier hurriedly put down a blanket next to the banked coals in the small fire pit, and Kai went to offer his arm. Hiraga gripped his forearm tightly as he and Isa helped them sit down. Kai took a seat next to them as Aralva brought warm cups of basil tisane. The supply train had found the wild remnants of the caravanserai's gardens, so even the pot of millet porridge smelled appetizing. Hiraga said, "Fourth Prince, I am not so old as to forego my obligations." They were speaking in Sareti. Most of Hiraga's family knew some of the language, but Hiraga spoke it almost like a native. They folded their veil back just enough to reveal the deep wrinkles around their mouth. They tasted the drink and gave Arava a nod of thanks. Arava handed a cup to Kai and asked in Imperial, "Should we leave, Fourth Prince?" Kai wrapped his hands around the warmth of the metal. "No, go ahead and eat, all of you." He switched back to Sareti to ask Mother Hiraga, "Is Amabel all right?" The word had come earlier that the other surviving vanguarders were recovering well. They woke this morning and were able to eat and speak. "They will be well," Hiraga answered. "They told us what happened. On their patrol, they found a dust witch killing one of the vanguarders and tried to stop her. They thought she had mistaken the vanguarder for a legionary and tried to explain. Others attacked them without warning." That was what Kai had heard from the other vanguarders. "Did Baram and Eibel tell you what the dust witch we captured said?" "Yes, a strange and disturbing story." Hiraga sipped the drink thoughtfully, watching the soldiers pass out the bowls of porridge. "Our chief captain means to treat with them." Chief captain was the closest Sareti could get to Prince Heir. "Yes, he hopes they'll listen to reason and leave us alone. Or join us."
Hiraga exchanged a doubtful look with Isa. And if not? There was no reason not to be honest. "I'll kill their leader. Hopefully the others won't force me to kill them too." Hiraga sounded regretful. A waste. But they bring it on themselves. A hand tremor made the cup shake, and Isa reached to steady it. "Take care, Fourth Prince. Their dust has gotten into their brains." "I will," Kai assured them. He remembered what he had originally wanted to ask about, and added, "Amabel said you felt dust in your throat. Is it still there?" "It is." Hiraga reached over and closed their hand around Kai's arm. Their grip was strong and urgent. "There is danger here, a turning point." The danger was obvious and everywhere, but Kai hated turning points most. Like the one you saw at the river? Not like that one. That one only had one trail to follow. This one has many, and none lead to safety. No, all fall into the dark. They patted Kai's arm. "I'll go now." Kai and Isa helped Hiraga to stand, and the pair made their way out of the circle of tents. Kai sat down again. Trenel, who was on cleanup duty this morning, came to collect the empty cups and asked, "Was that helpful, Fourth Prince?" Tellerus swears that old person knows everything. It was helpful, Kai admitted. Not in the way he had hoped, but it was nice to know that his already low expectations were valid. Trenel gauged his expression. "Ah," she said sadly, and sighed. "Like that, then." Kai sat for a while. The camp was quiet in the growing light, the sky back to its more usual cloud-streaked blue. Everyone was either patrolling, on sentry duty, or resting. Even Bashasa had been persuaded to sleep through the morning unless something important happened. Kai was still too awake, with too many things to worry about.
He slipped into his tent quietly, so as not to wake Ziede, and collected the pile of their washing and carried it off to the caravanserai's bathhouse. It was built against the far side of the lowest level and was mostly a ruin, with a wooden roof that had partly collapsed. But the pumps and pipes leading from the springs still worked, and the first people to take advantage of it had scraped all the dirt and dead bugs out of the basins. There were no coverings over the broad windows, but someone had hung up some canvas tarps around the section with the bigger tubs to use for bathing. No one else was here now, and Kai took off his coat, left it folded on one of the stone benches, rolled up his sleeves, filled a basin, and started scrubbing dust and blood out of his and Ziede's clothes. He needed to take a bath too, but he would get the clothes washed and hung up first. There was a view to the open prairie from here, down the slope past the horse lines, where the sentries on this side were stationed. The grass flowers grew all around the walls, and the air was sweet with their scents. The combination was entirely different from the western grasslands, but there was still something familiar and homey about it. That and the soldiers and civilians passing by hurriedly or sleepily, the low hum of voices from inside the caravanserai. Tahen wandered up, eating a handful of seeds. He wore Arik men's clothes too now, in soft, unobtrusive grays and browns, but he was too pale, the kind of pale that meant the north, that meant the blessed. Kai had seen tawny-skinned immortal marshals briefly, because they had been trying to kill him, but when Easterners thought of the blessed, they thought of people like Tahren and Tahen. People with very pale skin were common toward the south, and in some of the archipelagos, and showed up all throughout the east, more so after the Hierarchs' invasion. But at least they tanned like old ivory in the sun, or turned blotchy pink. Tahen didn't. Even his freckles were too pale, and his shorter, straw-colored hair stood out too. He watched Kai for a moment and said, "Since you're doing laundry, I'm assuming nothing has happened yet?" Kai wrung out a skirt and hung it over a line someone had strung up. "Not yet. We're waiting to see what happens when they get the message, or attack us again." He remembered he hadn't seen Tahen in camp until now. "Were you out with Tahren last night? I know she was patrolling." Tahen sat down on a stone windowsill. "Oh, haha, my sister wouldn't let me go out on patrol with her. I was tucked up in the caravanserai with the children from the supply train, like a good little piece of baggage." He sounded offhand, but the bitterness in the word choice told a different story. Kai paused, elbow deep in water. "Are you mad at your sister?" Tellingly, Tahen didn't look affronted or surprised. He squinted at the morning sun on the rippling grass of the prairie and smiled. Of course not. Kai reminded himself he didn't know Tahen very well, that he had never imagined a situation where he would want to know a lesser blessed. And it would be easier to say nothing and change the subject. But Tahen was young and, under his flip exterior, upset. As an observation, not an accusation, Kai said, "You're lying to me." Tahen's brow quirked as if Kai had made an odd joke, but he didn't protest. He dusted the remains of the seed shells off his shirt. "Can you tell I'm lying because you're a demon? I can tell you're lying because I can see your face with my eyes and hear your voice with my ears." Kai hesitated, considering. Tahen clearly felt Tahen was in danger here with the rest of them, which was perfectly true. The only reason there were any children with the army now at all was that they had been swept up during the last village evacuation, and there hadn't been an opportunity yet to send them safely to one of the refugee hiding places. But Tahen wasn't a child. There were apprentice vanguarders and soldiers here not much older. There had to be a reason Tahen had Tahen with her, instead of hiding him somewhere up north in or near the Blessed Lands. Surely she wouldn't have brought him to the summer halls with her if she had any other choice. Kai guessed, "You aren't safe with your family." Tahen's shoulders dropped, releasing the antic tension in the muscles. He tucked his knees up and wrapped his arms around them, his gaze on the basin instead of Kai. "Were you?" A few months ago, Kai would have been certain of the answer. "I thought I was," he said, "but they're all dead, and a Sareti demon I rescued from the cageling courts tried to kill me because I took this body. Not just any demon. Our Nefa had been a friend, a mentor he had looked up to when the war had started and he had first been given his duty as a scout. There had been worse hurts, But that rejection had settled deep in his heart. Ziede was the only one who had any idea what had happened or what it meant, and he had tried not to think about it, and the shock of it was still a knot of pain in his chest. So, I'll never know. Maybe they would have tried to kill me too. Tahen turned his head, watching Kai. It was a little hard to meet his gaze suddenly. Maybe because his eyes held so much understanding. He said, because it might have been, the young woman that they wanted, Enna. Kai wrung out a pair of leggings and hung it up. Exactly. He would never know now. And it had been Nefa who had taken that certainty and sense of belonging. Tahen was quiet for a time. They were going to hand me over to the Hierarchs, my family. I know, Tahen explained that, back in the summer halls, that it was why she joined Bashasa, but they were really going to do it. Before being dragged into the East as a prisoner, Kai had known very little about the Blessed. Before the Hierarchs came, they were just a rumor among the Sereti, stories from the borderlander traders who crossed the mountains for Eastern goods. It wasn't until the war started that the Sereti had known them as enemies. It wasn't until Kai had met Tahen and Tahen that he had known them as people. He frowned, absently rubbing blood out of a hem.
The skin on his fingers was getting wrinkly from the water, and that this was somehow normal was one of the odder things about being an immortal body. They were that afraid? Tahen nodded, not lifting his head. We don't fight for the Hierarchs because we want to. Well, he added, more matter-of-factly, maybe some of us do, but the rest of us don't have a choice. We'd always been the most powerful people in the world. Nothing could touch us. He said this without any pride, but as though it was immutable, like the sky being blue or the rain wet. Then the Hierarchs came, and they swept across all the mortal cities, and no one could stop them. Then they came toward the Blessed Lands. The Well of Tahren keeps out invaders. They shouldn't have been able to cross our border. The Patriarchs said they wouldn't be able to. But they did. Their well was more powerful. We couldn't stop them. He swallowed and took a sharp breath. No one knew what to do. Kai had seen a Reneldi Sereti captain pick an immortal marshal off the deck of an ascension raft with a longbow at easily 200 paces. The blessed metal armor was strong, but the gap where the breastplate met the area under the arm was just as vulnerable. He wasn't going to say that to Tahen, not now anyway. It didn't change Tahen's point, that the blessed had fought themselves invulnerable and had made no plans for what to do if they weren't. Did they ask for many of you? Tahen's eyes were bright, and he wiped at them and looked down at the tears on his fingers as if they had personally affronted him. 1 for every 100. The families with immortal marshals volunteered because at first we thought they were to be hostages. Then the Hierarchs' hand said they had to be young because they would join the priesthood. Then the Patriarchs who took them to the Hierarchs found out it's not like the Well of Tahren. It's not, once the Hierarchs' well takes you, it's not you anymore. He rubbed his hands on his skirt. Then the Hierarchs' hand came back and said this time it would be 1 in 50. And the Patriarchs had given in the first time, so they gave in again. Kai wondered if the Seretis had ever been offered any bargains. He had never heard any hint of it. Maybe they hadn't been considered useful enough, or too dangerous. The eastern territories seemed to think the Sereti were strange wild people who ran around the grasslands encouraging demons to eat their children. The Hierarchs had seemed to think them little better than talking animals. Do you want to know a secret? Tahen said. Kai wrung out another set of leggings. Only if you want to tell it. Tahen's smile was painful. I wasn't surprised. That the patriarch of our family was willing to give me up. I'm different. I ask too many questions. Kai had suspected it was something like that. He mulled over how to be comforting and had no real idea what to say. He was probably right, and there was no argument to make. He said, in the Sereti, if you ask too many questions, they just make you go to the elders and learn things. Tahen's brows quirked. That was clearly not the response he had expected. After a moment, he asked, what things? History, medicine, how to read the stars, how to tell stories, how the world works. Kai shrugged. All the important things. Do you want to help me do the laundry? Tahen considered, biting his lip in thought. He stood up. Sure.
They finished the washing, and Kai took a quick bath and washed his hair, and persuaded Tahen to also take a bath, something he thought Tahren would probably be thankful for. That was about the time the arguing started in the caravanserai. 4. Kai woke with Tahen leaning over him, saying, "Did you mean what you said?" "Probably." Kai pushed Tahen back so he could sit up. He had slept on a couch in a back room of the cloister suite. The dim sliver of light falling through the open shutters told him it was barely dawn, and he felt like he could sink back into the cotton-stuffed mattress and not move for the rest of the day. This relatively new body had its own quirks, and it obviously liked sleeping in beds more than on the rotting planks of a ghost canal boat. He yawned. What? Kneeling on the bed beside him, Tahen's eyes were bloodshot and his clothes disheveled and his hair undone, the dampness in the air making it hang lank around his head like a depressed willow tree. "When you said, 'The next time I want to do something stupidly dangerous, to come and get you, and you would help and wouldn't ask any questions?' I'm paraphrasing." Oh no, Kai thought. He rubbed his face, trying to rally himself for what was apparently going to be a very busy day. "Yes, I meant it." Tahen took a sharp breath. "I need to go to Belith. You need to go with me. You need to convince Tahren and Ziede to go too." He grimaced, shook his head a little. "We could use more help from Avagantrum, but there's no time." Kai stared at Tahen, who stared back expectantly. Kai did have questions, so many questions, but he had promised, and Tahen looked genuinely, not frightened exactly. It took a lot to frighten Tahen. Urgent was the word. He looked urgent and desperate. Right. Kai swung his legs off the couch. After the confrontation with Bashasa, he had just wanted to retire from the world. He had thrown off his coat and slept in his shift, leaving a lamp lit in the outer chamber in case Tahen came in. From his bloodshot eyes, he wondered if Tahen had stayed up all night reading Bashasa's notes, if that was why they had to go to Belith so urgently. Or that council meeting in the assembly, Kai remembered suddenly. Idiot, you should have gone with him. His heart pearl told him that Ziede was in bed, curled around Tahren, still asleep, but not deeply, the approach of dawn drawing her out of her dreams. He broke into her consciousness, rudely, saying, "Ziede, we have to leave for Belith now, it's urgent." Ziede snapped awake. "Kai, what? Why?" He felt her sit up and shake Tahren. "What's happened?" "I promised Tahen if he asked, I would go with him and not ask questions. He says we all need to go to Belith now." "I knew you'd regret that." Ziede's tone was resigned. "Hold on, let me tell Tahren." After a moment, she reported, "Tahren says that was a stupid thing to do, Kai." She did not say it was stupid. No, she said it was ill-advised, but that's what she meant. Kai felt Ziede sigh in his bones. "Is there time to dress and eat first, or will we have to run out the door barefoot in underclothes?" "Ziede says they'll go with us," Kai told Tahen. "They want to know if they can dress and eat first." Tahen bounced off the couch like a weight had been lifted off him. "If they hurry." Tahen had set the ascension raft down on the roof of the cloisters, on the open stone platform that had once been the floor of a grand temple halls for hierarch worship, so it was easy to load it. Kai had been able to slow him down enough to not only let everyone eat, but to pack clothes and food. Tahen insisted that there was no time to wait for the markets to open, so they had to pack from what was left in the chests, with no chance to search out more non-discreet travel clothing. Though they would be flying in an ascension raft, so realistically that squashed any hope of traveling discreetly. They had no idea how far south they would be going, so Ziede unearthed a stash of brocaded coats with padding and warm linings, and some lesser blessed garments that had been left behind when some of Taren's distant family had decided to leave the Blessed Lands. The lesser blessed weren't as impervious to cold as the Immortal Blessed, so while the coats looked like thick, well-woven linen, they were just as warm as heavy aniline wool. Tennis had approached Kai and asked to accompany them. "Are you sure?" he replied. "Well, we'll be crossing through Palm. That would take you much nearer to where your family might be." "I want to help you, then look for them," Tahen said. "After it is done, I'll leave to look for my family."
Kai couldn't argue with that. And they were the only familiar thing in her world at the moment. Maybe she needed more time before striking out alone. He said, "Your help is invaluable." They were taking Sonya with them too, because Kai wasn't happy leaving her anywhere unless it was at Avagantrum with Tanis and the others. Ramad could be here within the next day or so if he hurried, And Ramad knew Sanja could be used as a lever against Kai. She was safer with them, no matter where they were going or why. As the raft lifted off, some cloister witches came out to wave. Kai hadn't told them where they were going, just in case anyone had reason to ask. Now they had been in the air long enough for the sky to go from gray dawn to cloud-streaked blue, and they had left Bashasar's farmlands behind for rolling plains. Tahen's manic air had simmered down into a controlled calm, and the raft wasn't fighting the wind today, so the steering seemed much easier. He had even laughed a few times and pointed out some old battle sites to Sanya and Tanes. Kai, lounging on the raft's bench, nodded to Ziede. He had promised not to ask questions, but she hadn't. She said, "Tahen, what should we be prepared for in Beleth?" He eyed her sideways, obviously not lulled into a state where this conversation would be easy, despite appearances. Everyone in the raft picked up on the tension, especially Tahren, who had taken up a position in the back near the shelter and was pretending to be very much interested in the clouds toward the east. Sanya and Tanes had been kneeling up on the bench to look over the side, and both now turned around to watch. Tahen said finally, with only a slight air of accusation, "What do you mean?" Undaunted, Ziede clarified, "Are we going to steal something, kill someone, free a prisoner? What?" "Not any of that." Tahen hesitated. "It's research." Kai contributed, "I told Ziede and Tahren about your treatise." Tahen's brow furrowed. He absently adjusted the steering column. "You never said if you liked it." "I thought you were right," Kai added, just a touch of teasing. "The prose was a little dry, but it's a first draft, isn't it?" Tahen gave him a half-hearted glare. "It's us, Tahen," Ziede said gently. "You can tell us. We won't panic." Sanya mouthed the word panic at Tanes, who signed back, "Wait and listen." Tahen's shoulders relaxed a little. In defeat or relief, it was hard to tell. He said, "There was a meeting last night in the Rising World Assembly. Seeker Ori from Beleth called for an emergency hearing from the council about the expedition that went to Sunar. They sent back messages with their findings." Kai hoped it was all right for him to ask questions now, because he had no idea what that meant. The only expedition to Sunar that he knew about was the Enolan one that had returned decades ago. "What expedition?" Tahen explained, "The one that left 2 years ago. And there was something about Ilhenru Highsun helping them." His mouth twisted in annoyance. "That's all I could hear. I was up in the writing gallery and a proctor came along and almost caught me, and I had to climb out a window. But I heard enough to know that the envoy for Beleth, the others on the council, thought it was urgent." He glanced at Kai. "I read Bashasa's notes last night, and I put the folio in the chief archivist's letterbox at the city archive, so it's safe." He described the artifacts he saw in detail. "It's more support for my theories, though it wouldn't be enough to make the trip without—" He hesitated, clearly conflicted. "I thought I had more time." It was reassuring that the folio was safe, but Kai was still confused. Who sent the new expedition? The Enolan? And I didn't know Ilhenrin Highsun was still alive. No, this was the scholars of Ankartri in Beleth, don't you remember? Tahen huffed impatiently. "And of course he's alive, Kai. How could he help them if he was dead?" Through her pearl, Ziede said, 2 years ago? You were in Nibit and I was helping Tanis and Avagantrum." "That's right," Kai replied, events now slotting into place. He knew about the scholars of Ankartre. The universities, as well as the contents of the libraries and archives of Beleth and Palm, had all been destroyed by the Hierarchs. Ankartre was where they had been gathering any remnants that had survived, trying to rebuild what was left of the great university there as a new seat of learning for the South. Did you know Ilhenrin Highsun was doing this? I had no idea he was doing anything, let alone working with mortal scholars in Beleth. Tahren hadn't no idea either, Ziede added. Tahren still leaned silently on the railing, gazing off at the hills in the distance as if uninterested in the conversation. She was clearly worried that participating, or even showing too much attention, would make Tahen stop talking, or veer off into an argument. He did ask for her to come, Kai thought, which was a good sign. Or maybe it just meant that Tahen knew whatever they would face, they needed Tahren with them. He prompted Tahen,
What does Ilhinran Highsun have to do with it? Kai hadn't had reason to think about Highsun in decades. He was another Immortal Blessed apostate like Tahren. He had refused to accept the agreement between the Immortal Blessed Patriarchs and the Hierarchs, and was imprisoned in Ice Rock. It was the same punishment that Tahren had been threatened with, for turning on the Patriarchs to save Dahin from being consecrated to the Hierarchs' well. Highsun had been freed after the Patriarchs who supported the Hierarchs were deposed and disgraced, and he had supposedly left the Blessed Lands. Dahin let go of the steering column long enough to wave a hand, as if illustrating the vagaries of scholars. Apparently, he came to Ankartre to help unravel mysteries of the Hierarchs, or so Seeker Ori said. He snorted in derision. They could have asked me. I was available. A line formed between Taren's brows, and Ziad's expression tensed. She asked, mysteries like what they did with the pieces of the lighthouse they stole from Teramithus? Or mysteries like how to use the artifacts they left behind? I don't know. I have no idea why Highsun does anything, obviously, Dahin admitted. But these Belith scholars have been in Sun-Ar, following the steps of the original Enalin expedition, trying to locate and speak with survivors of the Sun-Ar people. And Dahin stopped, jaw tightening. They all fell quiet for a moment as the raft flew. Sonya shifted around on the bench, frowning. She said, I don't understand. I mean, Sun-Ar's near where the Hierarchs came from, I got that part. But if someone already went up there and didn't find anything, why does somebody else have to go? Her expression cleared. Oh, wait, is there stuff left up there that somebody might steal? Special magic things? Kai wondered if Dahin would answer her. This was the key question, the one he had been reluctant to ask, in case Dahin decided it violated their pact. It had to be what Dahin heard in the emergency meeting that had alarmed him to this point. Dahin half turned to look at Sonya. Quietly, seriously, he said, they found signs that the people the Hierarchs came from, the people they were before they started to conquer the world, might still be there. Sonya's face turned incredulous. She looked at Kai, then Ziad, then Tennis, taking in their expressions to make sure this wasn't a joke. Dahin, to his credit, had shifted into his teaching mode. He had always been a good teacher, particularly with young students. He waited patiently for Sonya to ask, but the Hierarchs, they're dead. So these people are just people? They're not even witches, right? Dahin explained. The Enalin who went to Sun-Ar never found these people, or the Hierarchs' original well of power. The Hierarchs had wells down here, like the dead city you saw in the Archai, like the mortals trapped by the expositor on the stolen Immortal Blessed ship.
You understand those are wells, created by concentrations of pain and death, yes? Sonya nodded, biting her lower lip. Yes, Ziad told me. We know a few things about the original Hierarch well in the capstone of the world, even though we don't know where it is. During and after the war, scholars, like the people I need to see in Belith, found mentions in some letters and documents left behind by Hierarchs and their servants. We know it was created when the Hierarchs' people fed the pain and lives of most of the people of Sunar into it, and we know they used the power that it generated to make one of their leaders into the first Hierarch. Sonya nodded again, in understanding and a tinge of fear. So it's still up there, that well. Dahin leaned forward to check the position of the canal cutting through the plains below and corrected the raft's course minutely. We have to believe it is. Such a powerful well wouldn't fade after only 60 or 70 years, especially if there were people up there who still fed it occasionally. Taren's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Kai felt cold creep up his back like the stinging tendrils of an intention. Dahin's words sparked a vision of the remnants of a people who were once so proud they thought they deserved to own the world and everyone and everything in it. Tending their well for years, perhaps with ritual sacrifices, with their own pain. So many of the mortals who had formed the Hierarchs' legions had been swept up unwilling, because their own lands were conquered, because all their choices had been taken away, or because they had been raised from birth to believe in the superiority and sacredness of the Hierarchs' mission.
But there must have been a core of true believers, of the people who had decided it was right and proper to destroy the neighboring Sunar in order to create power, to invest that power into one of their own who would wield it for all their glory and greed. Some of those people might never have left their homeland. Some would have fled back to it as the South fell and all their grand plans came to nothing around them. With a troubled expression, Sonia sat back against the railing, and Tennis put an arm around her. Sonia said, "If they're still up there, and the well is still up there, they can make another hierarch." "Exactly," Tahen said. He let his breath out and just looked weary. "There's no sign to say for certain that they've done it. I don't even know if the scholars managed to find traces of the well. But we have to be ready. We have to know," Ziede said gravely. "Thank you for letting us help, Tahen." Kai added, "Thank you for trusting us." At least now they all understood the urgency. Even with the raft's speed, it took days to reach the Belith city of Ankartre. Kai hadn't taken the overland journey from Bashasa to the south coast for a long time, and though he knew the years had changed the countryside, part of him had still expected to pass over a mostly empty landscape. That made it a good surprise to see that over the last few decades, the renewed trade and travel along the old roads had given birth to scatters of villages and farms, many large enough to be called towns. The Rising World cohort post on the river, roughly halfway between Bashasa and Staios, had grown not only a caravanserai, but enough farmsteads, dwellings, and markets to sprawl out into a small city. It warmed something deep in Kai's chest, to fly into the night and to see the little clusters of lamplight appearing where only darkness had been before. Tahen's talk with Kai and Ziede, and maybe especially with Sonia, had calmed him down enough that he didn't protest when they wanted to land in order to camp for the night, or for a chance to buy fresh food from a trading post, or just to relieve themselves in a thicket of brush rather than the lidded bucket kept in the raft shelter. The wind from the south coast was cooler, and their passage through the air stole body heat. Both Sonia and Tennis needed breaks from it. The rest of them could have endured a faster trip, but Kai was just relieved that they didn't have to. Flying like this still gave him a headache. They could also have made better time if they crossed the Gulf of Staios, but it was prone to storms at this season, and no one wanted to drown. Even Tahen was willing to admit it was too chancy. Once they reached the coast, it was safer to skirt it until they could cross the Belith Straits, where the gap between the two continents was at its narrowest point. Staios itself, once a major port for the Hierarchs, and a place where some isolated Immortal Blessed families still lived, they decided to make a wide circle around. "As nice as it would be to stay in an actual guest house," Ziede said, "we don't want to make the mistake of running into a Blessed who is going to ask a lot of questions." "Where did you get the Ascension raft?" Kai said by example. "Oh, we stole it from the Immortal Blessed we killed, but he was a traitor to the Rising World, so the council said it was fine." "I can live without seeing Staios again for a while," Tahren agreed dryly. Tahen didn't join the discussion, but he glared at the gray clouds building to the west and made the course change without protest. The coastal landscape below was mostly marsh, and the villages they passed over were the stilt houses of fishers. Floating wooden docks extended out into the shallow water for their small boats, and walkways stretched back onto solid land for the trader wagons that came to buy their catches. They stopped at one floating village to buy a midday meal. Kai stood on the pier with Sonia and Tennis, watching the fishers cook crabs, while Ziede and Tahren took a turn along the walkways. The fishers didn't seem too frazzled by the raft. They were familiar with Immortal Blessed traveling to and from Staios, though not Immortal Blessed in the company of witches. Kai wore his veiled hat to keep from causing any more consternation. It had been a long time since demons had been forced to fight for the Hierarchs in Palm, but it wasn't worth the trouble to test the waters. A few people came up and asked him and Ziede to touch protective charms made of sea glass and string, since contact with a witch would make the charm more effective. So close to their goal, Tahen was antsy at the stop and stayed with the raft, but Kai brought him a spiced crab pie and that seemed to mollify him. Waiting for the others to return, Kai took a chance and said, "One of the cloister witches thought Tennis might have family in Palm, near the Stone Hill country. We're close to that now." Tahen looked up from the pie, his face set in an anticipatory wince, and Kai knew what the answer would be. "Better to do it on the way back," Tahen said, sounding mostly reasonable. "She didn't ask to stop, did she?" "No," Kai admitted. While Tennis might be reluctant to ask the Witch King to set off across the continent on a hunch to find her family, she might be more willing to look now that they were so close, but there was no telling how far the search would take them. Kai didn't want to suggest she do it alone. She was still in his care. "All right," he agreed, "we'll talk to her about it on the way back." When the coast curved into the straits, it grew more rocky, with more bluffs than marshes of beaches. It was obvious when they came within sight of the best point for the crossing. Palm Miafra was a busy trading port of timbered, steep-roofed buildings sprawling to either side of a wide channel that had been dug into the shore. It formed a harbor deep enough for larger ships, and a number were anchored along its sides and at the long stone docks. The mouth of it was further protected by a breakwater of piled rocks curving out from the shore. In this land where reminders of war were everywhere, there were still big, slowly rotting hulks of Hierarch ships lodged in sandbars just off the narrow beaches to either side of the channel.
With the strain obviously wearing on Tahen, they had managed to convince him to let Tahen take turns guiding the raft. She was at the steering column, and as she slowed the raft to a hover, Kai asked, "Ziede, is it safe to cross?" The sky was blue and bright, the clouds white and puffy, and they were all wrapped up in scarves to keep the wind from stealing their sun hats. The wind wasn't as strong as it had been yesterday, but Kai had never trusted coastal weather, whichever coast it was. Ziede's brow furrowed as she consulted the nearest wind devils, then she leaned out to check the weather and tide flags flapping on the tall, narrow tower at the tip of the harbor's artificial channel. The symbols carved around its parapet indicated it was part of Parm's coastal watch, which had formed at the end of the war. Now, instead of guarding against roving bands of legionaries, the watch rescued lost traders and fishers who came to grief in sudden storms. Tahen said impatiently, "Well?" He pointed toward the far shore, where hazy white towers were just visible against the blue sky, the city of Ankartre. "It's not that far. Storms come up fast down these straits," Tahen began. Tahen's jaw went tight. "Of course I know that." Or Ziede cut them both off. "We could just hold our arguments until I answer Kai's question. Yes, it is safe to cross now." Tahen gave Ziede an apologetic glance, and Tahen subsided reluctantly. As the Belith coast drew closer, Ziede asked, "Tahen, where should we land? Outside the city or near the university?" She pushed her hat back to peer toward the domes of the city center. "It's been decades since I've been here, and I'm not sure I ever knew where the university was. Didn't someone say they moved it?" Kai caught the flicker in Tahen's expression that said he hadn't given this any thought yet. "I know where it is," Tahen said. He stepped up to the raft's steering column, not making eye contact with Tahen. Tahen shifted aside enough to let him take the steering if he wanted to, but said, "We have no authority here, except what the rising world lends us. Should we land first at the assembly hall?" Kai could see Tahen wrestle with the urge to snap at her, but he only said, "I have authority. I'm a famous scholar." Kai pointed out, "The Rising World Council called an emergency meeting for the news about the expedition. That means the local cohort leader will have been told, and probably all the Rising World envoys in Ankartre have already met about it. There might not have been time for word of Tahen's return and Kai and Ziede's reappearance to arrive yet, but it wouldn't be that many days behind them. Rising World couriers travel fast." Appearing officially anywhere, especially at the university, which had already asked for assistance, without announcing themselves to Ankartre's local Rising World Council first, would cause a lot of comment and strife and delay. But announcing themselves to the council would cause even more comment and strife and delay. Tahen gave Kai an ironic look. "You have a plan." Tahen knew him too well. Kai said, "The warden of Nibbit House said the Teskailan was in Ankartre." "Oh," Tahen brightened, "do you know where?" "Probably staying with the Ainalan envoy." The members of the Rising World didn't keep formal envoy houses in every city, just the largest. Like the others, the Aenalan envoy had probably taken a private house for the purpose. It would be close to the assembly and probably well known to the local vendors. We'll have to ask someone. Before the invasion, Ankar had been a city of white stone, of towers and domed temples dedicated to learning and art, wide processional ways lined with obelisks. Bashasa had told Kai that his father had visited it several times in his youth and taken inspiration from it for the school he had built in Beni Sarik, wanting it to be a center of study that would draw people from all over the known world. Early in the Hierarchs' invasion, Ankar had been overcome by an overland attack and used as a staging point for advancing on Palm. The voice of the Hierarchs had slaughtered much of the city's population but left the buildings intact. It was the combined forces of the surviving people of Belith, Palm, the Aenalan, and the Arik, and the rest of the new Rising World coalition who had done the structural damage, fighting to drive the Hierarchs out. As they flew in low toward the busy harbor, much of it had been rebuilt, the rubble cleared away. Twin stone breakwaters with a 2-story colonnade walkway atop them extended out to form a graceful half-circle, like arms reaching to embrace and shelter arriving ships. Tahen lowered the raft even more, so they could fly under the curving carved arch that framed the harbor entrance. They passed over a small flotilla of Western archipelago boats with colorful sails. Then the long stone piers, where the large and sturdy square coastal traders of Belith were anchored. Ankar was supposedly built of marble, and it glared white under the bright sunlight, like it very well might be. Kai had always thought privately that some of it was whitewash or limestone, but he didn't have any proof of that. Along the shore were white buildings with cylindrical roofs that must be warehouses, trading factors, boat builders. Among them were open arcades busy with people coming and going. The cool wind brought the smell of charcoal smoke and fish. Above the harbor were low hills covered with more 2- and 3-story stone structures, with neatly paved streets, then the domed temples that circled the city center. The houses and city structures that had been rebuilt were smaller, their colorings brighter and less weathered. From the air, the difference let Kai trace the path of destruction where the Rising World's forces had pushed through from the harbor, up the gentle hills, toward where the Temple of Merciful Philosophy had been turned into the Hierarch's residence. Fire powder and witches like Tennis, who could convince spirits to move the ground and break stone, had carved that path through the City of Enlightenment. Carved out the Hierarchs like a physician cutting out a festering boil. The Temple of Merciful Philosophy had never been fully rebuilt. Possibly the Belith felt that the Hierarchs had corrupted it, or that the slaughter of the Hierarchs inside it by the Rising World had corrupted it, or both. The dome of the circular structure was cracked like an egg. Half of it collapsed away, open to the air, and the other half was shored up with heavy timbered scaffolding. They came down over the busy harbor front, where people were loading and unloading cargo on the docks, scraping hulls or mending nets for the fishers, walking along the broad terraces or lying in the sun on the decks of their ships, taking a rest from work. Some noticed the raft, pointing at it, but no one seemed panicked or upset, which Kai took as a good omen. Tennis signed. Where should we go? Should we land on a dock? Ziede nodded. If there's a place in the city for landing ascension rafts, there may be Immortal Blessed there, and we don't want to have those conversations. Kai pointed. There's an empty one. The dock had stone pilings, and should be sturdy enough. The rafts weren't as heavy as they looked. Just don't tell them who we are, muttered, as Tahen wrestled with the steering to make the raft's descent as gentle as possible. A curious crowd gathered on the broad stone walkway above the dock. We need to come up with some sort of story, some explanation of why we're here, Tahen said. I honestly don't think we do. Below, someone called out, Hail the craft, are you landing? They spoke Old Imperial, but in the thicker accent of Southern Palm. If you permit it, Ziede leaned out over the rail.
Will the dock hold us? It should. Land away. Tahren managed to set the raft down gently, with only a little creaking from the thick hardwood planking. Kai had stuffed his veil up into his sun hat and now pulled it down as a person walked up the dock toward them.
They wore a long shirt with rolled-up sleeves and wide pants, which were common everyday clothes in Belith and Palm, but had one of the long stoles wrapped around their chest and shoulders that officials wore here. The stole was blue and a little weathered, so Kai guessed this was a port official. They wore their sun-bleached hair in the most common Belith style, cut short in front and braided down the back. They had the traditional facial tattoos, and Kai thought the curled designs along the cheekbones were considered masculine, but it had been so long he wasn't certain. They approached the raft with wary politeness and introduced themselves as a dockmaster, with the "e" suffix on the end of the word in Belithan that signified male gender, so that answered that question. The dockmaster said to Tahren, "Hail to you, Immortal Blessed?" It was obvious from the fact that she was piloting an ascension raft, if not her height and build. Yes. Tahren pushed her hair back, tumbled by the wind, and made a vague gesture to the rest of them. "With my family." Sanja, who was much better at deception than Tahren, popped up onto the bench and tilted her hat back so the dockmaster could see she was a child. "I'm sure there's a fee to use the port. We're not sure how long we might need to stop here." "Ah, yes." The dockmaster had clearly seen enough to know that Immortal Blessed families did not usually include mortals or veiled witches, even if they were all dressed like well-off Auric, which would probably explain why they were not continuing on to land wherever ascension rafts normally did, probably the nearest Immortal Blessed enclave. Just a day's fee then, for now, we'll say. There was a pause as they had to remember where the money pouch had gone and turn out a couple of bags before Kai realized it was in his coat pocket. Then he had to count out the amount in a mix of rising world currency from Benai's Auric and of local coins from the various trading posts they had stopped at. At least Tahen just stood around making exasperated noises instead of hiding under the steering column like he had in Benai's Auric. By the time Kai finished paying, the dockmaster was a good deal less wary. Presumably he thought immortals on the run with a stolen ascension raft would be better organized. Not that Kai was sure whether they were on the run or not, or if there was anyone still alive who wanted to claim this ascension raft. Once the dockmaster had gone, Kai turned to the others. "I'm going to the city center to look for the envoy houses. I'll send a message when I know anything. Where will you be?" Ziede folded back her hat brim to study the arcade above the harbor walkway. A number of shops stood under the curved tile roofs, places selling imported goods and supplies for ships. Signs indicated various wash houses, a free one maintained by the city and a fancier one that cost coins to enter, another sign for a free sailors' hostel in several different languages, and pots and grills hung up to indicate small cook shops. She pointed to a large place with awnings shading its terraced seating, with carved and painted fish over the pediment of its entrance. That one. It was a good choice. They would be able to watch the raft from there and see if anyone official took notice of it. "So, we're just going to stop and have lunch?" Tahen demanded. "Yes. We won't be able to meet with any scholars today anyway," Kai said reasonably. It was getting toward late afternoon, and Belith kept strict hours, with everything except food sellers shutting down at what they considered the day's end. "And I have to pee," Sanja contributed. "The child has to pee," Tahen seconded. "I heard her," Tahen snapped. Ziede winced and rubbed her temple, and Kai didn't need to touch her heart pearl to tell she had a headache from the wind and sun. And he was suddenly done being reasonable. He said sharply, "Tahen, do you trust me or not?" Tahen looked away. He rightly understood that Kai was not asking for an argument. He let his breath out and said, "Yes, of course. And I'm sorry I've been," he made a loose gesture, "I've been thinking about this a long time. I thought I'd have more time." Kai hadn't expected to get that much of an apology, at least not now. The fact that the apology was toward him and not Tahen's sister didn't do more than take the situation back to the already unpleasant status quo. He just said, "Good. I'll send to you as soon as I know anything." Kai left the raft and started up the dock. He had almost reached the walkway when familiar steps sounded behind him and Tahen caught up. "I'm coming with you," Tahen said, and didn't sound surly at all, which made some of the tension go out of Kai's shoulders. "Did Ziede tell you to come?" he asked. No, it was tennis. Tahen sounded mildly amazed. She said I was acting like a bull's anus, and since being here was all my doing, I shouldn't let you go alone. And she's right, the two of us will draw less attention than a veiled witch walking alone. It required a very rude gesture to say bull's anus in witch speak. So, a veiled witch and a lesser blessed walking together will draw much less attention. He nodded to the remainder of the audience who had gathered to watch the raft land, now sitting around on a pile of baskets, chests, and sacks waiting to be loaded on the square cargo ship at the next dock. They were still watching. I'm in disguise, Tahen protested. Kai glanced sideways at him and saw he had put on an embroidered Auric coat over his tunic and pants. If you're pretending to be an Auric, remember you're an Auric woman. Oh, right, I forgot. Tahen jammed his sun hat further down on his head as the wind tugged at it. I'll pretend to be your wife then. Kai gave up on being angry. He put his arm around Tahen's shoulders and squeezed. I would rather throw you into the sea than marry you. That's probably wise of you, Tahen admitted readily. The past. The choice. How the Hierarchs established a chain of pain wells down through the south by slaughtering the inhabitants of cities and towns. The Analan expedition to Sun R tried to follow this trail toward the capstone, but it proved unreliable. Small wells faded with time, others had been created by ambitious expositors both before and after the Hierarchs' invasion. There are rumors of scholars and immortals who had found ways to diminish or destroy these wells as a way to fight the influence of expositors who harried the South. From post-war journals by academician Yanelit Yanichin, Restored Temple of Justice at Ankartre. Kai knew that Bashasa had expected to briefly explain his decision about the dust witches to the other prince heirs and commanders, and then go on with their preparations for the strike to the south. He wasn't surprised that that was how most of the army's leadership ended up in the main room of the caravanserai, arguing. It was good that they had started the meeting fairly early in the morning, because it gave them all the better part of the day to work out what part of the plan they hated most. Bashasa had released Hawkmoth on his own authority, which was considerable, and everyone admitted that since Kai, an officer in Bashasa's personal cadre, had captured her, it was up to Bashasa to make the final decision about her. But no one else had to like it, and they were very much did not. The Arik had their hierarchy, but they also had the right to complain about the decisions they objected to. The prince heirs were as dubious about the idea of an alliance with the Dust Witches as Kai was, so he found himself torn as to what side of the argument he should be on.
Everyone was at least in agreement on the idea of a non-aggression pact, which had apparently been common among Arike city-states, but they wanted to decide what to do if the Dust Witches didn't accept it, which Bashasa didn't want to discuss yet. Finally, an exasperated Hiranen used her crutch to lever herself out of her seat. She said, "Sister Ziede." Her battlefield voice cut through the arguing, and everyone managed to stop talking to listen. "Can you tell us how these witches are likely to respond to an offer of alliance? If we are able to make an agreement with their leader, will they abide by it?" Every prince heir in camp was present, most with their shield-bearers, as well as the head vanguarders, the guild artisans who ran the supply train and worked with the hidden refugee camps, and even Amabel, who had been on their way back from being checked over in the physician's tent and had been swept in with everyone else. Ziede had been pacing near the far wall, listening with a pinched expression that said she shared Kai's doubts but didn't like to see the leadership this divisive. Kai felt that way too, and had no idea what to do about it either. She stopped and said honestly, "Prince Heir Hiranen, I have no idea. My people in the Kholin Islands did not have a leader like this Doyen appears to be. We respected each other's opinions and our elders, and we made decisions together in council. We did not have some sort of cult leader who told us all what to think." Tahren, leaning against the wall nearby, frowned as if that was the oddest thing she had ever heard. From what little Kai knew about the Blessed, he wasn't surprised. The other prince heirs took Ziede's words in with a mix of doubt and incredulity. Prince Herr Vrim turned to Amabel and Kriat, sitting on a stone bench under the far window. "Vanguarder Amabel, your family has lived in the east for some time, true? Do any of you know how these witches might react?"
Kriat's brow furrowed in confusion. She was pretending she couldn't understand Imperial. Kai didn't know whether to feel annoyed or envious that he couldn't pull that trick. Amabel took the question in with a faint frown, then turned to Kai. They said in Sereti, "Fourth Prince, will you translate? I can't say all this in their language." "I will," Kai said. Amabel had been teaching the other Vanguarders witch speak, and Kai had taught some to his cadre. Bashasa had learned a few basic words, but had very little time to put to doing anything that didn't directly affect their survival. Using witch speak, Amabel said, "These witches are not like my line or my family. We don't give each other orders. We respect the experience and wisdom of age, and we respect knowledge. We speak and we listen. We do not have leaders. I do not know what the dust witches will do." As Kai translated, he could tell the rest of the room was receiving this with some dismay. Hiranen considered it with a worried grimace. She said, "But then, who are we taking Prince Herr Bashasa's offer of alliance to? Can this Doyen even make that decision?" "Hawkmoth at least seemed to believe that the Doyen can," Bashasa said. He had been standing back with his neutral listening expression, reading the room. The others who didn't know him well probably thought he was being persuaded by their objections. Kai knew he was looking for weaknesses and planning his attack. "We have only her word to go on. I understand all the concerns, but I will proceed as I mean to and offer the alliance first. The matter of these dust witches must be settled before the Enelin arrive. We cannot let them distract us from our goals." There was uneasy shifting among the Vanguarders and soldiers present, and narrowed eyes and opaque glances among the Prince Hairs. No one said if they arrive, which could be good because no one was thinking it except Kai, or bad because everyone was thinking it so didn't feel it needed to be said. Then Lashar, who had been quiet or at least not openly dismissive up to this point, said, "Rumor says these dust witch creatures prey on travelers all through this area. The attack on us was not some mistake or act of fear. Sending overtures to them will be a waste of time." Bashasa's face went tight. Yes, Kai thought, Lashar had been holding that in reserve too, ready to deploy it at the most opportune time. Tahren pushed off the wall and regarded Lashar steadily. Her expression was still even, but there was a trace of displeasure in the line of her mouth. She said, "Is this fact or story?" Tahren did not participate much in their councils unless she had a direct question or someone appealed to her for an opinion. Her answers were always sensible, and she was respectful to everyone, calm and never hesitating, the same as she was in battle. She had everyone's attention now. Lashar eyed her. Despite the respect for Tahren, many in the army were wary of her as an immortal marshal, the way they were wary of Kai and Ziede. But Lashar was nearly impossible to intimidate. She said, "It is fact. Last night I sent my cadre to ask if any of our recruits had heard of similar attacks in this region. The drovers who joined us from North Sidel speak of it. Go ask them yourself if you don't believe me." Bashasa's gaze had gone heavy-lidded, and he was smiling faintly, though he still had too much self-control to lose his temper. Did he know about that too? Kai wondered. He thought Bashasa would have discussed it with him and Ziede if he had, though he might have only heard it this morning. Knowing what he did of the Arike now, and particularly the few surviving members of the Bar Kalis family, he felt certain Bashasa had someone in Lashar's camp who would pass along this kind of information. Hiranen turned to Lashar, frowning. "This should have been shared earlier. I'm sharing it now," Lashar told her, unrepentant. "There have been attacks on caravans in the past few years, one of which these drovers saw with their own eyes." She hadn't glanced at Bashasa, possibly because she knew what she would see. There were bodies with mouths full of dirt, choked on dust, like what was done to our Vanguarders. Ziede met Kai's gaze with a grimace. Kai was also sure Lashar was telling the truth about this. He hated it when she was right. Bashasa relaxed and spread his hands, as if the solution was obvious. He didn't make the mistake of arguing with Lashar. He said, "Nevertheless, we are fighting a war, and we need allies. It will certainly be a waste of lives not to make overtures." The argument went on, with Prince Hersvrim and Asara and some of the shield-bearers bringing up relevant points, and Hiranen refusing to give in until she had all her concerns answered.
Since Bashasa couldn't actually answer those concerns, they weren't getting anywhere. Hiranen was the one he really had to convince. The others trusted his leadership, but Hiranen was the oldest here, the most experienced, and she was thoughtful and incisive in her decisions. Even Lashar would shut up if Hiranen supported the plan. After a while, Amabel and Kriat slipped out. Kai gave up and went to sit on a bench under the window near the outside doors. The afternoon had turned warmer, and the buzz of insects risen as the wind died. He could smell the cookpots from the camp, ready to feed everyone early in case they were attacked again tonight. He didn't have anything helpful to add to the discussion, and the fact that he half agreed with Lashar left a bad taste in his mouth. Kai let his thoughts drift. After a time, the conference broke up and Bashasa sat down beside him, saying, "We are taking a break." He sounded like this was something they had planned on rather than an emergency measure to keep anyone from starting a fight. That's probably a good idea. The others had all withdrawn to opposite corners. Ziede and Tahren sat on another bench talking together. "Our people are very stubborn," Bashasa added, low-voiced. "They are," Kai agreed.
Bashasa could outstubborn a stone wall himself, but he was also lightning quick to adjust his thinking to take account of new facts. That others were unwilling or unable to do this was somewhat baffling to him. Bashasa glanced down. "Ah, did someone give you that?" At some point, Kai had taken out a luck token and was absently rolling it between his palms. Lots of someone's. He dug in his coat pocket and pulled out a small handful. While he and Tahren had been doing the washing this morning, several more tokens had appeared on his folded coat, left there by others going in and out of the bathhouse to fetch water or wash something. Some had been handed to him earlier by soldiers in Bashasa's cadre, or the outguard, as he walked around camp. They're giving them to Ziede and Tahren, and the witches too. They're for luck? Bashasa leaned forward, lightly touching Kai's hand. Not luck exactly, though that's a simple way to say it in Imperial. They're more like cynosaurs. He indicated one, the same design as the first Kai had been given while visiting Amabel near the supply train. Most of the tokens in Kai's collection were that shape, though there were a few different ones mixed in. That is for Bnei Zarek. Each city has a different one. They were signs of affiliation, of a sense of belonging, given to visitors from other city-states, other places, as a sign of welcome, a remembrance. He was smiling at the figures, a genuine expression of pleasure. This explanation was even more puzzling. Why are they giving them to me? So many, all of a sudden. Bashasa lifted his brows, as if it was obvious. Because they saw you create a pillar of fire to defend our camp. Because they saw you and Ziede plunge into the dark in pursuit of our attackers, to bring back our captured people. He looked at Kai for a long moment. "Would you speak on my behalf, Fourth Prince?" Kai snorted. "To who? Nobody in this room who isn't listening to you is going to listen to me." "To the dust witches," Bashasa clarified. "That's not any better," Kai said. "They think I'm an expositor's familiar." And he didn't know any more about them than Ziede and Amabel did. Less, even. Bashasa nodded to the prince heirs and the others, conferring in different clumps. "The only thing we have managed to agree on here is that if the dust witches consent to a meeting, I should not be the one to go to it." They had got further along than Kai realized. He wondered if anyone understood that Bashasa must have subtly shifted the conversation in that direction, so that now they were talking about what to do when the meeting took place, instead of arguing about whether it should take place at all. "You didn't think that through," Bashasa admitted ruefully, with that devastating candor. "I didn't realize their objections to me going would be so well considered. But Sister Ziede and Tahren Starguard have offered to go in my stead. It gave me pause, because I wasn't certain how the rest of the army would accept their leadership in this. I know they are respected, but I thought they were still seen as outsiders. Like me," Kai pointed out. "He was the most outsider in the army, possibly in the whole Arak." "True. But this," Bashasa stirred the tokens in Kai's hand, "this is a sign that that is changing. That they may accept them and you, not just as officers in my cadre, but as leaders." Bashasa met his gaze, serious. "You could be a leader of witches."
Kai felt his brow furrow in consternation. You want me to kill the Doyen and take their place? No, Kai, as we discussed before, may I remind you, I don't want that. Bashasa let out a breath. The Doyen seems to have great control over their people. If you can convince them that they will benefit by an alliance with us, if you can find out what they want and make with them an agreement we can trust, they could become part of your cadre, give their allegiance to you. He nodded to himself, forming new plans even as Kai watched. You and Ziede will know best what to ask, how to evaluate the truth of their answers. Give their allegiance to me? Kai repeated, as skeptically as possible. Yes, to you. Bashasa made an open-handed gesture. Who else? They won't consider giving it to a mortal, will they? Not with the attitude Hawkmoth spoke of. Kai would rather just kill the Doyen. He was pretty certain that when he met them, he wasn't going to like them. Still groping for objections, he said, "Why me and not Ziede?" It was the wrong question. Bashasa just got more confident. Ziede is a witch. As she said, it is not her way to rule other witches. Kai protested, "It's not my way either." "Is it not?" Bashasa tilted his head to the side, and Kai knew he had lost the argument. "From what you have told me, the Sereti ruled themselves justly and with consent, but the captains they chose for themselves had the authority to make decisions for all. And your mother in the underearth ruled your house, and your Sereti grandmother ruled far more than that, though it seems she never took a title for herself." Kai tried one more time. "I was just a scout." Bashasa nodded patiently. "Who was charged with leading and teaching other scouts?" Kai thumped back against the wall in exasperation. "Do you remember every word I say?" Bashasa actually looked hurt. "Of course I do, Kai." Kai sighed, rubbed his face, and gave in. "I was supposed to be your bodyguard." Bashasa snarled at him. "Were you? That would be such a waste, when you could be so much more." The answer to the message came just as early twilight touched the sky with purple, when the sentries spotted a lone figure walking out of the plain toward the field where the attack had taken place. They moved at an even, unhurried pace, and stopped just at the rippled line where the grass was still recovering from Ziede's wind devils. They had come from the direction of the creek bed where Kai and Ziede had found the injured vanguarders. The wind devils had seen no one else in that area or any of the other approaches to the encampment. Ziede had pointed out that there were ways to use chimeras to conceal movement, and that the long twilight was an ideal time to attempt it. But the whole camp was already on high alert for that. As agreed, reluctantly on some of the Prince Heir's parts, Kai, Ziede, and Tahren walked out to meet the Dustmitch. "Bashasa probably planned this from the beginning," Ziede said as they walked through the paddock gate. "What beginning?" Tahren asked, her tone only a little ironic. "The middle of last night?" As Ziede glared at her, Kai said, "No, I saw him get the idea. He really wanted to come out here himself." "I know," Ziede said. "That's worse." The breeze was gentle and filled with the call and flutter of evening birds and insects. They were past the packed earth in the paddock now, and the long grasses, even after being knocked back by the air blast, dragged at Ziede's and Tahren's pants and Kai's skirt, and grasshoppers fled their approach. Kai had put on the blue embroidered Arake-style coat Bashasa had given him, hoping it made him look a little less like an expositor. It was also better for holding intentions. Ziede could have flown them out here, which would have been very dramatic, but might have been taken as an attack. Kai didn't want to ruin the whole thing at this point, since Bashasa would probably just make them start over with another message. Ziede continued, "Bashasa is a master at talking people into things they probably shouldn't do. If he wasn't, we'd all be stuck in the summer halls, dead or wishing we were dead." "Are you arguing for or against what we're doing right now?" Tahren asked, sounding honestly curious. Ziede's mouth twisted in a rueful grimace. "I don't know anymore." She had said she was conflicted about the idea of trying to ally with the Dust Witches.
Kai thought Hawkmoth's disdain for everything that the Colin Islands had stood for, let alone the Sereti treaty with the underearth, had shaken and hurt her more than she wanted to show anyone, or maybe even admit to herself. Which made it odd when she had refused to participate in Kai's attempt to mock the whole idea of getting the Dust Witches to join his cadre. Ziede had said, "Why do you think the Borderlander witches answered the Soretti's call to unite against the Hierarchs? They followed the demon blood." Kai had never thought of it that way, and wanted to argue, but he remembered the war captain that Candace had chosen, and the signs of her demon ancestry in her eyes. They were about 40 paces away from the Dust Witch when a voice called out in Imperial, "I will only speak to the demon." Kai recognized that voice. It was the Dust Witch who had spoken to him after he had trapped Hawkmoth. Maybe that wasn't a surprise, that she was the one to come to the meeting. She had tried to bargain with him even then. Kai let his breath out in resignation. "Wait here." Kai Ziede hesitated, either having too much to say or not enough. "If one of these idiots hurts you, I will remove their liver with my bare hand and shove it down their throat." "We're doing this after I cut their head off?" Tahren asked, her voice dry. "How would that make any sense?" Ziede said witheringly. Tahren countered, "I didn't say I didn't want you to do it." Kai felt a lump rise in his throat and bit his lip to control the abrupt rush of emotion. It struck him that he had somehow not expected anyone to care about him like this again, that it was something he had accepted as lost the day he had seen the smoke rising from the burning Soretti tents. Going into a negotiation with a powerful and deceptive enemy would not be helped by tears in his eyes, much as it might confuse the Dust Witches. His voice was still rough as he said, "I'll be careful," and started forward. The Dust Witch didn't move as he crossed the field toward her. Kai stopped about 5 paces away and said, "Are you the Doyen?" "I am her officer," called Nightjar. She used the Arik word for officer, perhaps because she didn't know the Imperial word. At least it was confirmation that they had been right about the Dust Witches embracing a hierarchy. She wore Arik women's dress, pants and a long shirt in faded blue-gray, under a gray veil that went nearly to her knees. It was an ostentatious size for a veil that was so transparent that Kai could see her features, her lighter skin and long straight nose. Was the Doyen's veil even longer? It was such a funny image that he almost laughed. Something in his expression must have given that away, because her voice hardened as she asked, "What are you called, demon?" "Kaisteron, Prince of the 4th House of the Underearth." Kai kept his voice even, though in the Western Grasslands, and the Auric for that matter, that wasn't exactly a polite way to ask for someone's name. He already had the feeling that this wasn't going to go the way Bashasa hoped. "Why did you attack us?" Nightjar's smile was a faint movement of her lips, barely visible past the veil. "And who is your master?" Kai quelled his first and second impulse, and said only, "Why do you think I'll answer your questions if you won't answer mine?" Then he felt the rise of power under his feet. Kai had taken the precaution of stabbing himself before he had left the encampment. He had done it low in his right side, where it wouldn't interfere with his ability to walk. The wound had already closed, but he was getting better at holding the power it gave him in reserve, like the lives of the expositors he ate. He started to reach for one of the intentions on his coat, but nothing happened. His arms had gone rigid, his muscles frozen. Whatever was coming out of the ground at him, there was nothing in it to grasp, nothing to use the pain on. It wasn't a cantrip or an intention. There was no design to pick apart, no shape to pluck whole out of his body, if he could have managed to move a hand to do it. He had a moment of wry despair. Tahren would get to see Ziede rip out someone's liver after all. A tendril coiled around his wrist. He thought it must be trying to wrap around him, shatter his bones. He peered down at it, but could still see nothing like the mark that gave away the presence of an active design. It felt like water on the bare skin of his wrist, a little dank and cool and gritty from passing over the ground. He squinted hard and thought he saw a shadow, hard to make out in the twilight. A tangible darkness, curling up around his legs, tangled around his other arm. The scent was rich loam, and decay, and death, and the potentiality of life about to sprout in the spring. Ziede had said the Dust Witch's power was different. It came from the earth, not like the animate spirits that other witches could interact with, but from the earth itself, from rockfalls, from decay. What was dust but dirt, and every living thing that had died in it ground to a fine powder? Dust was transformation, and demons were born of transformation. Kai took a little of his stored pain and imagined pulling at the cloud of darkness like it was a shroud. a tug of resistance, and it came free of the ground, spread and resolved into a fine mist of dust, like the cloud Hawkmoth had surrounded him last night. It explained why the dust witches hadn't been able to clog his throat and lungs the way they had the mortals. Stealing life was just drawing energy out of one place and putting it somewhere else until it was used and transformed again. Dust was the final form of that process. Kai took a breath, inhaled swirling dust, and blew it out again. His hands pricked, and his muscles warmed, and he could move. He lifted his hands, and the dust cloud lifted. He guided it up into a spreading canopy, thinner and more diffuse. The mild evening breeze caught it and scattered it away. He looked back to Nightjar. The light was failing slowly, but he could still see her expression. It was dismayed. Her lips curled in frustration, and she said, "How did you do that?" Kai laughed aloud this time. "I'm beginning to think you don't know what a demon is." The trick now was to continue to seem confident. Nightjar should have brought a few companions with her, and tried cantrips. The one he had been hit with in the dark last night would have killed this body and left Kai drifting in the ether with nowhere to go, if he hadn't stopped it. A dozen at once would work too quickly for him to pluck out. But maybe they didn't realize that. If the dust witch who had cast that cantrip had survived, all she would know was that it hadn't worked, that he had turned it back on her. If she hadn't survived, all the others would know was that one of their number cast a cantrip on him and died. He and Ziede had to make time for more witchcraft lessons. Putting it off in favor of working on intentions was only exposing him to more situations like this. Nightjar's expression hardened into an opaque mask. "Perhaps we don't." She stepped back and started to turn away. She was leaving? Kai was incredulous and furious. "Take one more step, and I will eat your life and send your body back to your sisters as a handful of your own dust." She stopped, her back a rigid line of tension. That threat hit home. Kai said, "You came to this meeting thinking to take me prisoner? What, you've seen the expositors and their enslaved demons and thought what a good idea it was?" Belatedly, the memory of Hawkmoth's reluctance to give her name hit him, and he didn't know whether to laugh or set something on fire. "You thought that would work because I told you my name?" She turned to face him, her posture now stiff with offense. "They say you were a demon in the Hierarchs' lair, and you took the power of an expositor to escape." "We didn't escape," Kai told her, his voice sharpening, almost against his will. He didn't want her to know the barb had hit flesh.
"We left the summer halls a ruin where the bodies of legionaries and hierarch nobles rot in floodwater," Bashasa had said at the Kagala. It was the truth, and it was the source of Bashasa's power, the foundation that everything they had done since was built on. We destroyed them. And if you've heard that version of the story, you've been talking to legionaries and servant nobles. Her voice was cold. "We do not consort with hierarch kind. Neither do we. We kill them. We're going to kill them all and drive them into the Southern Ocean." This was pointless, and he was impatient to get it over with. Clearly, she hadn't really come out here to negotiate. "Do you want an alliance or not?" He expected a flat no, but that question seemed to annoy Nightjar more than anything else, like it was a ridiculous thing to ask for. "Why do you want an alliance with us?" "So we can kill the hierarchs and expositors faster." How could she even ask that question? What else was there right now? Did the dust witches mean to hide out here in the grass and dirt forever until the legionaries stumbled on them and slaughtered them all? Why did you attack us? Why do you attack mortals? Witches stealing from people was almost as unbelievable as witches killing unprovoked. But Lashar's drovers had been right about that caravan. "Did you think you were going to steal from us?" As if it was a child's question, she said. "It is how we survive." Kai reined in his temper with effort. He didn't want to disappoint Bashasa, to go back and say he had been too angry to talk to her. Because Bashasa was right. There was something very odd here. At least he had Nightjar talking, and apparently convinced his questions were ridiculous. So there was no reason to stop asking them. What did you want with Amabel, the witch you tried to capture, and the 3 mortal vanguarders? Something changed in her expression.
Kai had struck some nerve. Had they been after Amabel all along? The Dust Witches couldn't know them. Amabel's family had never been this far northeast. They didn't even speak Auric. Nightjar had said that stealing was how they survived, but she hadn't said what it was exactly that they were stealing. The Dust Witches had killed the other vanguarders that Amabel had tried to save, but then took 3 alive. And someone had removed the deadly cantrip from Amabel after it had rendered them too weak to fight. The Dust Witches had seen that Amabel valued the lives of the vanguarders, so they took hostages. 3 hostages, so they could kill at least 1 or 2 if Amabel resisted, Kai thought. The Dust Witches might have originally crept up to the camp to steal food or supplies, not caring how many people they hurt in the process. But they had encountered Amabel and decided to steal them. "We won't attack again," Nightjar was saying. "You need not fear us." She was trying to prod him into anger, but Kai was too interested in unraveling this puzzle now. "You never answered my question about an alliance." "We have no need for an alliance. We are strong. Kai didn't want to listen to a justification. Strong like carrion birds and lizards, feeding off helpless people. This time there was real heat in her voice. "And why do you care what happens to us?" "Because you could be so much more." The words came out almost without his volition. Kai wasn't even sure he believed it or wanted to believe it, but it was Bashasa's answer. Nightjar huffed a breath that sounded like contempt or despair. She turned sharply and walked away. Kai allowed her to go this time. He stood there for a little, just enough to make sure it wasn't a trap, that no cantrip would come at his back. Then he returned to Ziede and Tahren. He would bet his life that that trick with the dust hadn't been meant to kill him. It had been meant to catch him, like they had caught Amabel. How they meant to ensure Kai's good behavior, he had no idea. But then they had thought that knowing how Kai's name was spoken on the mortal plane gave them some power over the essence of a being born of the underearth. Even if names had some effect on witches or mortals, which he doubted, it was ridiculous to expect it to have any effect on him. Kai thought about the destroyed caravan that Lashar's drovers had seen, the rumors of more. Amabel's family had come west from the borderlands, fleeing the Hierarchs. They wouldn't have been the only ones to escape. It was foolish to think that Amabel was the first witch the Dust Witches had tried to capture. "Are you all right?" Ziede asked as soon as he reached them. She was frowning in concern and some frustration. Taren's level gaze was on Nightjar's retreating back. "I'm fine," Kai said absently, still making plans. They couldn't use the Wind Devils. The Dust Witches had taken control of them once already. Ziede was alert to that possibility now, but it still meant that the Dust Witches must be able to tell when the Wind Devils were near. "Can you make a chimera to hide us, and maybe some of the vanguarders? Something the Dust Witches can't see through? We need to find their camp." "Maybe. Probably." Ziede's frown deepened. "Why do we care about their camp?" "Because I think they have more prisoners. 5. Kai and Tahen found their way to the various ramps that led outward from the port, where the streets curved up the gentle hills. Kai's veil got a few side glances, but not as many as he had expected. Ankartre was almost as cosmopolitan as B'nai Auric. He saw people from the archipelagos, the far south, the far north, every skin color, and every sort of dress. White stone walls lined the streets, and arched gateways led into the homes beyond. It wasn't barren. There were tubs and troughs of greenery and flowers along most of the walls. Unlike the large open places at the harbor, the shop fronts they passed were narrow and set deep back into the walls, with only a counter at front for the proprietor to sit at. Very unlike B'nai Auric, where if a seller had enough goods for space in a building rather than a market stall, it was always big enough for customers to come in and sit down among the wares. Soon the street opened up to a large plaza dotted with tall spreading pines, with the domed Temple of Merciful Philosophy at the far end. It towered over its surroundings, standing even higher because it sat atop a series of terraces.
each lined with more of the polished white stone. The cracked section missing from the dome looked worse from the ground. It had weathered like an old scar, a shocking wound in what was otherwise an elegantly proportioned structure. The heavy timbers shoring up the curved outside wall looked permanent. 2- and 3-story houses lined the plaza, rising over their courtyard walls, with large windows and vines climbing their white stone. There was no sign that the Rising World Assembly was nearby, which was good. Kai wanted to avoid it if possible, and hopefully it would be somewhere else in the city, in a spot more convenient to Encartre's rebuilding process. Maybe in the old complex of libraries and temples spread out to the west. Tahren pivoted in place. "They don't believe in street vendors here, do they?" he commented. "It doesn't give us anyone to ask for directions. In an Arike city, this shaded plaza would be full of little carts selling food and drinks. There wasn't even a fountain for drinking water or washing hands and feet, or any of the other things people need to do in the middle of a major city. That's inconvenient," Kai said. He started toward the Temple of Merciful Philosophy. There were people gathered on its terraces, sitting and talking, or walking slowly along, looking at the carvings on the steps. Most were dressed in the more formal Belith styles, in long gowns with sashes or stoles wrapped in layers. The bright colors of their clothing and facial tattoos contrast wildly with all the white polished stone. As they drew closer, Kai saw the terraces were just dirt, packed flat and hard from so many feet over the years.
But when they reached the first, he realized the carved cubbies on the stone-lined steps weren't decoration, they were little death shrines. Each would contain bones or ashes collected in a small container. Some visitors were leaving offerings of flowers or trinkets. Kai stepped back off the terrace and paced alongside it. The memorials could be for people who died in the Hierarch invasion and the fighting afterward, or those who died when the Rising World armies had come here after the Hierarchs. Kai didn't want to know. Tahren had wandered off a little and was politely asking someone for directions. Kai waited where he was. Then a person who had been leaving offerings on the upper terrace left their group and approached him. They were older, with white hair wound up in a bun and wrinkles so deeply etched that Kai couldn't read their tattoos. They came to the edge of the terrace, leaned on their walking cane, and said, in Belith-accented Old Imperial, "Are you here for the memorial, sister?" "No, elder, we just arrived in the city and didn't know it was here," Kai answered, feeling like he was Kai Enna again and being required to explain why he had wandered off instead of finishing his chores. "It's for the honored dead of the war, the people who tried to defend the temple when the Hierarchs came to seize it," the elder explained. "I've heard of the temple, elder," Kai assured them. "It was for settling disputes and arbitration." "Yes," the person looked pleased. "Where do you come from?" "Benai Sarik, elder." "Ah." Their gaze turned worried. They said the emperor of the Rising World was deposed. He was. It's fine. He agreed to it. Under his veil, Kai couldn't help smiling. It must have been obvious from his voice, because the elder smiled back. Ah, it was for the best then. Tahren returned, hanging back several paces to avoid having to be polite again, signaling Kai impatiently. "I have to go, elder. Thank you for your instruction." The person lifted a hand in farewell, and Kai joined Tahren, who hissed, "We don't have time to chat with random mortals. The envoy houses are over this way." The Enelin ambassador's house was in a more open area, the streets less formal and more meandering. All the buildings here looked new, probably built atop an area destroyed during the war. The ambassador's house had the white wall protecting it from the street, with tall pines looming above it. It seemed forbidding, except for the plaque that indicated that this was also a free hostel for any Enelin or other travelers who needed shelter. Tahren tugged on the bell pull next to the gate. After only a few moments, it swung open. An Enelin in a dark blue caftan and a Belith-style stole stood there. They had very dark skin, as most Enelin did, and their dark hair was braided and held back by silver rings shaped like orchids. Their smile held polite inquiry, which was hiding curiosity. They had probably not expected to open the gate to a lesser blessed dressed as an Auric woman and a witch. Using Old Imperial, they said, "Welcome, travelers."
I am Etam, a doorkeeper of the house of Nibet and Annalyn in Ankartre. Do you seek shelter for the night, or? Kai said in formal Nabeshian, I was told the Lord of 100 Coronals and the Light of Annalyn was staying in this house. If that is true, please tell them that Kai Staren IV, fourth prince of the underearth, is here with Tahen Starguard and hopes to speak with them. Etam blinked, stared, and then managed, The Teskailen will be told at once. Please accept that hospitality while I inform the senior doorkeeper. They stepped aside and gestured for Kai and Tahen to enter. It was a relief. If the Teskailen hadn't been here after all, they could have gotten help from the Annalyn ambassador, but it would have been more awkward and probably required more explanation. And the ambassador would have to inform Beleth's Rising World Council. The scene that met Kai after stepping under the gate's arch was not what he had expected at all. He had assumed there would be a courtyard with a garden, conventional for Beleth city houses, whether they were home to one family or several. Instead, there was a bridge over a large stone well that must have once been the lower level of a monumental building. The spreading pines grew out of it somewhere, tall enough to shade the well and the rest of the open space, their long red trunks flaky with age. They must have been planted not long after the war. Etam explained, this was the prison the Hierarchs had built here during their occupation. After the war, it was razed and given over to the people of Annalyn for their use. Kai had to stop and look over the railing, and even the impatient Tahen lingered for a glance. What must have been a maze of prison cells had been rebuilt into 2 levels of multiple dwellings, roofed with tile, with little balconies, and a communal kitchen in the center. It was well occupied, from the people moving around on the ramps and the amount of laundry hanging out to dry. He could hear running water, and the strongest scent was something cooking with saffron. The drainage must have been a problem, he said. It was, Etam agreed, with only a little surprise. The prison was not much concerned with hygiene, but the Beleth engineers devised a clever system for it. Tahen tugged Kai's sleeve. You can compare notes later. He explained to Etel he lives in a well. It's a big well, Kai said defensively as they continued down the bridge. The envoy house at the end had been built in the far northern Annalyn style, out of smooth wooden trunks supporting a jumble of steeply pitched tile roofs and glass windows. The bridge led through a series of open gates with pointed arches, decorative rather than secure. Etam led them to the side, where a sheltered platform was set up as a waiting area. It had a low square stone stove in its center, a welcome warmth rising from the coals inside, and it was ringed by wooden benches with cushions. Please wait here, Etam said, while I carry your message inside. They took seats, and Tahen commented, not the hospitality of the house. They're being cautious. His left knee started to jiggle impatiently. Do you think they'll keep us waiting long? Have you got something else to do tonight? Kai asked. There were other Annalyn, probably more wardens or doorkeepers, lurking near the pointed arch that led into the house's main entrance, trying to snatch curious glances while still being polite. One emerged from the house and came over to offer a tray with 2 ceramic cups, a tisane made from fenugreek seeds. Offering a drink was an old custom, going back to a turbulent past that had long faded into history. Like the martial paintings of the Auric that celebrated the city-state wars, even as they settled all their disputes in councils and assemblies now. They barely had time to finish the drink when Etam returned with another person. They were older than the rest of the doorkeepers and attendants, their hair silver and gray, and the lines of weather and laughter etched into the skin around their eyes and mouth. They said, I am Rhayanis, the senior doorkeeper of this house. The Teskailen asks Kaiasteron what Bashasa Barkalis never lost. It was a test, which Kai expected. It was only sensible after Kai had been declared missing and was turning up here in a different body. It also told him the Teskailen was actually here, since they were one of the few still living who would know to ask this question. But this particular test hit him harder in the heart than had probably been intended. Still, he pulled his veil off and said, Hope. Rhayanis smiled. Please accept the hospitality of the house. Rhayanis led them through the last gates and into the foyer. It was high-ceilinged with dark wooden walls lit by pierced copper lamps. There were basins set into a stone table where they could wash their hands. As quiet as the house looked from outside, from the foyer, Kai could hear voices speaking the more informal Enelan dialect, laughter, and more distantly several stringed instruments. Faces peered over one of the balconies in the upper half of the room, children drawn by the sound of visitors being greeted. Next, they were taken to an enclosed court with a fountain pool. There were more benches here, lined with cushions and low tables. Crane messenger birds stood elegantly in the shallow water, coolly eyeing the visitors. 2 young doorkeepers were just setting down trays. There was a carafe and glasses of what looked like hibiscus water, and some traditional greeting sweets that were triangular pockets of dough filled with dried fruit and nuts and honey. Rhiannon said, "Would you speak to the light now, or accept hospitality first?" They eyed Tahren, who had gone to hover over the table with the pastries. "I don't know how long your journey has been," Kai told them. "I'll speak to the light now, if they are ready. The rest of our family is waiting in the port. Could they join us here?" "Of course. The house is open to any companions of Tahren," Rhiannon assured him. Tahen waved, hastily swallowing a bite of pastry. "I'll arrange for the raft. You go ahead, soften them up for me. Apprise them of the situation so far." As Rhiannon frowned dubiously at Tahen, Kai touched Ziede's heart pearl briefly and sent her the direction of the house. With the prison ruin turned into a hostel visible from the air, he didn't think they would have any trouble recognizing it. Her acknowledgement was wordless, but it was enough for him to know they were well and had been eating fresh fish cakes in front of a fire pit at the port cook shop. Rhiannon led Kai deeper inside the house, down a couple of broad corridors. The walls were all of the same dark, rich wood, sometimes with painted panels of forests or fields, or views from cliff tops of storm-tossed seas. They passed an open door that led to a balcony, looking out on the garden of another house, and Kai twitched at the lack of security. He had to remind himself that they weren't at war with anyone, and the Taskailin and the Anilin ambassador to Belith would have their own protections. They reached a foyer with a waterfall fountain, and Rhiannon stopped, gesturing him to go ahead. Kai noted that the play of water was just loud enough to keep anyone from overhearing a conversation, even inadvertently. Past it was a room lined with paintings of a city, or maybe several cities, and Kai recognized the architecture of Nibet. Delicate towers and onion-shaped domes, the bridges and ornamental waterways. It was Nibet as it had been once, lush with gardens and shaded by parasol trees, filled with scholars and students and pilgrims. In the center of the room, the light sat on a cushioned platform a few handspans off the floor, padded with pillows. They gestured Kai to another couch opposite. Kai stepped onto it, sat on the pillows, and put his feet on the wooden rest. It felt awkward. This body didn't have the sense memory of dealing with the different configuration of formal Enelin's Renature. It was also a little awkward to be dealing with the different configuration of the Taskailin, Lord of the 100 Coronels, and the Light of Enelin. The Taskailin of the Hierarchs War had died some years ago, and had been reborn into a new body. They were currently a small youth with the same dark skin and eyes, but with more delicate features and shorter hair that had been woven into a tight cap of intricate braids. Kai had only seen them once since it happened, and he still wasn't used to it. As they took in Kai's appearance, their sharp brows quirked with amusement. They said, "Tahren, now we are both somewhat different from what we were." Waiting on a low table was an Areca glass drinking set with delicate spirals of blue woven through it. "Somewhat," Kai agreed, smiling as the light poured and handed him a cup. It was one of his favorites, a blend of milk and sesame. "I wondered why you had gone to Belith with the Rising World Council still in session. Then I heard about the Onkartri expedition to Sun-Ar." The light acknowledged that with a nod, setting the carafe aside. "I thought that might be why you were here, with Tahen Stargard. Are the others well and with you?" "Tahren and Ziede are here, with 2 others you haven't met yet, on their way from the port." He hesitated, but the light was still waiting expectantly. "Do you know why the Belith envoy called an emergency meeting of the council? Did something happen to the expedition?" "I have some knowledge of it. No harm has come to the scholars as far as I know. They consulted me before they left, since I am one of the remaining few with personal knowledge of the original trip to Sun-Ar." The light eyed him.
But first, I would hear what happened to make you and Ziede Dayaha miss the failure of Bashat's imperial renewal. I know how much you are looking forward to it." Ah, Kai had to smile. The younger Teskai Lin sounded so much like their old incarnation. "What have you been told?" The light sat back. "A story was reported to me, told by the once emperor, now Prince Heir again, Bashat, during an unusually exciting meeting of the council. I felt there was more to be said, but I would hear the rest from you." Kai would rather the light hear it from him too. He said, "My version is a little different from Bashat's, and started at the beginning, with him and Ziede waking in their tomb prison." The light listened in increasing consternation until Kai reached the end. They held up a hand and said, "Bashat informed the council that Tahren Stargaunt had been abducted, but was less forthcoming about where you and Ziede might be." "He let these conspirators take you? He let them murder you? This person who wanted to become our emperor?" Kai had been against that even before Bashat had betrayed him. The Enelin consensus didn't let that happen. The light's jaw tightened. It had an entirely different effect in their young body than it had in their old one. If the consensus had known this, they would have achieved their decision much more quickly. As a rule, we do not look well on those who murder their allies in cool blood. And you are an immortal who acts in service to the lives of all. There are laws written in our sacred bones about this. If I were to list every moral principle," Kai interrupted, "that's why you can't tell anyone this part." The light regarded him, and despite the younger face, the altered features, Kai knew that look. They said, "Kai Staren." This was one of the reasons Kai had wanted to turn his back on the rising world and go back to Avagantrum. "I don't know if it was him, only that he was there with me in Benai's house before whatever it was happened. And Ziede had no memory of it at all. He must have thought neither of us would remember any of it," Kai thought, "or maybe he just hoped we wouldn't, or maybe he didn't care. And he said that he thought we wouldn't be harmed, just imprisoned like Tahren was. That Ramad would release them once the conspiracy had been revealed, and no one would know that Bashat had stood by and let it happen. That was what Ramad had said. But even if Kai believed him, there was no way to know if Bashat had revealed all his intentions to his vanguarder. He may not have understood that what the Neant Arik and their exposer did would kill my body." The light looked elementally unconvinced by any of those equivocations. Kai persisted, "I've thought about this. I have to let it lie. I asked Tahren not to tell the council this part, and Immortal Marshal Sadrin doesn't really know or care what happened to us before we called her to the stolen Immortal Blessed ship." The light considered him gravely. It was hard to tell what they thought. They had always cultivated a deliberately opaque expression.
Sitting in judgment of thorny moral problems was part of their reason for existence, and Kai felt there was a great deal of judging going on right now. The light said finally, "Then why tell me at all? I can't lie to you." Kai let his breath out. "I could, but I don't want to." The light tipped their head in acknowledgement. "Then what do you want me to do with this information?" That was easier to answer. "If he kills me again, you'll know what happened, and act as you feel warranted." "I see." The light digested that. It was a less fraught silence, but not by much. "And if he kills me?" That was something entirely different. "Then I'll bring the Analan consensus's head in a bag." "So you would." The light's gaze was ironic, but Kai thought they understood now. "And I should not do the same for you?" That one was easy. "You believe in justice, but you won't take a life in exchange for a life." The light sighed a little and leaned back. "And what about this expositor Arnsteraf? Was she truly a demon, one of your kin?" "In a way." Kai dropped his gaze to the table. This part was still hard to talk about. "She was Arnefa of Canavasi Sereti." The light considered that for a long moment. "One of your own people? You had no idea such a person still lived in the mortal world?" "No, I had no clue." Kai swirled the dregs in his cup. "I know some of the other demons released from the Cageling Court survived long enough to return to the underearth. She wasn't one of them. I thought she had given up and drifted from her human body. She wasn't." He had to stop and swallow down a lump of guilt and angry bile. "She gave me to understand that she would never seek another human host." The light's gaze went distant, as if they tried to recall the events of that day. Her opinions seem to have radically shifted since then. She has committed crimes by participating in the conspiracy, by subjugating a person, even an expositor, as a familiar. When you were Kaienna, did it seem that she lacked empathy for those who were different from herself? Kai stared at the carved wood of the couch's platform, tracing the line of a kingfisher's wing. I didn't think so. Had he just never understood Arnsterath's character all those years ago when they were both so ready? The light refilled both cups. Would you find her to bring her to the council's justice, or find her to see if she would accept your help? Accept my help? Kai knew what Ziede would say about that, and she wasn't wrong. Arnsterath abandoned me when she was Arnefa. Saying it aloud scraped open an unexpectedly raw wound. He had never known if the Sereti would have rejected him because he had taken a host by force from an enemy. Arnefa and the other demons had been all that was left, and they had rejected him, so it was hard not to believe he would have fared any better with Enna's family. She did, the light agreed, watching him with that far too knowing gaze. You were barely more than a child, Kai almost snorted. We remember that differently. A youth, then, the light conceded. She didn't know if Bashasa would have exploited you, or killed you, or allowed you to be killed. She didn't ask me to come with her. Kai had never said that part aloud before. She had never given him a chance. She tried to drain my life, like I was a legionary, an expositor, a hierarch, an enemy. The light said, she was as wounded and demoralized as you. She was not acting with a whole heart or mind. We all react to such things in different ways. Some of us are tested, and some of us fail. From anyone else, this conversation would have been filled with thorns and bitter annoyance, but Kai had seen the light struggle not to fail their own tests. With so many of the Analan's chosen leaders already executed by the Hierarchs, the light had been the one to lead Analan and Nebet and the remnants of the Northeast into battle. But the real purpose of the light's existence had always been justice and reconciliation. Kai knew how difficult cleaving to that purpose had been after the war, when the destruction the Hierarchs had left behind had seemed insurmountable. Kai said, "You think I should give her the benefit of the doubt?" "Not then," the light said. "She rejected you. You owed her nothing. And now?" The light made an open-handed gesture. "It will depend on whether she comes to you as an enemy or not. If not, you have to ask yourself what we owe to each other as living beings." Kai rubbed his eyes and didn't say, "I don't want to do that. I want everything to be simple." Nothing was ever simple. "I've answered your questions. Now will you answer mine about the expedition?" The light's expression turned pensive. "The rest I'll wait to say until the others are here. But the reason the envoy called for a meeting was a particular artifact found in one of the abandoned dwellings the expedition is exploring in Sun R. It was a badge for a hierarch's expositor." Unease ran in prickles along Kai's back. The light read his expression and said, "It's disturbing, but it could be from long before the war, an old symbol repurposed for the hierarch's invasion. There are many such symbols, from Nebet, from the old tribes of Analan before we united, that have changed their meaning over time. But we must be certain." Kai pushed the surge of nerves away. "Would you speak to Tahen now? He's been working on this for a while." Tahen walked into the room and stopped abruptly. "Well, you've changed," he said, planting his hands on his hips. "This seems a little one-sided, going into scholarly battle with a child." "You have not changed, sadly." The Teskailan's expression was cool. "And only a blessed would consider a scholarly discussion a battle." "Oh, there you are." Tahen was pleased. "I knew you were still in there." While Tahen was setting out his maps and papers in front of the Teskailan, Kai let Rhiannis conduct him to the guest quarters so he could take advantage of a bathing room that included the luxuries of warm running water, privacy, soap, and scented oil. From Ziede's heart pearl, he knew the others had just arrived, that Tahren was carefully lowering the ascension raft to a tight landing on a small plot of ground in a kitchen garden that was currently lying fallow. Kai told Ziede, "I think Tahen was lying about coming here for research." "I thought so too," she replied, "when he didn't demand that we put together our own expedition to Sun R immediately. But there didn't seem a point in starting that fight before we got here." Kai agreed, but he wished he knew what Tahen was up to, and why he couldn't just tell them. But Tahen had been like this for years. Kai shouldn't be frustrated by it. He was, but he shouldn't be. The others had been shown to the guest quarters by the time Kai got out of the bath, and he found one of their hastily packed bags waiting in the outer room. Digging through it, he found a pair of plain brown leggings, but the only clean shirt and skirt was of a rich blue, and the coat, stuffed under them, was embroidered in faded silver over black brocade all along the hems and cuffs. There was a black veil in the pocket, cobweb fine, and just translucent enough to conceal Kai's eyes. He knew Bashasa had given it to him, though he couldn't remember when. Bashasa had had a habit of producing a thing when Kai needed it, as if it was just something he happened to have with him. Kai thought it might have been this veil, when Bashasa had never worn veils, even in the places where they were in fashion, that had finally made him realize that all these casual gifts had been carefully chosen at some point. This was more of an outfit for a formal event for Benizark's court, but the heavier fabrics were sturdy and strong, and would feel good in Belith's cool evening weather. And everything else they did in this city would now be with the blessing of the Teskailan, so there was no point in concealment anymore. He tucked the veil away in the coat pocket. Kai was already in the reception room, eating stuffed olives, when the others came in.
It was an area with less difficult furniture, meant for more intimate guests, who wouldn't consider informality an insult. It was getting cooler as late afternoon approached evening, and round metal braziers had been lit for warmth. 2 doorkeepers set out more plates of food and carafes and cups on the small tables. "You see," Tahren said to Sanja, "he didn't drown." The Teskailan walked in, with Tahren saying, "But you agree that the Teskailan said?" The Teskailan said, "Stop talking while I greet your family." After being introduced to the Teskailan, Sanja retreated to Kai's side, plopping down on the couch next to him. As the others exchanged greetings, she whispered, "Were they a kid when you first met them? Because from the stories I thought they were a lot bigger." "No, they were an adult." He handed her a stuffed olive and nodded to a set of razor-edged spears mounted on the wall. "That's the kind of weapon they fought with." Sanja eyed the spears. What are they going to fight with now? Their brain. They're good at that, too. Tahren managed to let the Teskailan finish expressing relief for Ziede and Tahren's survival before he said, "Yes, we're all very lucky. The Neantaric trusted Immortal Blessed, who are as incompetent as they are malicious, but we raced to get here ahead of the Rising World Council's response, and at this point, they can't be more than a few days behind us." So, they found artifacts with Hierarch symbols, Kai said, because there was no point delaying, including a Hierarch expositor's badge. Ziede was briefly startled. That bad? As she leaned back against the pillows, she said silently to Kai, "Somehow, I thought it would all be exaggerated, a mistake." Tahren squeezed her knee, her own expression grim. Kai answered the same way. "I think I did too." Tahren asked, "Where in Sunar did they find it?" "I was told to the northwest of the place the scholars believe was a seasonal gathering point," the Teskailan said. "I have not been shown the location on a map." Northwest. Tahren considered it, her gaze going to where Tahren had moved some dishes to the floor to spread his map out. "I assumed they couldn't tell how old it was, or we would not be here having this conversation." "They could not," the Teskailan admitted. Tennis sat forward and signed, "Learned leader, I apologize, but I have forgotten much of what I was taught. Did the Hierarchs create the expositors?" Kai had a flash of memory, camped along a river road somewhere in the Sanasarkofa, watching Amabel's younger sibling, it had been so long her name had slipped away, teaching the Teskailan witch speak. She had moved the fingers of their much larger hand to show them how to shape the symbols. The Teskailan answered, they did. At least the expositors who spoke of it believed they did. Tahren glanced up from the map and added, they created them to control the raw power of the well. Sanja drew breath to speak and he continued, before you ask, the expositors didn't kill the Hierarchs because to be a Hierarch they had to bathe in and be forged in the depth of the well. They were impervious to its power. Kai said, but not to sharp blades. Or dull ones if you're not in a hurry. Which is why we're all still alive, Ziede finished. Tahren's brow was furrowed. Bringing them back to the point, she said, this badge could have been left by survivors who fled to the far south after the war. Yes, fled back to where the Hierarch's well is, Tahren said pointedly. A little of Tahren's exasperation slipped out. I am not disputing that,
But there are many ways a piece of jewelry could end up somewhere that don't prove that another invasion is imminent. The Tuskylan jumped in before it became an argument, and the conversation became quickly mired in detail. Tennis followed it, frowning intently, but Kai had already been over most of it in his own mind. Ziede said through her pearl, "Expositors, tinkering with the well all this time? Surely we would know about it before now. Surely they would have attacked in force, somewhere in the rising world." "I know," Kai thought back. He added, "and they've never been good at cooperating with each other, especially if there's not a hierarch holding the whip over them." He couldn't imagine expositors, even with some new hierarch to keep them in line, calmly sitting around up there biding their time. Except, of course, that was what they had done the first time, wasn't it? Built up their strength gradually, subjugated the lands of the far south first with tricks and then with force. Sanja shifted around, distracted by a shout from the attached atrium. From the noise, the children of the house were playing in there. "You can go join them if you want," Kai told her quietly. She had only taken one of the little blackcurrant cakes, which showed how much she had probably put away at the port cookshop. She eyed him suspiciously. "You won't leave me?" "No," Kai told her. She hadn't seemed concerned about that at any of the places where it would have been truly terrible to be abandoned. It said something about her estimation of Kai's character, that she only worried about being left behind at safe places like here and Nibbit House and Ben Isarek. "I don't leave my discarded children with the Tuskylan. That's considered very rude in Enelin." Sanja gave him a withering look. Then she scrambled off the couch, collected some fried hand pies stuffed with spiced cabbage and chickpea into a napkin, and went out to the atrium. "But do we know if anything has happened since the object was found?" Tahren was asking. "It must have been months ago, if they had to send back word of it all the way from the capstone." "Much more recent than that." The Tuskylan's expression was somewhat wry. "When High Sun joined the effort to make the trek to Sun R again, he also brought Immortal Blessed anchor stones." Kai said, "He what?" which was drowned out by Tahren and Ziede's startled exclamations. Dahin shushed them all, waving an annoyed hand. Kai thought, he's not surprised, he must have had some inkling of it. But why hadn't he mentioned it? The Tuskylan continued. "He apparently taught at least some of the mortal scholars to use them. That's how they've been getting messages back to Ankarthra so quickly." Tennis sat forward and signed in witch speak. "What are anchor stones?" Preoccupied, Ziede told her, "They let Immortal Blessed travel quickly, very much like the way Sojourn came to us on the ship, but more portable. The anchor stones were tied to the well of Thesarin, like the well sources used to power ascension rafts and Immortal Blessed ships. They were like portable well sources themselves, and Immortal Blessed could use them for transport over long but limited distances. They had to be placed in prepared locations in advance before they could be used. Ilhan Run High Sun must have planted them along the route the expedition had taken across the southern continent. How he had taught mortals to use them, Kai had no idea. Tahren muttered under her breath, "Mother of Thesarin, right?" Dahin agreed, glancing over at her, his enmity apparently forgotten for once. "And they called you an apostate. Did you know about this?" Tahren turned to Dahin, nodding her fingers together. Normal conversations with Dahin were not something she took lightly. Kai was aware Ziede was holding her breath. "I suspected," Dahin shrugged. "From what I overheard in the council meeting, it sounded like they were getting information surprisingly quickly from a group of people so far away." "Yes, of course," Tahren murmured. She added, "High Sun was always full of surprises. It was almost funny. All that effort the patriarchs had expended to keep the secrets of their well of Thesarin, and here High Sun was, equipping a bunch of mortal scholars with one of the most rare and powerful blessed devices in existence." Kai said, "It's too bad Sojourn isn't here." The Tuskylan lifted their brows skeptically. "Is it?" Immortal Blessed, other than Tahren, weren't exactly welcomed by the Enelin, even after all these years. Dahin snorted a laugh.
"I know. But to see her face when she hears about it." Kai gave them all a moment to imagine that. He looked out toward the atrium. The children had settled on the floor near the archway. Sanja appeared engrossed in an elaborate game with the others, played with tiny ceramic figurines. "It's not the same," he reminded himself. "We are not the same. If something comes down from the south, well, meet it head on this time," he said. What does the expedition know about the well? High Sun would have told them something, if not everything. Taren's voice was acerbic. Why wouldn't he tell them everything? He seems to enjoy sharing information. He may very well have. The Tesk Island conceded that with a nod. Being scholars of history, they already know more than most mortals. They know it existed, and how it originally fed the Hierarchs' power. But as far as I know, they believe it was destroyed. Once the first expedition found that the people of Sunar had been massacred, it was impossible to tell if the Hierarchs originated near there or somewhere further south. They found no traces of the well to guide them. It had gone quiescent long before the last Hierarch was killed, and they had no way to track its location. Tennis signed. So these scholars don't know to be careful, unless the Immortal Blessed warned them. Surely he warned them, Kai said. High Sun must understand more than most about the danger of anything left behind by the Hierarchs. You would think, he reminded himself. The Blessed weren't best known for anticipating the consequences of their actions. That's not even the worst of it. Ziede's brow furrowed in increasing concern.